The Space Marines are the Emperor's will made manifest. They are his angels of death, descending to the battlefield from mighty warships to cleanse the foes of mankind from the face of the galaxy. For 10,000 years, the Space Marine chapters have been humanity's shield and sword in the face of the horrors that beset it. Genetically enhanced super soldiers, they are among the greatest warriors to have ever existed. They are stronger, faster, and more resilient than the humans they are sworn to protect. They are psycho-indoctrinated from youth, rendering them immune to fear and staunchly loyal. On the battlefield, they are relentless, determined warriors who will stop at nothing to achieve victories nigh on impossible for unaugmented soldiery to achieve. In the era Indominus, the Imperium is assailed as never before from both within and without. The Space Marines hold firm, meeting the onslaught head-on with unbreakable faith in their hearts and oaths on their lips. They are the champions of humanity, and they know no fear. Defeat is only for the enemy, and while one Space Marine stands, hope remains for the Imperium. Creation of a Space Marine. Every Space Marine is a mighty warrior, a champion almost beyond compare. These post-humans are heavily augmented, the products of years of arduous training, agonizing surgery, and psycho-indoctrination. It is a process of arcane and horrific science, one which not all inductees will survive. Such are the sacrifices mankind must make to weather the storms that batter it so ceaselessly. It is only thanks to the Emperor's skills and knowledge that the Space Marines exist. Only he knew the subtle arts and infinitely complex nuances of gene craft. It was his vision that led to the creation of the Primarchs and the gene sons that followed from them. And the arcane alchemies he developed have since allowed generation after generation of Space Marines to serve the Imperium. For all their phenomenal physical prowess, the incessant and intense warfare that Space Marines fearlessly endure sees even these mighty warriors suffer casualties. To avoid extinction, every chapter must constantly recruit fresh warriors. How these individuals are selected varies enormously, each chapter having unique and sometimes clandestine methods by which it conducts its recruitment. All aspirants are youths, for if selected at too mature an age, their bodies will reject the implants, derived from a material called gene seed. They need to become Space Marines. All have to pass immensely tough trials, whether it be crossing vast distances of extremely inhospitable country with few supplies, hunting local megafauna with naught but a sharpened stick, or any of 100 other tests of physical or mental fortitude. Many fail, the lucky killed in their efforts, and those less fortunate lobotomized and turned to mindless servitors. For those who have been accepted to commence training, their journey to becoming Space Marines has only just begun. To be a Space Marine is to be subject to hardships and horror that ordinary humans cannot begin to comprehend. And the chosen must be prepared physically, mentally, and spiritually. Over a period of years, aspirants are put through an extremely harsh process. They are trained rigorously in diverse styles of combat, how to wield the Space Marines' weapons, and operate a number of their vehicles. Relentless martial training is interspersed with periods of hypnotic suggestion, prolonged meditation, psychological and spiritual testing, and gradual initiations into the chapter's rites, history, and traditions. In addition to this, they receive their implants. The gene seed implants are specially grown organ grafts. Some serve to give the Space Marine unique abilities, such as the Becher's gland, which allows them to spit poison. Others enhance existing abilities, such as the sinew coils, which dramatically increase strength and durability. Implantation of these organs must occur in a precise order. Why exactly is unknown to even the most adept apothecaries. Gene seed is a finite resource, impossible to manufacture without the implants known as the progenoid glands that have matured within the body of another Space Marine. And the recovery of these, should a battle brother be slain, is of the utmost importance. Despite every effort to maintain the purity of gene seed, quality levels vary between the Space Marine chapters. The Ultramarines is a highly regarded, a source of pride to the great numbers of the Adeptus Astartes chapters that can trace their lineage to Rabute Guilliman. In contrast, the Imperial Fist's gene seed is missing the genetic information to create certain specialized organs. In addition to the 19 specialized organs that almost all Space Marines have been implanted with since the first founding, The Primaris Space Marines possess a further 3. These organs enhance their physiology to an even greater degree, making them yet stronger and tougher. It was only thanks to the Sang Primus Portum, a device that held potent genetic material harvested from the Primarchs themselves, that Archmagos Belisarius Cawl was able to create these biotechnical miracles. In the Ultima founding, many tens of thousands of Primaris Space Marines reinforced depleted chapters or formed new ones. Since then, many chapters have used these technologies to develop their recruits into Primaris Space Marines. The biggest breakthroughs of all, however, were the surgeries that allowed Space Marines not matured with the 3 Primaris organs to be implanted with them. Arguably first braved by Marneus Calgar, chapter master of the Ultramarines. This extremely dangerous set of procedures lasts for days. Many others have since risked their lives in such a way after witnessing the undeniable battlefield capabilities of the Primaris Space Marines in action. 1,000 chapters. It is believed that over 1,000 Space Marine chapters, independent and autonomous armies, fight the Emperor's wars. 9 are named for the legions that remained loyal to the Emperor during the Horus Heresy. Others are successor chapters, brotherhoods who can claim great genetic descent from the 9 loyal Primarchs. Over the millennia, the number of Space Marine chapters has waxed and waned. Some have been destroyed, wiped out in cataclysmic battles with the fiercest of enemies. But their existence has been deemed so vital to humanity's defenses that there have been a number of foundings throughout the millennia. The decision to initiate a founding is one of such magnitude that only the High Lords can authorize it, and only 27 such events are believed to have occurred. The very first founding was the creation of the original 20 Space Marine Legions by the Emperor himself. In the aftermath of the Horus Heresy, Rabute Guilliman's Codex Astartes decreed that the legions be broken down into smaller brotherhoods called chapters, with one keeping the name of the legion from which it came. These flexible fighting forces were to number little more than 1,000 warriors across 10 companies, and many dozens were formed. This was known as the Second Founding. There are no defined intervals between foundings. They are launched as and when the High Lords, and thus the Emperor, decree. And there are no rules in place limiting how many chapters can be created. there may be no foundings for a millennia, and 3 foundings in the space of a decade. One founding may be but a handful of chapters, while another might be made up of dozens. Records of the foundings are frustratingly incomplete. Some lie buried in massive archives beneath stacks of documents miles high. Some have rotted to nothing, their vellum and parchment pages falling to entropy long before scripto-savants can copy them. Others have been destroyed deliberately, most notably in the Reign of Blood, when ream after ream was burned. Prying inquisitors, scouring Adeptus Mechanicus records in secret, have discovered ominous gaps in the data trail that reek of tampering and falsification. Some foundings are particularly noteworthy or notorious, and demonstrate the fragmentary nature of imperial records. The 13th founding came to be known as the Dark Founding. The Adeptus Terra has no knowledge of many of the chapters created as part of it, nor which gene seed was used to create those it knows of. Some believe that the Exorcists were founded at this time, though a minor inquisitorial war failed to settle the issue. The 21st founding, later known as the Cursed Founding, was intended to perfect gene seed and resolve deficiencies, but instead had the opposite effect for many of the chapters created for it, such as the Black Dragons. Those not affected by serious mutations have instead been beset by misfortune after misfortune, as the lamenters can attest. The 23rd, or Sentinel Founding, was initiated to ensure vulnerable areas of the galaxy were secured. The Iron Lords, Star Phantoms, and Marines Errant are among those that can trace their origins to this event. The Ultima Founding was the most recent, consisting entirely of Primaris Space Marines. It was created at Robute Guilliman's direct order shortly after his resurrection. It is arguably the largest and most significant founding to date. Chapters known to have come into existence with this founding include the Void Tridents, Rift Stalkers, Rift Cobras, Knights of the Chalice, and Umbral Knights. Even if every Space Marine chapter operated at full strength, nigh on impossible battle due to attrition, the number of Space Marines in total would likely not exceed 1 per Imperial world. Thus, the Space Marines have to decide where they will fight and where they will not. Some fight for personal honor or to uphold ancient vows, whilst others make war only where the Emperor's tarot dictates, or according to strict pragmatism. Regardless, wherever they fight, the Space Marines butcher their foes and crush them beneath their ceramite boots. Chapter planets. Most Space Marine chapters operate from a home world, where they carry out much of their training, recruitment, and rearming. It is their sovereign domain, over which they have total authority. The chapter master, lord of all. Only Terra will be of greater importance to a Space Marine chapter, and only to the Emperor do the populace owe greater loyalty. The origin stories of a chapter's dominion over their homeworld are as diverse as the chapters themselves. For most of the first founding chapters, their homeworld is that which was their Primarch's. For those of later foundings, some now rule worlds their Primarch seized in the Great Crusade. Others liberated their planets from tyranny or captured them from heretics or Xenos. Others still received them as gifts of gratitude or reward for heroic deeds. A great many chapters cannot account for how their chapter planet came to be. All records lost, forgotten, destroyed, or even hidden. All they know is that their homeworld and the mighty fortress monastery built there is their realm and bastion, and they will defend it unto death. Many chapters maintain feral and death worlds, possessed of tenacious and hardy populations. People who endure bitter struggles for survival on a daily basis. On these worlds, life itself is a near impossible test that only the toughest survive. And the Space Marines seek in their aspirants the qualities required to succeed in these conditions. Whether they are forced to by high casualties or gene depletion on their homeworld, or simply choose to, many chapters recruit from more than one world. Some demand aspirants from a world they have saved from invasion. Others have ancient ties with neighboring worlds which provide aspirants on a regular basis. Though some might call this a dilution of the recruitment pool, many chapters that do this heavily indoctrinate their outsider recruits, so that soon they are virtually indistinguishable, culturally and in outlook, from a locally recruited aspirant. The culture of many chapters is thoroughly intertwined with their home world. The salamanders embrace the way of the smith and the forge, just as their people mine and work the rich metals extracted from their planet's rock. The space wolves' feasting and drinking halls mirror those of the tribes they are recruited from, and their warriors bear hunting trophies just as do the tribal chieftains and heroes of Fenrisian myth. Most chapters have a sphere of influence that reaches beyond their home world, even if it is just to the boundaries of their home system. But a significant number have seen this increase. In these dark times, many areas of space have been given over to direct Space Marine control for security and stability. In the Imperium Nihilus especially, a growing number of worlds cede some or even all of their authority to Space Marine chapters based nearby, or offer resources, aspirants, and serfs to them in exchange for protection. A great many chapter homeworlds have been inundated with refugees as war drives many of the Imperium's teeming trillions to flight. In the case of some chapters, such as the Ultramarines, their realms have the resources and means to absorb these great throngs to some degree. Others, who oversee inhospitable fiefs, have no means of accommodating these masses, often demanding they serve the chapter directly in exchange for sanctuary, or leaving them to fight for themselves on their deadly worlds. For these unfortunate souls, life scarcely improves at all. A number of Space Marine chapters have no homeworld. These nomadic warrior orders traverse the stars aboard an armada of battle barges, strike cruisers, and blade-like escort craft, with the power to lay sectors to waste and conquer countless worlds. For fleet-based chapters, their vessels serve the role of a fortress monastery. Ships will house the armory, librarius, reclusium, and apothecarian, as well as barracks, training cages, practice ranges, and strategiums. Some may keep these vital functions aboard a mighty flagship. Others spread them across a number of vessels to reduce risk of catastrophic and irreplaceable loss. There are many reasons as to why a chapter might be fleet-based. Some are orphaned, their home world lost in cataclysmic battle, such as the mysterious Dark Angels. Others have never had a homeworld, such as the Black Templars, who have been on the hunt for the enemy since their very inception. Some chapters have temporarily forfeited the right to a homeworld in penance, such as the Mantis Warriors, who sided with the traitorous Astral Claws chapter in the murderous Badab War. Every fleet-based chapter recruits in different ways, depending on circumstance. The Imperial Fists maintain a number of recruiting worlds to which they periodically return to claim fresh aspirants. Others appear to have no regimen of any description, simply taking recruits wherever they find them. They are unheeding of all but the most vigorous of protests, and often only in these are made by fellow Space Marine chapters. Chapter organization. The organization of many Space Marine chapters owes itself to the Codex Astartes, a masterwork of the Ultramarines Primarch Rabute Guilliman. First composed 10,000 years ago, in some of the Imperium's darkest days, it is considered a holy book, and is revered by many chapters for its age, provenance, and authorship. The Horus Heresy devastated the Imperium. The damage wrought by the traitor legions was so severe that the Emperor's realm never fully recovered. The terrifying power of the Space Marines was shown more clearly than ever before. Their fallibility tragically revealed. It was clear to Rabute Guilliman that the Primarchs held too much power, that the awesome might of their legions was simply too dangerous to place under the control of so few individuals. Thus, he composed the Codex Astartes. Into it, he poured every iota of his deep military and logistical knowledge. He transcribed strategies and tactics for every conceivable battlefield situation in utterly precise detail. No element of Space Marine warfare and organization went without thorough examination and analysis, down to the exact wording of command protocols, squad size, and the hue of myriad uniform markings. Finally, it included comprehensive detail of all war gear and technical equipment in the Space Marines' exhaustive and formidable armories. No detail in all of the Codex's many thousands of pages was more significant than the decree that the awesome fighting forces of the Legions Astartes, which, at their height, included many tens or even hundreds of thousands of warriors, be broken down into much smaller brotherhoods called chapters. Each of these fighting forces would be independent, with complete autonomy over their actions and recruitment, and have their own heraldry and colors. With the power of the Space Marines fragmented in such a way, never could treachery spread with the fury of a raging forest fire in the way it did when Horus turned against the Emperor and corrupted fully half of the Imperium with him. Not all welcomed these ideas. Rogel Dorn of the Imperial Fists and Vulcan of the Salamanders argued the most vigorously against them. But all of the remaining loyal Primarchs eventually acquiesced. Thus, the loyal legions that had conquered the galaxy in the Emperor's name were no more, Since the Codex's original composition, the great majority of Space Marine chapters have attempted to follow it, though none but the most irreverent have done so successfully. Over the millennium, it has been amended, and erroneous copies have circulated, meaning some chapters may all swear to be Codex compliant, yet have noticeably different combat doctrines and even organizational structures. Some chapters, such as the Space Wolves, openly spurn significant parts of the Codex, adhering instead to their own traditions, though they still regard it as an important source of knowledge and wisdom. Chapter Command. A Space Marine chapter is a highly sophisticated and efficient fighting machine. The impossible demands that each has to face, grueling attrition, and numberless foes, make being this way nothing less than essential. To succeed, chapters need impeccable leaders who breathe the arts of war and logistics. Chapter masters command entire chapters and are exemplary warriors. For centuries have they slain the foes of the Imperium, and countless campaign badges adorn their personal standards. They are some of mankind's greatest heroes. They appraise entire war zones with the merest glance, understanding every threat and opportunity that presents itself. The arrival of a chapter master to a planet afire with battle can turn an imminent, crushing defeat into a resounding, glorious victory. Few in the Imperium have as much personal authority as a chapter master. At full strength, their chapter and its fleet can lay waste to entire systems. Their home world, wittingly or otherwise, is theirs to command, and many enjoy the loyalty of planets and systems further afield. Chapter masters answer to almost no one. They are petitioned for aid rather than ordered to provide it. And of the many thousands of supplicants a chapter receives, it is the chapter master who decides which of his warriors shall respond to. In this, he holds the power of life and death over entire systems. Even in a war zone where multiple chapters are fighting, it is only by choice that those involved follow the leadership of another chapter. Chapter masters have access to some of the very finest war gear in the Imperium. Many don armor and bear weapons millennia old. These ancient relics are sources of immense pride to the chapter to which they belong, and such is the honor in even touching them, only chapter masters are permitted to use them in battle. While most chapters are led by a single individual serving as chapter master, and many may refer to him by a different title, not all chapters operate in this way. The Sons of Medusa are led by a triumvirate of Iron Thanes. Conversely, the Iron Hands Iron Council is its ultimate authority, with Cardan Stronos serving as chapter master only for as long as the Iron Council deem him fit for the honored duty of being the voice of the chapter. The Raven Guard have a clear chapter master figure in Caven Shrike, but the shadow captains of the chapter's companies have considerably more free rein to select which campaigns they fight and how they do so than their equivalents in many other chapters. A chapter master's role is supplemented by other officers whose roles exist outside of the formal company structure. These vary from chapter to chapter, but include such positions as the Lord of the Household, Chapter Master's Secretarius, Securitas Primus, and countless others. Most chapters have an honor guard, an elite cadre of warriors who answer to no one but the chapter master himself, and have a multitude of functions. They are the chapter master's protectors, responsible for his security at all times, whether in council on their home world or in the raging inferno of war. They also serve as advisors, drawing upon their combat experience and wisdom to provide their liege with informed guidance. In this capacity, they may also serve as naysayers. Their task to challenge the decision of the chapter master to prevent the rot of arrogance and complacency from taking the slightest toehold. An honor guard might include a chapter champion, a superlative warrior and living embodiment of all his chapter's ideals. Very often, the honor guard are responsible for the chapter's standards and banners. This task is a sacred one, born with great gravitas. How an honor guard is formed varies from chapter to chapter. For some, it is a standing institution, its membership only changing as its members fall in battle or volunteer to resign their duties to return to the companies. Such self-demotion is a rare occurrence, but does happen in the event that a company suffers severe casualties that it lacks experienced members. Some of these honor guard have felt compelled to join the chaplaincy or to serve as an officer in the scout company, where they can pass their experience on to the next generation. These honor guards provide a formal link between chapter masters new and old, ensuring a continuity in the chapter leadership. In other chapters, the chapter master will select his own honor guard. These may be warriors he has fought alongside in battle after battle, or mentors whose knowledge and wisdom he greatly values. Some chapters may have a combination of both to best secure the advantages of each. Others will draw their honor guard from the first company. Thanks to their esteemed position, the honor guard have rare access to their chapter armory, and will often bear formidable relic weapons and wear magnificent ornate armor. Such artifacts have been borne into battle by hundreds of chapter heroes, and with their choice of weapons, each warrior is perfectly equipped to deal death to all but the most dangerous foes. Many Space Marines across virtually all chapters adorn their armor with heraldic symbols, laurels, trophies, and iconography denoting their names, ancestry, and battles they have fought. They also honor fallen heroes or celebrate the champions and leaders they follow into war. Such practices vary enormously, not just from chapter to chapter, company to company, and squad to squad, but also among individuals. Some Space Marines use identical symbols in different ways, and many chapters particularly favor practices inherited from their home world. The banners that Space Marines boast are each masterworks crafted by the hands of the most skilled artisans, or even the Space Marines themselves, and blessed in long, somber rituals. Some are made to commemorate legendary battles, or celebrate the heroics of the chapter's battle brothers. Others represent the chapter as a whole, the companies or certain bodies such as the apothecarian or armory. They are richly decorated, and each symbol, icon, word, name, and embellishment represents something of deep significance to the chapter and its warriors. Whether it is infiltrating a heretic stronghold and bringing it crashing down from within, plunging from space into the heart of a ferocious siege, or scouring worlds clean of foes, riding in squadrons of armored transports, Space Marines excel in all manner of war. It is the foremost duty of the battle companies to be at the forefront of their chapters' campaigns. First Company. A Space Marine chapter's first company is its most elite fighting force. A warrior is only appointed to it after decades of war in the Scout, Reserve, and Battle companies, and after having performed legendary deeds of bravery. To be one of this number is to be an exemplar of the chapter, and a superb example of what it means to be a Space Marine in the highest sense. There are no ways of war that the warriors of the first company have failed to master, and any battlefield role is second nature to them. Whether it's holding ground against endless hordes of scuttling tyrannid horrors, storming the formidable leg bastions of an enemy titan, meeting the towering wraith constructs of the Eldari, or engaging in ferocious duels with lithe Drukhari Blademasters, First Company veterans are equal to the task. Most frequently, First Company squads are attached to other Space Marine strike forces rather than the entire formation fighting as one. Primarily, they serve as devastatingly powerful warriors, adept at any role required of them. When working with other forces, they serve as peerless mentors, sharing with their brothers their hard-won experience and wisdom. To the rest of the chapter, they are heroes, and their mere presence strengthens their brothers' resolve and compels them to fight all the harder. Veteran squads take their pick from the chapter's armories. Thus, each warrior wages war with his preferred weaponry for the task at hand. Space Marine captains know that veteran squads are best utilized when giving a wide remit to prosecute the battlefield in whichever way they deem best. Their experience such that they can swiftly identify where they are most needed and what tactics to apply to bring victory. As such, veteran squads are much less rigid in their doctrine than the battle brothers of other companies. Stern Guard veterans are masters of ranged warfare with all manner of Space Marine guns. They exemplify the power that can be brought to bear by the union of mighty Space Marine and sacred bolt gun, and they bring to war a range of specialized ammunition types, all suited to different foes. Some possess unstable flux cores, which make them the bane of heavily armored foes. Others replace the core and tip of the standard bolt round with thousands of needles that tear into the target and pump mutagenic poison which eats organic enemies from the inside out. Some bolts allow the Space Marine to engage targets at even further range thanks to additional propellant. Particularly sophisticated bolts release gouts of superheated gas that reach and slay foes embedded deeply in cover. Vanguard veteran squads are ever on the move, using their jump packs to blast from foe to foe. Wielding all manner of heirloom power weapons, relic blades, thunder hammers, and lightning claws, they make a mockery of the thickest enemy armor and the toughest alien chitin with their strikes, made all the more devastating thanks to the incredible skill with which the Vanguard wield them. Each kill they make is a celebrated act, one that honors their weapons' machine spirits as well as the battle brothers who bore them into battle in the past. rivalries often develop between the Stern Guard and Vanguard veterans, each determined to kill more foes, win more battles, and secure the most dangerous duties. Nevertheless, all are battle brothers, and when the situation calls, will gladly lay down their lives for each other. The Blade Guard veterans go to war covered in purity seals, clad in finely crafted armor, and bedecked with icons of victory and heraldic devices. Their towering storm shields are the work of many generations of toiling chapter serfs, and the powerful force field generators they contain are said to protect the bearer's soul as much as his flesh. This war gear is brought out from the chapter's reliquaries in times of war, and when seen in battle, reminds all brothers of the legacy they have sworn to uphold since their induction to the chapter. More formally known as tactical dreadnought armor, Terminator armor is the most impervious plate ever conceived by the Imperium. The ancient technologies required to maintain its bonded ceramide plating and fully electromotivated exoskeleton are highly mysterious and restricted. Only a handful of Forge Worlds have access to the means to build new suits, and scant few chapters have the knowledge to fully repair those damaged in extremely hazardous theaters of battle they are deployed in. Terminator armor is precious for another reason. One shoulder pad on each suit bears the Crux Terminatus, a sacred cross-shaped icon sculpted in relief. It is said that within it is a fragment of the Emperor's own armor. The most fortunate chapters have access to Terminator armor more revered and ancient yet than the Indominus pattern most commonly seen on the battlefields of the 41st millennium. Cataphractii and Tartaros are foremost amongst these rare patterns. Each relic Terminator suit is a marvel in its own right, a working symbol of the Imperium's technological might. Only in the direst circumstances are these artifacts deployed by those chapters they belong to, and they have turned the tide of countless battles thought lost. Regardless of which pattern of Terminator armor a Space Marine is clad in, to be trusted with such a treasured relic is a great honor, and is the truest statement of the warrior's skill, courage, honor, discipline, and fortitude. Battle companies. The Codex Astartes decrees that the 2nd through the 5th companies of a Space Marine chapter are the battle companies. It is to these mighty and flexible formations that the principal combat duties of a Space Marine chapter are assigned. At the head of each of these formations is an array of warriors, leaders, and veterans who are true exemplars of their chapter. Battle companies are led by captains with 2 supporting lieutenants, A chaplain joins them who is responsible for the company's spiritual welfare. The company champion is one of the formation's finest warriors, a fierce bladesman who guards the captain and the company's honor with his life. To the company ancient falls the most honored task, to bear the company's standard to war. Alongside these individuals stand the company veterans, outstanding warriors raised from the company's squads. In times of war, a battle company might also be accompanied by one or more librarians. These fearsome battle psychers lend their considerable powers to the strike force, as well as provide invaluable guidance and wisdom. In addition to his company command duties, each captain of the battle companies has a number of titles and duties, traditionally tied to the company he leads. At times, they can be purely ceremonial, and at the discretion of the chapter master can be altered according to the needs of the day. Nominally, however, the Codex states that the second company captain is the master of the watch. The third company captain is the master of the arsenal. The fourth company captain is the master of the fleet, and the fifth company captain is master of the marches. To these individuals, the chapter master entrusts many vital tasks, whether it be overseeing the deployment and disposition of the chapter's fighting strength, the homeworld's defenses, managing the chapter's vast inventory of munitions and war gear, commanding the chapter's mighty fleet in battle, or assessing the most desperate pleas for aid. Not all chapters follow these doctrines precisely, over time developing their own specific titles and duties for their officers. Each battle company principally has 10 squads, 6 of the battle line role, 2 of close support, and 2 of fire support, each with 10 Space Marines. The Codex, however, makes provision for there to be 20 squads for when squads from the reserve companies are attached. Additionally, a company's squad can be split in 2, forming combat squads. Such an organizational structure makes the battle companies highly flexible. They are frequently split into 2 demi-companies, each under the direct command of a lieutenant. A battle company will go to war with a vast arsenal of war gear and specialist equipment, far too much for it to use at any single time, including Phobos armor, Gravis armor, Centurion and Invictor war suits, land speeders, bikes, and rack after rack of weaponry. No squad will be lacking for the equipment it needs to fight its war. An entire company can fight a campaign of stealth, every one of its number donning Phobos armor that enhances their agility and speed, and bearing sophisticated equipment that scrambles communications. Even the squads themselves can be broken down to fight in a variety of roles, should their captain require it. Should 3 brothers be detached from their fire support squad to form an Eliminator Squad. The remaining 7 can form a Hellblaster Squad, pilot Invictor warsuits, or fulfill a number of other roles for their squad designation, including operating the company's Rhino and Impulsor transports. Should the awesome fighting power of a battle company be deemed insufficient for a campaign, it is supplemented by reinforcements from one of the reserve companies. If the captain expects that he will need more fast-moving forces to rapidly secure ground or counter agile enemies, he will request one or more close support squads. In the event that he expects his forces to fight atop mighty fortress battlements, defending against endless hordes of Xenos foes, additional fire support squads will be immensely valuable to lay down the punishing fire needed to destroy the enemy. Each battle company maintains its own pool of Rhino, Razorback, and Impulsor vehicles, so that its entire strength can be moved rapidly across the battlefield. But there are times when even Space Marines need armored and air support. For these resources, the commander issues the armory with his requirements to acquire the swift gunships, thundering siege tanks, and powerful anti-air assets he needs to ensure victory. Reserve companies. The companies of reserve are a vital element of a chapter's organization. For all their adaptability, fury, and valor, the battle companies nevertheless sustain losses in the savage war zones in which they fight, or are not number enough for the hordes of enemies they face. The 6th through the 9th companies are therefore designated reserve companies, one of their primary tasks being to reinforce the battle companies. The tenets of the Codex Astartes dictate that the reserve companies serve the chapter by maintaining the battle company's next generation of warriors. It is a task of great import, for in their time in these formations, Space Marines will further develop their skills and gain vital experience. When a battle company suffers losses in the tumult of war, it is from the reserve companies that replacements will be drawn. Rather than formations of mixed squad types, the reserve companies contain squads of the same strategic designation. The 6th and 7th companies each maintain 10 battle line squads, and the 8th and 9th companies are made up of purely close support and fire support squads, respectively. The reserve companies have the responsibility to embed additional specialties to provide the chapter with the resources it needs to fight its bloody campaigns. The 6th and 7th companies undergo extensive training in all manner of transports, land speeders, battle tanks, and even gunships. With these swift assault vehicles, Space Marines of these companies serve to provide highly mobile firepower, launch devastating flank attacks, and smash apart enemy lines. The close support squads of the 8th Company storm defenses, exploiting weaknesses to make a victory-winning breakthrough. Their well-timed assaults have earned the admiration of their battle company brothers on numerous battlefields. Armed with a plethora of heavy weapons, the squads of the Ninth Company excel at providing devastating salvos of covering fire, knocking out enemy strong points and blowing apart their armored columns. Typically, squads from the reserve companies will serve alongside the battle companies, though on some occasions, particularly if much of the chapter is fighting in one war zone, a reserve company might fight as a whole. Such is the genius of the Codex Astartes that, should it be necessary, ad hoc task forces in demi or even battle company strength are created entirely from the squads of the reserve companies. A lieutenant or captain from the companies of reserve will be nominated to take command of such a force and has the power to request armored support as necessary. The leadership of each reserve company follows that of the battle companies, with a captain, chaplain, lieutenants, apothecary, ancient, and veterans. Each captain has additional roles and duties in line with his counterparts in the battle companies. Depending on the chapter, or even chapter master, some of these will be ceremonial, though others will be essential tasks the chapter cannot function without. Again, the Codex has stipulations as to what these should be, but allows for flexibility and individual chapter traditions. The captain of the 6th company of a chapter, strictly following the Codex, will be the master of the rites, and the 7th company captain, chief victualler. The captain of the 8th company is Lord Executioner, and the 9th company captain is master of relics. Among the essential functions delegated to these officers are the maintenance and codification of the chapter's customs and conventions, the logistics of non-martial resources, the management of the chapter's serfs, the enforcement of the chapter's strictest punishments, and the satisfaction of its grievances, and the oversight and security of the chapter's irreplaceable artifacts. Every Space Marine takes pride in their captain's duties and willingly aids him in carrying them out whenever called upon to do so. It is through these companies that a Space Marine progresses after they have left the 10th Company. In the 9th Company, they hone their understanding of wider battlefield strategy in the application of heavy firepower against the most vital targets. The 8th Company teaches them the value of the rapid assault, the importance of constant movement, and the precision required to carry out the perfect feint. In the 6th and 7th Companies, they prove to their battle brothers and commanders that they have assimilated every teaching of the reserve companies and have forged them into an unbreakable weapon of experience, skill, and duty. They must be masters of all manner of combat, as adept in every battlefield situation as they are familiar with every verse of the Codex Astartes and other tomes of lore that the chapter holds in high esteem. Only once they have demonstrated their worth are they welcomed into the ranks of the battle companies. who can trust in their courage, determination, and expertise from the off. Scout Company. In a galaxy home to horrors and threats unnumbered, even the mighty Space Marine chapters suffer losses in the ceaseless grinds of war they fight. It is the vital duty of the Scout Company to take the rawest aspirants and metamorphose them into fully fledged Space Marines, so that the ranks may ever be full. The Codex Astartes states that a chapter's 10th company is the Scout Company. Every Space Marine in a chapter that follows the Codex has passed through it, including the mightiest of heroes. Marnius Calgar of the Ultramarines, Dante of the Blood Angels, and Kayvon Shrike of the Raven Guard all remember their formative years as a part of this body, and the missions they completed which taught them so much. There are no regulations dictated by the Codex as to the number of neophytes a chapter may have. The recruitment rate is not fixed, and methods differ between chapters. The Ultramarines' stellar dominion is replete with academies where youths train and compete to join the Adeptus Astartes, meaning there are always plentiful neophytes aspiring to join Gilliman's Gene Sons. The Salamanders, on the other hand, recruit almost exclusively from their homeworld of Nocturne, and their particularly meticulous methods result in a relatively low number of scouts serving in their 7th company. The Scout Company is arguably the most important. Such are its responsibilities. A novitiate must prove himself worthy as a scout before being awarded the honor of donning the black carapace, the final implant that allows a Space Marine to operate their power armor effectively. Chaplains, librarians, apothecaries, and officers all closely observe the aspirants as they progress in their training. Only those who perform admirably on the battlefield, demonstrate the chapter's most valuable characteristics, and show complete learning of the Codex Astartes and their Primarch's teachings will progress to become full Space Marines. Scouts learn the way of the sacred bolt gun and the blade, the sniper rifle, the shotgun, and the heavy bolter. They learn how to handle the fearsome power of Space Marine bikes and the dizzying velocities of land speeders. They also learn how and when to best strike against the foe, when the optimum moment to tactily withdraw arrives, and how to identify, isolate, and exploit enemy weak points. Their manner of war is that of stealth, reconnaissance, sabotage, raiding, and disruption. They gather vital battlefield intelligence, pick off sentries that might betray a Space Marine assault, mercilessly cut down enemy patrols that disrupt their chapter's plans, and destroy ammunition and fuel dumps to leave their foes woefully under-equipped. All of these hazardous missions put the scouts under immense pressure, all the better to test the widest array of skills, measure their strength of will and commitment, and ascertain who truly has the adaptability required of a Space Marine. Much like the venerated warriors of the First Company and the stalwart brothers of the Reserve Companies, Scouts are often attached to different Space Marine forces and are rarely deployed in a singular formation. They fight alongside the warriors they hope to one day call Battle Brother with great vigor, determined to prove their worth. The fully inducted Battle Brothers expect nothing less, and look upon the warriors of the 10th with pride. They have all served their time in the company, and know the rigors the novitiates and newly initiated face. Since his return, Rabute Gilliman has revised the Codex Astartes to allow for the inclusion of Primaris Space Marines and the myriad ways in which they wage war in chapter structure. One of the most sweeping of these additions is the creation of a standing force of 10 Vanguard squads in the Scout Company, fighting as infiltrators, incursors, suppressors, eliminators, and reavers, and piloting the rugged Invictor tactical warsuits. These expert infiltration warriors are masters of shadow warfare tactics. Their objectives are nothing less than full-spectrum superiority over the enemy. They destroy supply convoys, assassinate leaders, break communications, sabotage transport links, and shatter morale. Whether fighting in support of other task forces or operating independently, they are trusted to perform these missions. To aid them in this, Vanguard squads are equipped with highly sophisticated specialist war gear and given advanced training. There are the grapnel launchers and shock grenades of the Reavers, the smoke grenades of the infiltrators, and the jump packs and grav chutes of the suppressors. The Oculus bolt carbines and divinator class auspexes of the incursors feed directly into the transpectral combat visors. Combined, there is no battlefield data this highly advanced system cannot gather and analyze, thanks to an enslaved machine spirit that cogitates vast quantities of variables in seconds. It presents its conclusions to the incursor, giving him timely frontline intelligence he would never have acquired otherwise. Suppressor squads are clad in unique omnis pattern armor, formed by gelling elements of both Gravis and Phobos patterns. With inbuilt shock-absorbing servo plates, they can handle the immense recoil of their rapid-firing cannons, which launch salvos of foot-long armor-piercing rounds. The Eliminator's bolt sniper rifles possess customizable scopes perfect for any battlefield situation, and can fire numerous types of deadly ammunition. Hyperfrag rounds explode in a hail of lacerating shards that shred infantry. Executioner rounds are miniature self-guiding missiles that seek out and destroy targets embedded in cover, and are even capable of changing direction. Mortis rounds cause the complete collapse of the target's biological systems thanks to the mutagenic toxins contained within them. Reclusium. A chapter's reclusium is a hallowed place. Reverent silence is punctuated only by chaplains chanting liturgies and administering rites, and the gentle footfalls of robe-wearing serfs. Shrines line its alcove walls dedicated to fallen heroes, the chapter's primarch, and holy relics from the Brotherhood's glorious history. The Reclusium is a place of immense cultural and spiritual significance to a Space Marine chapter. This central shrine is the primary place where prayer and worship is conducted, though most chapter fleets have their own cathedrals and chapels for those Space Marines on campaign. In the Reclusium, the chapter's chaplains, led by the Master of Sanctity and Reclusiarch, preserve ancient traditions, conduct meditations, and perform ceremonies of indoctrination, vindication, and inauguration. To Space Marines, these are no less vital to their purpose as warriors than their skill at arms, the maintenance of their battle gear, or their honor roll. Almost all of a chapter's most precious relics are secured in the Reclusium. Company and chapter battle standards hang from the cold walls in shimmering suspensor fields. Fragments of armor worn by the chapter's legendary heroes are presented side by side with ornately crafted blades and hammers and the bleached skulls of vaunted champions. Other artifacts include the quills used by enlightened warriors who scribed majestic works of battle wisdom, or bolter shell casings collected from battlefields where the greatest glories were won. Many hundreds of serfs work to preserve a chapter's relics, each a master of metallurgy, gilding, and other crafts. Multiple generations spend their entire lives polishing a single relic blade, have the sole task of picking broken chainsword teeth from sundered battlefields, or keeping the Reclusium's many thousands of ceremonial candles lit, with the tallow of their own bodies removed from them upon their demise to produce more. Even in death, they still serve. Keeping these wondrous artifacts safe is a great honor and solemn duty for the chaplains and those training to join their austere ranks. And they work closely with the chapter's Master of Relics, if such an officer exists within the chapter structure to do this. The Master of Relics selects an honor guard from the Reclusium made up of warriors from his company or the chapter at large. It is not unheard of for some chapters to have scores, perhaps hundreds, of investigatus analector helots poring over ancient lore, forgotten texts, and fading after-action reports, searching for the slightest hint of knowledge as to where more relics might be discovered. They will pass on this information to teams of recovery acolytes or even Space Marines, dispersed around the galaxy in the hunt for artifacts that tell of the chapter's historic deeds. In stark contrast to the deep care they take of their own chapter's relics, chaplains make it their task to topple Xenos idols, cast down false prophets, purge heretical shrines, and destroy heathen artifacts and lore. This they do with iron-hard conviction, exhorting their brothers to do the same. The chaplains themselves are the chapter's spiritual authorities and wrathful warrior priests. They are regarded with awed respect by their battle brothers for their incredible strength of will and selfless dedication to the chapter, as well as for their faultless knowledge of the chapter's rites, catechisms, and liturgies. They are notoriously fiery and strict, quickly roused to anger by the hated enemy, and closely observant of every brother of the chapter for lapses in devotion. For all their grim demeanor, chaplains care deeply for the spiritual well-being of their brothers. Their booming oratory of the chapter's tenets and dogmas is intended to armor their brothers from heresy and instill in them humility, integrity, and honor worthy of the Emperor's finest warriors and servants. From the moment of his induction to the day of his death, a Space Marine will interact with a chaplain on a daily basis. As an aspirant and neophyte, his spiritual and cultural training will be conducted by the chaplaincy. As a fully fledged battle brother, he will be led in prayer by and fight alongside his company's chaplain, a most respected warrior, advisor, and officer who accompanies his charges into the hell of battle again and again with inspiring, zealous fury. Chaplains are as grim in appearance as they are in character. They wear skull-faced death masks and are clad in archaic, ornate armor, the shade of blackest night, adorned with purity seals, devotional pendants, and holy tokens of battle. Many wear thick chains, cloaks, and heavy robes that billow with each purposeful step. Arguably, the most distinctive of a chaplain's badges of office is his Crozius Arcanum, a devastating type of power mace. It crackles with an intense disruption field. Combined with the chaplain's great strength, it is a deadly weapon with which its wielder crushes skulls, shatters knees, and caves in armor. There are multiple ways by which a Space Marine can become a chaplain, and these vary from chapter to chapter. Many Space Marines who have felt the calling to join the chaplaincy follow the path of the Justiciar. They are given a mighty executioner relic blade and mysterious Tempor Mortis, an archaeotech relic incorporating esoteric stasis technology and filled with all manner of material spiritually important to the chapter, such as sand from their homeworld. The Justiciar can use the Tempor Mortis to direct stasis energy at his foes, seriously hampering their ability to fight. This device symbolizes the Justiciar's need for patience, as well as representing the need for them to earn their role. Judiciaries are sworn to silence. It is their duty to embody the chapter's values, forbidden to speak until they can live them, for any can simply recite litany in verse. For all the deep reverence in which the chapter's reclusium, mighty ship-based cathedrals, and other places of sanctity are held, the battlefield is seen as no less of a place to honor chapter and primarch. Chaplains lead from the front, smashing aside foes as they recite litanies of death, invocations of slaughter, and credenia of blood. Around them, their brothers are inspired to righteous fury, roaring oaths of their own as they hack down enemies with chain swords and power axes, or blast them apart with bolt and plasma fire. To a great many chaplains and space marines, there is no more devout offering to their spiritual lieges and no greater symbol of their dedication than mountainous piles of enemy dead. Apothecarian. The Apothecarian is a Space Marine chapter's most vital facility. On its metal Medicae slabs, neophytes are implanted with the organs that transform them into Space Marines, and those grievously wounded in battle receive life-saving treatment. Deeper within the Apothecarian, the chapter's gene seed is held, and to the apothecaries falls the honor of its safekeeping. A chapter's apothecarian never sleeps, whether it be on the home world in its magnificent fortress monastery, or aboard its galaxy-traversing flagship. The aroma of antiseptics and disinfectants hangs thickly in the air, dispersed by lobotomized servo-meds or part human, part machine cherubim swinging unwieldy censers. Dozens, if not hundreds, of iron Medicae slabs are in use by Space Marine, aspirant, and serf alike. Around them loom apothecaries, assisted by Medicae serfs administering balms or carrying out detailed operations, aided by pneumatic servo arms equipped with savage-looking surgical tools and operated by slaved machine spirits. Whether in the middle of a complex procedure, performing administrative duties, or cleaning the blood from a surgical slab, medhelots intone endless chants of purity, healing, and sterility. These gentle tones are frequently drowned out by the screeching of surgical drills, the screams of the wounded, and the cracking of bones being reset. Adeptus Astartes chapters are ever at war, the stream of wounded Space Marines and serfs in need of life-saving treatment never ending. A chapter's constant recruitment methods ensure that there are always neophytes in need of organ implantation or surgery following the terrible injuries many suffer in their arduous training. Most Space Marines undergo periodic treatments, surgeries, or therapies for their entire lives to maintain a stable metabolism. And for this, they must go to the apothecarian. Simply by their fragile human nature, The tens of thousands of serfs that spend their lives working for a chapter will become sick or injured in the course of carrying out their duties. A chapter's apothecarian is where the bio-vaults containing the bulk of its gene seed are stored, though many vessels will have the means to transport gene seed safely and securely. This makes the apothecarian one of the most vital locations in a fortress monastery, and often they are maintained at their very center, constructed with additional armor and blast-absorbing walls. Should gene seed reserves be in any way threatened by an enemy, all Space Marines in a chapter will fight to the death in their defense. Few with more vigor than the apothecaries. During the Badab War, the Salamander's battle barge, Pyre of Glory, was boarded by secessionist forces. Master Apothecary Harath Shin won renown defending the vessel's gene seed vaults, hacking down traitor after traitor to preserve the legacy of his chapter's fallen. All gene seed is examined closely on a regular basis for faults of any description, with any failing to meet the required standard being destroyed. Nevertheless, some chapters are forced out of desperation to use gene seed of lower quality, while a rare few even deliberately foster deformed zygotes and implant them into their aspirants. This is a highly dangerous practice, regarded as heretical by many. In the era Indomitus, with so many chapters cut off from much of the Imperium, no few will have resorted to this if they deemed it necessary. To catalog the data accrued in the stringent examinations of their gene seed, some chapters maintain vast memory banks, which are used in the training of future apothecaries. In a great many respects, the future of the chapter is in the apothecary's hands. Responsible for all the apothecarian's wide array of essential tasks is the chief apothecary, whose exact title will vary from chapter to chapter. He is one of the chapter's most senior officers, and is highly respected for his deep knowledge of the chapter's genetics, years of battlefield experience saving his battle brothers' lives, and the due care for his chapter's future he oversees with meticulous diligence. Apothecaries in training are under the tutelage of the chief apothecary and serving apothecaries. To acquire all the nuanced and detailed knowledge, an apothecary must have to perform even their most basic functions takes many years. Many serve as helix adepts in infiltrator squads, honing their skills in trying battlefield conditions deep behind enemy lines, while utilizing the helix gauntlet, a scaled-down version of the Narthisium. A Codex adherent chapter has many dozens of apothecaries. At least one of these individuals will serve in each company on a permanent basis, with the remainder carrying out the vital tasks of the apothecarian, such as testing gene seed and implanting organs into aspirants. Some chapters assign apothecaries on a permanent basis to their fleet vessels as a part of the ship's limited Space Marine crew. Fleet-based chapters are noted to rotate apothecaries throughout their ships to ensure that even in the event of a catastrophic defeat in the cold depths of the void, the skills of the apothecaries will live on. Apothecaries are trained warriors, as adept with bolter and blade as the battle brothers they accompany on the field. They have to be, for there is nowhere their charges go that they must not. Should a Space Marine fall, it is the apothecary's solemn, proud duty to restore them to health or recover their gene seed. Whilst they may never attain accolades for great victories won or enemies cast down, every battle brother holds the apothecaries in the highest regard for the dangers they face to reach casualties. It is a great demonstration of a chapter's deep sense of comradeship in action. The cultures of many chapters have impacted on the workings of their apothecaries. Those of the Fire Lords master the arts of cauterization, knowing how to apply the perfect level of heat for the right duration to heal different wounds. Those of the fleet-based Riftstalkers, often operating in enemy territory, are far from Imperial supply lines, have little access to standard resources, and as such are expert improvisers. Librarius. The Librarius is one of a Space Marine chapter's most mysterious institutions. Its members are the librarians, warrior mystics and scholars who have spent decades mastering their psychic talent to lend their chapter great wisdom as well as a fearsome power in battle. Behind locked doors, warded with pentagrammic and hexagrammic symbols, the Librarius thrums with strange activity. Strange lights flash out of the cracks beneath heavy wooden doors. Hideous screams echo down dark corridors whose walls are etched with arcane symbols of shielding and containment. Serfs and scribes shuffle hurriedly about their tasks, clutching tokens and sigils of safeguarding, and whispering chants of obviation with their eyes fixed on the floor. In sealed chambers, the Space Marine librarians see to their duties. Some sit in reflective meditation. Others scry the skeins of fate, beads of sweat falling down faces twisted in effort and concentration. Some fight in practice cages, blasting apart servitors and targets with bolts of psychic power, or striking them down with psychically attuned blades and axes. They must train constantly to ensure the strength of their willpower, for their greatest foes, the foul abominations of the warp, are ever watchful for weakness. One of the functions of the Librarius is the recording of the chapter's history. Depending on a librarian's rank, their precise role in this regard will differ. Lexicanums, the first rank after a librarian has qualified, write reports of battles and wars. The codicers, those of the second rank, carefully scrutinize every entry into the archives. Those who pass through these ranks become apostolaries. The knowledge and wisdom librarians accrue make their counsel highly sought after, and so most strike forces will include a librarian. by far the largest facilities in the Librarius are its vast archives, where the chapter's recorded history is stored. Shelving units fill rooms from floor to ceiling, each stacked with ancient vellum tomes and parchment scrolls. Besides them are humming repositories and archaic catalogs full of data crystals. Hundreds of serfs toil day and night, copying from decaying codicils and tracts, lest any information be lost. Only the most senior librarians have any true idea of what their archives hold, or what lies behind the locked portals of their most secure areas. And even these vastly knowledgeable individuals have only a reasonable understanding of the rest of the archive. Huge quantities of information can be lost for millennia, or even forever, through sheer ignorance of its existence. Few chapters have a complete collection of their history. Another of the librarian's essential functions is to screen the chapter's aspirants for the weak-willed and those with psychic potential. They must be merciless, for to permit any weakness is to threaten the chapter and its gene seed with corruption. Those recruits, both displaying psychic potential and the strength necessary to become Space Marines, will be taken directly under the librarian's wings to learn their arcane crafts. Other potential librarians are scoured elsewhere, including the Scholastica Psychana. Those selected, known as Aclatum, undergo a process more arduous than even that of their brother Space Marines. They must survive the trials, training, and implantations to become Space Marines, as well as learn to master their psychic gifts and protect their minds from the terrible hazards of the warp. If they fail, a fate worse than death awaits in the clutches of the Immaterium's malignant entities. Such are the dangers involved with these practices that some chapters refuse to include a librarius in their chapter. The Black Templars and a handful of other chapters forbid the use of psychic arts, seeing them as blasphemous. Some chapters tolerate their librarians only as a necessary evil, shunning their psyker brothers as much as possible. A number embrace their librarius wholeheartedly, such as the Blood Ravens and Silver Skulls. Over their lives, the librarians will master myriad psychic disciplines and other suitable skills. They will learn to manipulate raging infernos with the slightest hand gestures, turn the nightmares of their foes into horrifying reality, detect the movement of demons through warp space, and read the Emperor's tarot. A trained librarian can sense the shock waves and turbulence of starships arriving in a system from the insanity of warp space, and detect the echoes they leave from plunging into its depths. The powers of the chapter's chief librarian, its most senior psyker, are truly formidable. Librarians are as vigilant for weakness in their own number as well as the rest of the chapter. They scour the minds of their battle brothers, taking careful record of every deviancy, however minor. It pains many to scrutinize their brothers in such a way, but purity of mind is something that a chapter cannot compromise on. The librarians subject those Space Marines who have suffered particularly intense psychic trauma at the hands of nefarious Xenos races or the blasphemous forces of chaos to meticulous screening and cleansing. The principal reason for this is to ensure the purity of the chapter's gene seed, for it may become corrupted, and the librarians work closely with the apothecarian to eradicate weakness wherever it is found. Librarians are far more than battle psychers. They identify other psychers, ensuring hidden threats are rendered visible. The skills of apostolaries, in particular, enable them to communicate across interstellar space in the same manner as the astropaths of the Adeptus Astraca Telepathica. They are so powerful they have no need to undertake the torturous soul-binding ritual to do so, though to attempt such a message is enormously taxing and has been known to kill those who attempt it. Armory. Whether aboard a colossal, star-faring warship or deep within its mountainous fortress monastery, a chapter's armory is where the great majority of its armored vehicles, gunships, weapons, and war gear are maintained and tended to when they are not being unleashed upon the Emperor's foes. The armory is both a branch of the chapter hierarchy and physical location. Headed by uncanny and knowledgeable masters of the forge, the chapter's tech marines all belong to the armory and are responsible for thousands of serfs and servitors. Their task is to ensure that the chapter's war gear and weaponry are repaired and their machine spirits placated so that they are ready to face the enemy in future conflicts. Whilst every chapter's armory is different in form, structure, and size, they share many common traits. Each is a vast complex of immense forge furnaces, cells, and alcoves, lit by crackling braziers and cold lumen. Servo skulls, formed from the craniums of favored chapter serfs upon their death, and affixed with precision servo tools or bearing important messages, fly throughout the air. Service to the chapter rarely ends in death. Each of a chapter's vehicles and war suits has its own antechamber that is a shrine in itself, adorned with purity seals and vows of fidelity and devotion, scratched by serfs onto scraps of parchment. Every Space Marine vehicle is given a name upon its induction to the chapter to reflect its role as a warrior, and is embraced as a battle brother itself. Its alcove is adorned with trophies and relics from the battle it has fought in, and the Space Marines it has fought alongside, laying down the skulls of slaughtered foes or the sanctified weapons of enemy champions. Thousands of serfs, techno-thralls, mecha-helots, and servitors labor day and night in the scorching heat of the armory, all caked in ash, drenched in sweat, and stained with oils. Such is the thickness of the smog and sacred incense in the air. Even servitors are regularly replaced, their mechanical systems clogged and biological components choked. Human serfs breathe recycled air through rebreathers, though even this equipment fails to protect them from all of the particulates that blacken the air. The reek of burning metal, lapping powders, and blessed oils add to the heavy and cloying stench. The serfs' lifespans are rendered measurably shorter than their fellows working for the chapter elsewhere, and these laborers are often prone to terrible injuries in their work. Such is the wrath of the machine spirits not treated with due care. The barrage on the senses is made complete by the cacophony of industrial workings and intoned sacred rites. The clang of piston hammers striking sheet metal rings through vaulted chambers. The curt orders of the tech marines are barely audible over the roar of adamantine grinders and plasma cutters. All this is set against the sonic backdrop of constantly droning servitors, endlessly repeating binaric chants of reverence, and the serfs' liturgies of dedications. The Adeptus Astartes and Adeptus Mechanicus hold ancient pacts. Chapters may send those of their numbers most at one with technology to Mars to learn the ways of the machine. During their long and arduous training, they are inducted into the machine cult. They learn the hymnals of maintenance, the liturgies of resanctification, and the rites of appeasement and awakening. If no Space Marines did this, it would be impossible for chapters to make war, for soon their weapons, war gear, and battle tanks would fall into disrepair. Those who return from the Red Planet do so as tech marines, now aloof from their brothers. They develop dual loyalties to the machine cults of Mars as well as their chapter, but nevertheless fight bravely for their brotherhood, and their skills and knowledge are regarded highly. Tech Marines' proficiency as drivers, gunners, and pilots is especially recognized. Once they have interfaced with a vehicle's machine spirit, the bond formed is lethally effective. The Master of the Forge is the most senior tech marine in the chapter. His grasp of arcane sciences and the mysteries of the Omnissiah are such that his skills are on par with those of the Martian tech magi. He calms the most belligerent of machine spirits with but a whisper of a tech psalm, and can heal terrible wounds in a battle tank's hull at incredible speed. As with the tech marine brethren they command, Masters of the Forge are regarded with a degree of mistrust by chapter command, with some shunned on matters unrelated to their specialization. In chapters such as the Iron Hands and Astral Knights, which are more embracing of the mysteries of technology, they are revered individuals. These exceptions are relatively few. However, some Masters of the Forge earn admirable reputations. A Space Marine chapter has thousands of biomechanical slaves known as servitors. Whether they are vat grown in artificial nutrients, or created from failed aspirants, or mind-wiped and lobotomized criminals, they are fitted with an array of mechanical tools to carry out the chapter's work. Many have limbs replaced with infrared sensors, bionic exoskeletons, huge claws, flux torsion drills, or even heavy weapons. Servitors are made resilient by their modifications, though their minds are utterly unfeeling and incapable of coherent, independent thought. Without the guidance of a tech marine, they become mind-lock, babbling incoherent nonsense until given instruction. Undeniable is our loyalty. Undeniable is our zeal. Undeniable is our fury. Undeniable is our martial power. Undeniable is our devotion to the Emperor of mankind and to the memory of our Primarch. Among the Adeptus Astartes, it is we who have stood the longest, who have bled the most, who have wavered the least. Our legacy has been over 10,000 years in the making. Yet, in a single instant, in a single moment of laxity, it might all be for naught. There are those who once called themselves Dark Angels of the First Legion, those who betrayed everything. They declared war on their brothers and their Gene Father. They were led by the man who should have been most loyal, the most staunch in his love for the Primarch. To this day, his weakness, his vanity, threatens to undo everything the Lion sought to build. By his false loyalties was noble Caliban torn asunder. We mourn its devastation still. By his late realization of his own frailty were his fell followers scattered. By his tainted hand was our Gene Father struck down and lost. By our righteous hand will his followers be made to repent. Sons of the Lion. The Dark Angel's deepest history is shrouded in mystery, not merely due to being thousands of years in the past. Successive Dark Angels masters and veterans have deliberately obscured it. The truth is hidden within chapter mythology, concealed by circles of metaphor and allegory, or sealed behind barred doors. Knowingly or otherwise, the events of the chapters past have shaped the life of every son of the Lion, and will likely do so far into the future. Only the most veteran warriors of the Dark Angels and their successor chapters know what happened when Lion L. Johnson returned to Caliban after the Horus Heresy came to an end. Luther was a knight of Caliban who had discovered the infant Primarch of the Dark Angels, a feral child living wild and unkempt. He appeared at first to Luther to be a savage creature. Rather than slay the young lion, Luther brought him to civilization. A deep bond of brotherhood and friendship formed as they hunted together from Caliban's dark keeps, and Luther was granted guardianship of the planet during the Horus Heresy. In L. Johnson's absence, however, something bitter entered Luther's heart, and he fostered rebellion in those Dark Angels serving under him. When L. Johnson's fleet reached Caliban after years abroad, Luther ordered his warriors to fire upon it. The battle that followed shook the Dark Angels' Legion to its very core. Thousands were slain by those they once called brothers. Caliban cracked and heaved as super-nuclear ordnance and high-powered laser blasts struck it from orbit on the Lion's orders, before the Primarch ordered his warriors to make planetfall. The most pivotal battle of all was fought between L. Johnson and Luther, who was infused with the powers of the dark gods, and more than a match for the Lion. Though the Primarch was victorious, he could not bring himself to slay his former friend. In this moment of noble hesitation, Luther struck back. The Lion was left mortally wounded. As Luther looked upon the grievously injured form of the Primarch, a veil was lifted from his eyes. He realized the full magnitude of what he had done. His sanity was shattered. It is told that Luther's anguish echoed through the warp, churning and boiling so violently it brought psychers across the galaxy to their knees. Its power was so great that a warp storm emerged to engulf Caliban, though how this came about is beyond the speculation of even the most learned of the chapter's librarians. The tempest destroyed almost all of the planet, weakened as it was by the fleet's bombardments, and pulled those fallen dark angels who served under Luther into the warp, casting them throughout time and space. When the surviving loyalist dark angels sought out their Primarch amidst the ruins, all they found was Luther, reduced to a gibbering wreck. He ranted that the Watchers in the dark had taken the Lion away, and that one day the Primarch would return and forgive him. Luther was captured, imprisoned, and hidden from sight. The Dark Angels searched everywhere for their Gene Father, to no avail. With but a portion of their homeworld still intact, thousands of their number dead, and their Primarch lost, the Dark Angels faced numerous challenges and obstacles as they looked to an uncertain future. The Lion had imbued in his Gene Sons a stoicism and self-sufficiency, built over years of being the First Legion, that which paved the way for those that followed. Never before had the Dark Angels drawn upon their resolve as they did in this moment, for the Imperium was now a very different place to what it had been before Horus had turned on the Emperor. In the aftermath of Horus's failed rebellion, the Imperium seethed with mistrust and anarchy. Even with the eventual success of the Scouring, many Imperial worlds operated without oversight. Piracy was rampant, ignorance was widespread. The authorities that attempted to fill the void left by the Emperor, by now ensconced on the Golden Throne, had 1,000,001 tasks following up any leads of treachery that still tainted the Imperium. Suspicion hung over everyone and everything. Investigation after investigation yielded corruption in every strata of the Imperial society on thousands of worlds. Pyres burnt for weeks on end as heretics were put to the torch. Blood flowed in rivers as executioners' axes were blunted on the necks of traitors. The Imperium was steeped in paranoia, recriminations, and vengeance. That innocents were slaughtered in these campaigns of retribution is certain, and the Dark Angels knew they were guilty. They believed that should any learn of what had occurred in Caliban's last days, they too would be declared excommunicate traitores. Already an insular brotherhood, the Dark Angels' Legion turned inward further. The Masters enacted a plan to ensure the Legion survived what it had endured. They were determined it would. The Dark Angels were, in a manner of speaking, reborn, rededicated to serving the Imperium. None could be allowed to doubt their resolve or commitment in such trying times. The masters knew, however, that zeal alone could not be enough. All of the Legion was sworn to secrecy. No brother was to ever reveal the events that transpired on Caliban. They knew no one outside the Legion could learn of what had happened. What the Dark Angels did with the tens of thousands of serfs, astropaths, tech priests, and other non-space marine support staff that undoubtedly bore witness to Luther's treachery and the destruction of Caliban has long since faded even from the Dark Angels' records. In addition to the vows of secrecy, the senior elements of the Legion formed a secret conclave known as the Inner Circle. Though these were dangerous times indeed for the Dark Angels, they were not without their advantages. The Imperial authorities launched a multitude of inquiries into the chapter. It was impossible to conceal the loss of Caliban, Lionel Johnson, and a considerable portion of the Legion's strength and fleet. But the inquiries found nothing, thanks to the upheaval in the Imperium. Traders remained in abundance. Xenospecies kept in check for decades grew in confidence, striking again and again. The investigators lacked the time and resources to carry out the kind of thorough inquiry that might have revealed the cracks in the Dark Angels' cover story. The Legion's intensely reclusive manner was put down to the terrible losses that they had sustained, and they were largely left to do what the Imperium needed them so desperately to do: fight humanity's enemies. The Dark Angels sought new recruiting worlds and readied their fleets for fresh campaigns. They fought with remorseless dedication, earning admiration and gratitude from all quarters. Countless were the battles fought in these times, the names and details of which are almost all lost to history, their accounts buried in vast data stacks or rotted away in forgotten corners. Nonetheless, the Dark Angel's reputation as a legion made up a truly steadfast warriors was reinforced during those years and continues to be maintained. The Dark Angels only learned later that many of the Fallen had survived the events on Caliban. This was a new vulnerability. Any one of the Fallen could reveal what happened. Yet it was also a boon, for if the Dark Angels slew the Fallen, absolution could be theirs. Thus, they made it their mission to hunt them all. The Inner Circle. After Horus's rebellion failed, the shattered Imperium was in a state of turmoil, as Imperial authorities sought to regain control. It was in this time that the Inner Circle was formed, a closed network of the Dark Angel's most senior warriors. The Dark Angels swiftly agreed that what transpired on Caliban was to be kept secret at all costs. Every surviving battle brother was sworn to silence. All recognized that the Imperium's state of paranoia could easily result in the Legion being declared excommunicate traitores. Though the Dark Angels were subject to scrutiny, Caliban's destruction was impossible to hide. The sheer scale of the challenges faced by almost every Imperial world and every branch of its organizational structure meant that the Sons of the Lions never suffered the intense inquiry that might have revealed the weakness in the Legion's cover-up story. The inner circle took shape over a period of decades and centuries, evolving from an ad hoc formation into a formal conclave. The inner circle ensured that the Dark Angel's ways grew more monastic and ritualistic. They emphasized the need for strictness, discipline, and brotherhood, as did the second founding chapters after the Dark Angels embraced the Codex Astartes, an act they undertook to avoid further suspicion. As time went by, the number of warriors who had witnessed what had befallen Caliban dwindled to none. The dark secret of that grim time lived only in the memories of later generations of the Unforgiven chapter's inner circles. To this day, only the Deathwing, Select Masters, the Interrogator Chaplains, and Librarians of the chapter have any real knowledge of the Unforgiven's past, and most of them are deeply ignorant of the full extent of the Dark Angel's hidden knowledge. Ezekiel is a stern and uncompromising character who rarely speaks outside of chapter rituals or during interrogations of the fallen. Even the purest of the chapter feel unsettled by his gaze, as Ezekiel has the ability to read the intentions of any individual. One glance into his good eye, the other was replaced with a bionic at the Battle of the Silurian Gate, reveals the look of one who has stared deeply into souls and found something wanting. It is this trait in particular that is so vital for assessing the worthiness of candidates for the inner circle. 1 in 3 politely decline promotion, knowing Ezekiel will probe their minds for as long as it takes to ensure their worth. Stories persist of those who have failed to meet Ezekiel's exacting standards, or whose minds were not strong enough to withstand his psychic interrogations. Some are said to have vanished or been locked away in dark cells, though none will confirm or deny what is told of them. Regardless of the truth, these tales ensure only the most pure of heart consider themselves worthy for elevation. Ezekiel was recruited on Delphina 3, discovered, branded, and scarred in lightless Obulet by Dark Angel forces, purging the heretic population. Codicil Meroth, part of the Dark Angel's force, could sense the young Ezekiel's immense psychic potential from many miles away. Ezekiel progressed through the Librarius ranks incredibly quickly, outranking Meroth within 10 years. Such was his awesome power that he gained the rank of Grand Master of the Librarius, because the former Grand Master, Danathium, stepped down from his position and awarded it to Ezekiel. As Grand Master of the Librarius, Ezekiel is the keeper of the keys. With the privileges associated with this title, he can open all portals on the rock, save but a handful. He has never been told of these locations, but as he walks the rock's corridors and passageways, he can sense the area shielded from his psychic gaze by ancient esoteric technologies. Another vital duty of his role is guardianship of the Book of Salvation. Within it, the name of every fallen ever captured is written in the traitor's own blood. Most archangels have no idea of the tome's true significance, but will die to protect it. As keeper of the unseen ritual, Lazarus is responsible for collating ancient knowledge of Caliban's ancient orders, much of which is held only by the inner circle. In recent years, he has more than earned this esteemed position. He has fought in many wars against the forces of chaos, those combating Magnus the Red in particular. He earned the esteem of his superiors defending the rock from tides of demonic invaders as a sergeant of the 5th Company. But seeing his revered home tainted by such creatures affected him deeply. He wanted vengeance. By the time of the Stygius campaign, when Magnus the Red was attempting to draw an entire sector into his grasp, Lazarus had become the master of the 5th Company and had been inducted into the inner circle. Though eager to fight the forces of the arch-enemy, he maintained a cool head. Thanks to his careful leadership, the disaster at Rhymnach was prevented from developing into a full rout, though he was savagely wounded. Such were his injuries that the only way to preserve his life was for him to cross the Rubicon Primaris. He survived the ordeal, and included with his new war gear was the Spirit Shield helm, newly forged and gifted to him by the Dark Angel's Tech Marines. Incorporating a shard of one of Old Caliban's Stone Guardians, this masterwork projects a mystical warding field, protecting Master Lazarus and nearby warriors from all but the most devastating attacks. Lazarus has seen too many battle brothers slain by the evils of the warp, and the only time his trademark calm fades is when he wages wars against Psychers. He faced the forces of Magnus the Red in battle alongside the Grey Knights in a daring raid against the planet of the Sorcerers to disrupt a terrible ritual of the Crimson King. Though the strike was ultimately successful, a great many Dark Angels were slain or had to be abandoned in the withdrawal. Each day Lazarus carries his shame for these losses, and his hatred for the forces of chaos and the 1,000 Suns burns ever deeper. On every tier of their chapter's organization, the Dark Angels have a bewildering array of ancient rites and traditions. From the Feast of Malediction and the Rite of Sins Renounced, to the 3-day mime chant of the Iron Penance, and the recital of the Liturgy of the Thrice Avenged. Most sacraments are led by the Dark Angels' chaplains, often accompanied by company masters. Many of these only involve small groups of robed and hooded figures, but others are delivered to whole companies, or even, though very rarely, the entire chapter. Some are instructional, some involve oath-taking, while others are mysterious, leaving neophytes in awe at the unusual proceedings. All, however, are cold and solemn ceremonies, for the Sons of the Lion are serious-minded and believe in a singularity of purpose, that of absolute devotion to defeating the Imperium's foes. None of the Dark Angels' ceremonies are without meaning. Whether or not all of the participants understand it is another matter. The door is truly opened when a Dark Angel joins the inner circle and learns some of the chapter's secrets. The epiphany of the moment strikes like a silent thunderbolt as all the lessons, rituals, and apocryphal tales coalesce into a single terrible truth. Through devotion to these traditions, the Masters strive to make their brethren stronger in mind, body, and spirit. Indeed, with the galaxy torn asunder and the power of the warp rife throughout it, never have these ceremonies and observances been of greater import to the Dark Angels. Hunt for the Fallen. The Fallen's continued existence is anathema to the Dark Angels. It is a persistent stain on their honor that must be purged in its totality. That those who turned upon the Lion and caused his demise are still alive is an affront to those of El Johnson's sons who fight for the Imperium still. For the unforgiven to be redeemed, their traitorous brethren must be hunted down and made to repent. Those loyalist Dark Angels that survived the destruction of Caliban believed their traitorous brothers were all slain in the warp storm that tore Caliban apart. During later attempts to discover their lost Primarch, the Dark Angels' librarians came across the psychic signatures of the Fallen. They determined that their traitorous brethren yet lived. The Dark Angels' masters met this revelation with typical stoicism, despite the turmoil it caused. Many feared the Fallen would reveal the Legion's secrets, for the traitors had no reason to conceal what they knew, and were in themselves evidence of the calamitous events on Caliban. On the other hand, the Fallen were an opportunity for absolution. Should the Dark Angels successfully capture them and force them to repent. Thus began the Dark Angels' secret mission, and the driving force behind their actions for millennia to come. Each of the Fallen found their own way of surviving in the wider galaxy after being spat out by the warp, whether alone or in groups. Many embraced chaos, becoming heretic Astartes. Some of these even ascended to demonhood. Others lived life as pirates and raiders. Fighting was all they knew and all they believed they could do. A handful rose to become mighty tyrants, enslaving worlds or even star systems. Not only were many of the Fallen scattered throughout space, many also found themselves spread through time. For these souls, thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye. The realization of what had happened to them and what was lost drove many to madness. Thus they wreak horrific violence and rave aloud the terrible knowledge they hold in memories unaffected by the passage of years. Not all of the Fallen who dwell in the galaxy are the same warriors who fought for Luther at the end of the Scouring. Some who escaped Caliban had the skills and knowledge to produce Space Marines, and a handful somehow acquired the means to do so. A number of Fallen groups have even managed to build considerable strength and replace the losses they have sustained over the millennia. To the Unforgiven's inner circles, these are among the most dangerous of all, for each new Space Marine created by these traitors pushes the Dark Angel's absolution further away, and makes their secret harder to contain. Some of the Fallen regret their past actions. They live a lonely existence, becoming mercenaries, or integrate themselves into hidden parts of Imperial society to work toward some kind of noble cause. The hunt for the Fallen has never ceased, and never will until all are captured, though the Unforgiven can fight for decades with no sign of them. L. Johnson's loyal sons are nonetheless eternally vigilant. Most of the wars they partake in have little or nothing to do with the Fallen, though they scour every battlefield for signs of sedition, corruption, and human augmentation. Though most Dark Angels have little idea what it is they are searching for, those of the inner circle understand the subtle clues that might aid them in hunting the fallen. The Unforgiven have other means of finding their quarry. The Master of the Watchers is responsible for a network of tens of thousands of human agents scattered throughout the galaxy, ever vigilant for the slightest clue. Almost all of these people are heavily psycho-indoctrinated with no idea that they even serve the Dark Angels. Most live normal lives in deep mines, at the top of hive spires, aboard void-crossing vessels, and everywhere in between. Most will never encounter the kind of information that could spur them into action. But should they discover anything, they follow pre-programmed protocols to ensure what they learn reaches the chapter. They will use methods so subtle and signals so banal that even if identified by others, their communications resemble nothing of significance at all. On occasion, a member of the Fallen has been captured by other Imperial forces, with no idea who they have in their midst. Often, none believe the tales these captives tell, the stories deemed as heretical lies to all but the most well-informed of Inquisitors and Space Marine captains. More than one inquisitorial safe house has fallen silent over the years, its captives going missing after a mysterious and devastating raid by unknown assailants. Those fallen captured by the Dark Angels are taken to the Rock, where they are subject to hideous excruciation and forced to repent. Those that do die quickly. For others, their fate is more agonizing. Many die with curses on their lips. Some accept their fate, seeing it as the price they pay for their actions. Others expect a different kind of salvation for their souls in the warp after death. The Rock. The Dark Angels have had no fixed home world since Caliban was shattered in the wake of Luther's rebellion. What is now known as the Rock is all that is left of that world. Preserved by mighty force fields and honeycombed with labyrinthian tunnels and chambers. A void-born hunk of solid rock, fitted with enormous engines. It is larger than the heaviest class of Imperial warship, and is fitted with a vast range of formidable defensive weapons, cavernous docking bays, and wide-reaching comm arrays. Following the breaking of Caliban, the Dark Angels made the Rock their new base of operations. There are few gloomier places, for although the warp storm that devastated Caliban could not penetrate the Dark Angels' Fortress Monastery's ancient shields, the Tempest left an indelible mark. The force field over the Fortress Monastery held, but was rent with cracks. To this day, there exists a disturbance within the field's protective shell, as if part of that storm still rages within. Chain lightning arcs around the artificial atmosphere that surrounds the Rock, briefly outlining the ruins that crown the vast craft. The Dark Angels explored the halls and dungeons beneath the Fortress Monastery in the aftermath of the battle. There they reclaimed the hoard of machinery that had sat untouched since the little understood age of technology. Many of the devices from that apex of human invention still worked, like the Great Shield generator itself. But their mechanisms were now unfathomable. Although the existent halls were large, a massive labor carved out deeper and deeper catacombs beneath the asteroid's bedrock, excavating room for the entirety of what was left of the Legion. With the aid of the tech priests of Mars, docks were later added, allowing for the entrance of spacecraft. Although it took centuries to complete, the rock was also outfitted with warp engines, allowing the Dark Angel's headquarters to travel across the galaxy. While artisans crafted halls full of clustered columns rising to arched vaults and much decorated ceremonial crypts to hold the Legion's precious heirlooms, the rock is nonetheless a grim place, full of echoes and cold stone. Given the rock's vast size, plethora of heavy weaponry, and the large fleet of Dark Angel vessels that escort it, it is hard for those that have laid eyes upon it to not immediately consider it impregnable. To the horror of the Dark Angels, in recent years, the rock has felt the tainting presence of the followers of the archenemy. In the wake of Noctis Aeterna, the fallen demon prince Marbaz and legions of his demonic followers invaded the rock. How he achieved this feat remains a pressing mystery to the Dark Angels, one that the chapter's librarians, interrogator chaplains, and tech marines labor to solve by order of Supreme Grand Master Azrael himself. The slaughter Marbas inflicted and the damage he caused was terrible, yet the Demon Prince's forces disappeared as swiftly as they arrived. Only Azrael has any understanding as to why the attack happened and why it ended so suddenly. Thanks to knowledge of secrets only he is privy to. A Supreme Grandmaster leads each chapter of the Unforgiven. Rule over each chapter falls to a council formed by the Supreme Grandmaster and the most senior members of the chapter's inner circle, including the Grandmasters of the First Company, Second Company, Reclusium, and Librarius. It also includes a number of company masters, some of which carry titles from the Codex Astartes, such as Master of the Fleet or Master of the Arsenal. Others bear appellations that are unique to their chapter, such as Master of the Watchers, Keeper of the Unseen Ritual, the Silent Champion, Seneschal of the 500, or Master of Condemnation. Not all titles are in use at any given time, and many have a purely ceremonial role, the original purpose of which has long been forgotten or suppressed. The Unforgiven chapters largely follow the Codex Astartes. However, while the Codex's mandates concerning organization and size are followed in companies 3 through 10, the first two companies deviate in nature. In the case of the Dark Angels, these two companies are titled the Deathwing and Ravenwing, and rumors persist that they do not conform to the standard company complement of 100 Space Marines. The Dark Angel's equivalent to the Master of the Forge is the Master of the Rock. Upon ascending to this rank, the Master of the Rock is permanently spliced into the control nave of machine banks deep within the rock. It is his solemn duty to placate the rock's machine spirits and direct the maintenance of the engines that allow the enormous vessel to travel the galaxy. It is his mind alone that perceives the workings of the force field that shields the rock. His augur senses monitoring every inch of the asteroid's outer shell. The previous masters of the rock, whose flesh has withered, are left in place. their mechanical upgrades still working while their bones eventually fall in dusty heaps below. Because of their allegiance to both the Chapter and the Adeptus Mechanicus, no Tech Marines can join the Inner Circle, and this includes the Master of the Rock. He is, however, privy to many secrets relating to the fortress's vast hoard of ancient technology that few Dark Angels know of and are barred to other Tech Marines. During the salutation to the new servants of the Machine God, new Tech Marines are told that 3 areas of the rock are off limits: the upper reaches of the old fortress monastery, the vault at the end of the Halls of Silence, and the Door of Secrets. They are also ordered to ignore the strange signals from the storms over the rock's ruins. The Ultima founding sent shockwaves through the chapters of the Unforgiven. Almost overnight, thousands of Space Marines who had not undergone the strenuous trials the Dark Angels and their successors put their recruits through were to join the chapter's ranks. Not only that, but there were numerous new chapters made using Lionel Johnson's gene seed. While some of the Unforgiven were welcoming of their Primaris brethren, others regarded the Grey Shields and Ultima founding Space Marines with a great deal of mistrust. Over a period of years, these warriors proved themselves in battle, and Azrael eventually decided that they could be inducted into the Inner Circle if declared worthy. None bar him know his full reasons for doing so, for none are completely privy to his theories on events rumored to be taking place in the Somnium Stars. The Raven Wing. Black-clad huntsmen and masters of the art of lightning warfare, the Raven Wing race before their chapter like thunder before a storm, prizing speed and mobility above all else. They are an integral part of the Dark Angel's battlefield strategies, as well as a powerful asset in the Unforgiven's secret quest. The Raven Wing is the Dark Angel's second company, and is a specialized formation that takes to the field in rapid assault vehicles manned by the chapter's most capable riders and pilots. The warriors of the Raven Wing are selected for their skills with the fastest assets, and are given more advanced training upon their induction to the company, so that they can perform even more incredible maneuvers, adopting new formations that only the Raven Wing know. A new inductee can expect to master the beat of the unfurled wing, the strike of the piercing beak, and the slash of the bladed claw within months of joining, pushing himself and his allocated vehicle beyond what he thought possible. Detachments of the Raven Wing accompany most Dark Angel strike forces, where their skills are put to use in reconnaissance missions and voxing back what they have learned to the main force. On occasion, warriors of the Raven Wing form their own strike forces for missions of particular import to the chapter. Regardless of their battlefield tasks, when the Raven Wing fight, they strike at precise moments, gunning into action in a burst of thunderous acceleration. Their squadrons, formerly made up of a mixture of bikes, land speeders, storm speeders, invader ATVs, and others, break up into their constituent parts. They sweep aside all resistance in a roaring tide of black armor, moving between numerous attack patterns seamlessly to encircle, entrap, flank, harass, and break apart enemy formations. Such a relentlessly fluid way of making war ensures they are not bogged down even by the most numerous foes, and allows them to wear down much larger forces. Some of the Raven Wing's most important assets are the teleport homers many of them bring to battle. These are the devices by which Deathwing Terminators can manifest onto the battlefield with unerring accuracy, delivering the death blow to an enemy already ravaged by the Ravenwing. This also gives us a clue as to the Ravenwing's role in the chapter. Though none in the second company bar the Grand Master and Black Knights are aware, it is their task to hunt down the fallen. To carry out such a vital duty, each warrior of the Ravenwing must be exceptionally skilled, as well as having a dedication to the chapter that is beyond any doubt. Few Dark Angels are as likely as they to be exposed to the malicious lies of the fallen, and therefore they must be thoroughly unquestioning. The warriors of the Ravenwing are always monitored to ensure there is no weakness in their armor of indoctrination, and that no spiritual turmoil or corruption simmers in their minds. Talon Masters are the Ravenwing equivalent to the Lieutenant, and typically are elevated to this role from the Black Knights. They are selected for their commitment to the hunt as well as their aptitude for command. They also have to be independent of thought, for they are often given command of smaller detachments as part of a devastating flanking attack or secret missions. Those who survive in the Ravenwing long enough learn to take mobile warfare to another level of proficiency. If they can pass the 7 rites of the Raven, brutal ceremonies that test not only skill but also the extremes of chapter loyalty, they will be inducted into the Black Knights and initiated into the Inner Circle. There, after taking part in the long and solemn ritual that culminates in the vow of the Beast Slayer, they will learn the real reason behind the Ravenwing hunt. Whether deployed on their own or forming a veteran corps in the center of a larger Ravenwing spearhead, the Black Knights, mounted upon Mk4 Raven pattern bikes, are the ultimate weapon of the Grand Master of the Ravenwing. Although Dark Angels rarely recount battle deeds or heroic tales unless doing so addresses some special need, the Black Knight's Ravenring brethren often cannot hold their tongues as they speak in wonder about the fighting prowess of their company's elite battle brothers. The STC for the large chassis of what was later named the Land Speeder Vengeance was discovered in M36. It was around this engine that the Dark Shroud was developed. Of all the archaic relics deployed upon the field of battle by the Unforgiven, the Dark Shroud is perhaps the most unusual. Those who have witnessed it at close range and felt its colliginous paw are disturbed forevermore. How such a device came to be is a tale that began when much of the planet of Caliban was engulfed and ripped apart by a warp storm. Only that which was protected by an ancient force field of prodigious strength survived. The collision of that storm with the indestructible force field, however, had many repercussions. Some contaminant leaked past the shield's perimeter. Amidst the debris of the ruined fortress monastery that survived the warp storm, there stood statues, carved figures from a past age. Their stone eyes had seen the tragedy that had befallen the Emperor's First Legion, and they now glowed with mysterious power. imbued with the energies released on that fateful day. The Stone Guardians, or 10 Brothers of the Order as they were known, were taken into the rock and locked in stasis in the Reclusium for years. It wasn't until the desperation of the Vendetta campaign that the Dark Angels at last felt compelled to unleash the statue's arcane power upon the battlefield. Each statue was mounted upon the chassis of a landspeeder vengeance, with great cables siphoning off their esoteric energy and amplifying it. A power field of indeterminable origin rippled outwards from this ominous relic, obscuring Ravenwing brothers from enemy fire. The Ravenwing's oversized second and third squads have traditionally provided the pilots for the Dark Angels' arsenal of sleek aerial fighters, of which the Dark Talons and Nephilim jet fighters are unique to the chapters of the Unforgiven. Though lightning fast and equipped with ancient and esoteric weaponry, the most terrifying feature of the Dark Talon is not a weapon at all. Concealed within the craft's hull is a small chamber, little more than a metal tomb that echoes with sinister, whispering voices, into which a captured fallen can be loaded for transport back to the rock. This holding cell has the capacity to engage a stasis field to prevent escape if deemed necessary. For the captive, such an act would be a mercy. Otherwise, they spend days or longer trapped in a void dark casket with the voices of the lost gnawing at their mind, knowing that at the end of this torture, another awaits them on the rock. The STC for the Nephilim jet fighter was discovered on the hunt for suspected fallen Balor the Imposter. The technology, designated the Lionheart engine, was used to modify older designs, though to placate machine spirits, many elements were left untouched. The result was a highly agile fighter capable of achieving aerial dominance. On the suggestion of Ravenwing Battle Brothers since then, the Nephilim has been improved on a number of occasions, producing an aircraft that can rival almost any other in the galaxy. The Deathwing. Renowned as one of the finest fighting forces in the Imperium, the Deathwing are the chapter's mailed fist. No foe is too great for them to subdue, and no mission is too difficult or dangerous for them to complete. Their reputation is such that the mere sight of their bone-white armor is enough to put many foes to flight. The Dark Angels have such incredible resources that they can outfit their entire first company, the Deathwing, with nigh-on impenetrable Terminator armor, lightning-wreathed power weapons, and towering relic shields. All being members of the Inner Circle, the Deathwing are the primary force to which the task of capturing the Fallen is assigned. Thus it follows that they be equipped for such a task, for the Fallen are duplicitous and dangerous in the extreme. Only the most skilled and loyal Dark Angels can join the Deathwing, and must survive exacting rites of initiation that stretch and test them mentally, physically, and spiritually. Among other things, they must go through the March of the Shattered Crowns, perfectly perform all 13 blade sequences of the Argent Spire, and recite from memory the hours-long ninefold invocation, an ancient tract written in Old Calibanite that none can fully translate. Only when they have completed these tasks to the satisfaction of their betters do they begin to learn the truth of Luther, gradually taught in a tightly controlled manner. In this time, their shame and contempt grows. They become more angry, more hate-filled, and thus more committed to capturing the fallen to secure the chapter's vengeance and absolution. Such a mentality breeds devoted and unquestioning warriors who follow any order to complete the chapter's goals, no matter their callousness. The Deathwing are a hard-hitting assault force, launching battle-deciding attacks to shatter the foe in a short time frame. They do so either by pinpoint teleportation strike or aboard a variety of armored assault vehicles, such as Land Raiders and Repulsors. Their trademark is the perfectly placed strike aimed at the enemy's most vulnerable point. Such assaults are almost impossible for the enemy to stop, and have won battles on numerous occasions. When not dispatched to engage the fallen, Deathwing warriors are sent on the most desperate missions, boarding infested space hulks, carrying out unsupported alpha strikes, or attacking the most horrific enemies: possessed horrors, Xenos monstrosities, earth-shaking demon engines, and any other monstrous terrors that call the galaxy home. A number of Deathwing accompany most Dark Angel's strike forces, not only for the veterans' conflict-winning power, but also because, should it be required, they can undertake secret missions on orders originating outside their strike force's command structure. Those who join the Deathwing and learn the chapter's secrets believe they have discovered everything there is to know about the Dark Angel's past. They are wrong. They have merely entered the first ring of the inner circle. There is more to uncover, only revealed to them when they are deemed ready. Warriors new to the Deathwing are prepared for the secrets they've yet to learn in the same way that other Dark Angels are gradually prepared for greater levels of understanding. The Deathwing prize only combat skill, monastic asceticism, and selflessness, and care little, if at all, for the strong reputation they have earned throughout the galaxy, or the esteem in which they are held by their allies. They detest arrogance and false platitudes, seeing these as weaknesses that were possessed by Luther and those who followed him. They view their abilities as the minimum standard required to accomplish their goals, and feel no compassion, remorse, or fear. Devotion to the chapter is all that matters to them. The Deathwing Knights are the most proven warriors of the Dark Angel's first company. Robed and cowled, Deathwing Knights are an imposing sight, for in them lives on some semblance of the Lion himself. They too embody silent strength and a veiled yet palpable nobility. In the stratified circles of the Dark Angels, few are higher than they, and there are few who do not aspire to one day join them. Displaying might in battle is not enough to join the Deathwing Knights. A Deathwing warrior must be wholly dedicated to the chapter and obsessed with the secret hunt for the fallen. When a member of the Deathwing is deemed potentially worthy, he is brought into the Chamber of Judgments to face a series of individualized challenges to test his strength, resolve, and loyalty to the chapter, past any breaking point he may have. Should he prevail, he is granted the title of Knight. The appearance of Deathwing Knights upon a battlefield is portentous, for they are rarely deployed without either great need or because there is a strong prospect of the Fallen's presence. Often, their only appearance in a campaign will be at its final battle, where they will teleport in to annihilate the greatest of threats. So have towering war machines, mighty Xenos creatures, despotic rulers, and monstrous demons been destroyed. Strike Masters serve as the Deathwing's lieutenants, but have additional vital functions. Ranked more senior even than the Deathwing Knights, to Strike Masters falls the onerous duty of managing the jails deep within the rock, where the most treacherous prisoners are held and the most dangerous relics secured. To some chapters, managing their cells is a menial task, best left to lower-ranking Space Marines, or even trusted serfs. For the Dark Angels, the danger posed by those they keep prisoner is so great that none less than some of the chapter's greatest heroes are sufficient for the task. It is the Deathwing Strike Masters who thrice write the name of each jailed prisoner upon the stiff pages of the Volumatus Elicitatum with the black quill upon the captive's internment, and scratch out the name upon the detainee's death. It is the Strike Masters who cleanse the cells of since-executed prisoners, reciting the 121 canticles of the Argent Crows as they do so to purify the space. They arrange the guards as they see fit, depending on the nature of the prisoners at a given moment, choosing the rotation of the Black Shrouds, the rotation of the Bloody Claws, or one of many dozen others devised by the Deathwing over the millennia. It is they who allocate and prepare the correct cell to those prisoners being brought to the rock. Not all of the Dark Angel's captives are of the Fallen, or are even Space Marines. Some are conniving Xenos, who require cells constructed with ancient technology that snuffs out all sound to ensure the occupants' lies cannot corrupt those nearby. Others are enormously powerful rogue human psychers, whose cells are lined with silver plating and psychic nullifiers. A fraction are former agents of the Dark Angel's sleeper cells, brought to the rock for interrogation and execution after their worth has been exhausted. All of these detainees share two things in common, however. The first is that, even in the slightest ways, they have knowledge of the Fallen. The second is, they will never leave alive. The rock's cells are secured by more than lock and key. Some only respond to specific invocations spoken in languages known to but a handful of individuals. Some will only open once in a given cycle of time, when an extremely rare incense is burned in their presence. Others are secured by rune sequences thousands of characters long that must be committed to memory and change every handful of days. Many more require specific biomarkers, psychic signatures, and esoteric coding mechanisms, the workings of which even the Deathwing barely understand. The most revered land raiders, repulsors, and on occasion other battle tanks, those that have served the Dark Angels chapter the longest or with notable accomplishments, are granted a great honor, induction into the Deathwing. The hulls of these vehicles are painted bone white, and the signs and markings of the Deathwing are wrought upon them so that forevermore they are reserved for use by the First Company. Some venerable dreadnoughts bear the bone-white armor of the Deathwing, their occupants veterans who served with distinction in the first company before being laid low. Many of these interred warriors have bore witness to the chapter's secret hunt for millennia, and it is not uncommon for current members of the Inner Circle to enter the lower bays of the armory in order to seek out their sage advice. Samael, leader of the hunt. Grand Master of the Ravenwing and Captain of the Second Company, Samael is the 348th Dark Angel to hold this role. He has served in this capacity for over a century, an unusually long period of time. The Ravenwing have suffered the loss of a master more than any other company in the Dark Angels chapter. He was also the youngest Dark Angel to ever be accepted into the Ravenwing, when then Grand Master Gideon elevated him to the Brotherhood from the 8th Company. After numerous early successes fighting orcs, Terralians, and traitors, Samael was later inducted into the Inner Circle and the Black Knights by Grandmaster Gideon after fighting against Eldari pirates on Kafon Betis. With the world subject to relentless harassment from the Xenos raiders, the Fallen were given ample opportunity to stoke the fires of rebellion among the population. Once the Eldari attacks were defeated, Samael interrogated a number of captured rebels, learning that an individual called Cypher was responsible for the uprising. It was this discovery that saw Samael elevated to the Inner Circle. Samael was made Grand Master during the Capua Uprising, in which the Ravenwing engaged in brutal clashes with heretic Astartes of the Black Legion and Wordbearers. In later fighting, the Ravenwing engaged the Chaos Reaver Titan Traitorous Ire, and Grandmaster Gideon was mortally wounded. Through blood-flecked lips, the old master declared Samael his successor and handed him the Raven Sword. This is the blade wielded by all Grand Masters of the Ravenwing, and forged from the same meteorite as the Sword of Secrets, the weapon carried by the Dark Angel's Supreme Grand Master. Samael is noted for his boldness, which often verges on recklessness. He prefers to take the fight to the enemy, drawing the Raven Sword to slash his foes down. Such traits are vital in the warrior commanding a company with a role dedicated to high speed and hard-hitting surprise. Nonetheless, he is a master at orchestrating feints, distracting maneuvers, and employing traps and ploys in his relentless pursuit of the foe. Samael can master his own desire to fight the enemy up close when he recognizes that victory is best achieved through calling in aid. The Ravenwing are the only Dark Angels outside the First Company trusted with the teleport homers that enable Deathwing Terminators to accurately deploy into a battle zone. And none have more daring than Samael when it comes to placing these devices. The Grand Master of the Ravenwing never sacrifices his duty for the sake of his personal pride, as is fitting for a warrior of the Dark Angels. So many are Samael's victories that none can recount them all. He uprooted the Hrud infestation that plagued the Qualivar system and turned its once proud merchant cities to decaying rubble. He purged the world of Lintus Arbedium of the enslavers that had taken over the minds of the planet's ruling body and governor, seizing the world's vital tithes of grania paste that fed much of the subsector. It was Samael who opposed the Onyx tyrant of Santa Tlusa, who had turned the once glorious paradise enclave into a hellish pit of brutal sadism. Though few of his Ravenwing brothers knew, the Onyx Tyrant was a member of the Fallen, who had been hunted to no avail for 2,000 years. Since the Great Rift's emergence, it has become harder and harder for Samael to conceal the Fallen's existence from those of his warriors not inducted into the inner circle, as Fallen activity has dramatically increased since turmoil in the galaxy surged. Whilst he has had great success hunting his chapter's quarry, Samael broods on those Fallen who have escaped him, and his determination to see them all brought to justice has never been greater. Belial, Grand Master of the Deathwing. Countless are the great deeds Belial has carried out to earn the title of Grand Master of the Deathwing. Combined, they mark him as one of the chapter's most loyal paladins, and to know of his history is to read the account of a warrior destined for greatness. The annals in which Belial's life are recorded are locked away, preserved only for the eyes of future grandmasters who might learn from his many victories. They tell that he hails from the semi-feudal world of Burgundia, born into a knightly order known as the Society of the Ebon Star. Imbued with a deep sense of honor and duty from birth, the record tells that when a Dark Angel's chaplain arrived on the world seeking fresh aspirants, Belial challenged him to single combat. Though the young, unaugmented Belial was inevitably defeated, he impressed the chaplain so much he was swiftly recruited. He brought to the rock with him that same determination and courage, and soon excelled in all areas of training. His ascension to Master of the Third Company came after he slayed the Chaos Lord Furion of the Skull Scythes warband in single combat. Furion, a follower of Khorne, had already raised 17 star systems by the time he reached the cardinal world of Durga Principe. The Third Company began constructing defenses in the vast temple Saturnus. Such was the Chaos Lord's bloodlust that he force-marched his army through the night, catching the Dark Angels unaware. Brutal fighting spread into lattice works of corridors, cloisters, and chambers. Master Nadel fell early in the fighting, with Belial acting in his stead. Ordering the withdrawal of his company, he led a rear guard into the maze. In the ensuing conflict, he struck down Furion in combat. It was Azrael himself who then made Belial master of the Third Company, at the same time awarding him with the Sword of Silence, a blade forged from the same meteorite as the Sword of Secrets, and traditionally granted to the chapter's greatest fighter. Belial earned yet more renown at the Battle of Pesquina IV, defending the world's capital, Cadillus Harbor. He led the Third Company in a weeks-long delaying battle against a greenskin horde. At their head, none other than Gazskol Thraka, that outnumbered his warriors thousands to one. Belial was wounded facing the gigantic orc warlord, but continued to lead his warriors for weeks longer, time enough for the rest of the Dark Angels chapter to arrive and save Pesquina IV. Belial's heroics there were noticed by the upper echelons of the chapter, and he was promoted to the rank of Grand Master of the Deathwing following the death of Gabriel, the previous holder of the title. Though Belial's tally of victories is long and great indeed, he celebrates none of them, instead dwelling on his defeats and perceived failures. No doubt bred into him by his severe upbringing, as well as the Dark Angel's stern ways, he leads his warriors in the same way. Even after winning glorious victories, he gives each combatant their own specific penance, whether it be battle drills, hymnals, or arduous rites of atonement. Those beneath him welcome this, each seeing it as a way to improve themselves. Belial's methods have led to unparalleled success in battle, converting the most skeptical in the chapter to his ways. These achievements include the purging of the labyrinthian seabed fortress of Akloth, the destruction of the 100 orbital cities of Lycir, and the clearing of the scorching deserts of Aspor. As a warrior, Belial's combat technique has no great style, flourish, or artifice. Instead, it is driven by a ruthless killing efficiency and well-honed strength. Each of his parries and thrusts is a decisive and precise act, and Belial's strategies and tactics on the battlefield are no different, leading him to victory in ruinous, bomb-churned cityscapes, in fierce boarding actions, in grueling space hulk clearances, and every other environment of war. Interrogator chaplains. Menacing figures, the Dark Angel's interrogator chaplains unsettle even their own battle brothers with their silent scrutiny. Sworn to the inner circle during a convoluted ceremony in the Hall of Secrets, every interrogator chaplain has passed the test of faith, taken the solemn vow of the Deathwing, and learned the dark secrets of his chapter's history. Interrogator chaplains are changed warriors. The battle brothers they were before they took their oaths no longer truly exist. And as the years go by, the difference grows all the starker. Once close battle brothers no longer look them in the eye and greet them only with the most formal words and gestures. A warrior who might have been relatively jovial amongst the Dark Angels develops a deep, intense silence upon becoming an interrogator chaplain. They have no time for the concerns of their previous life. Now, their every waking moment is spent identifying hints of heresy or weakness within the chapter and without. What the interrogator chaplains learn of their chapter's deep and disturbing history contributes greatly to the shift in their manner, as learning of the true fallibility of their brothers is a reality-shaking experience. But it is their unique duties that affect them most. It is their responsibility to extract confessions from the captured fallen that are brought back to the rock, and they must do so by any means necessary. Even for a mind as attuned to the dispensation and witnessing of incredible violence as a Space Marine's, the horrific acts an interrogator chaplain must inflict on their captives are a tremendous burden to bear indeed. Their will must truly be unshakable, not only to carry out deeds over a period of weeks that would cause even other Space Marines to blanch, but also because of what they might hear during that time. The fallen they excruciate unleash endless heretical rantings, lie profusely, and speak of events and individuals no Dark Angel has ever heard of. The interrogator chaplains must listen to all of this and extract rare truth from volumes of fiction whilst keeping their souls intact. It is a process that sours them, but one that must be borne if salvation is to be attained for the unforgiven. Asmodai is the Dark Angel's Master Interrogator Chaplain and Master of Repentance. His talents for torture and interrogation first made themselves known during the Macarian heresy, when he set to work questioning the leaders of a rebel group. He displayed his ruthlessness and determination when hunting the instigator of the rebellion and fighting his way free of the traitor's deadly ambush that followed. Such an act saw him elevated to the inner circle, and he chose the path of the Interrogator Chaplain. Since then, he has earned a formidable reputation amongst the unforgiven, as well as the fallen themselves. A great many of the traitors have heard the tales of Asmodai, and there are few things they fear more than remorseless interrogation at his hands. Asmodai does not suffer fools or weakness of any kind. His interests lie only in the chapter's goals and in battle. Such is Asmodai's motivation. Many of his actions border on the indefensible. He ordered the orbital bombardment of the city of Hostengard, stating without regret or hesitation that the death of 50,000 innocents was preferable to one traitor escaping. Though over time, Azrael has covered up Asmodai's actions or moved swiftly to protect the Dark Angel's reputation, this was a statement too far. He revoked Asmodai's command status and placed the Interrogator Chaplain within the chapter's 10th Company structure, where he oversaw the induction of aspirants. His methods were not softened by this censure. He went on to order the slaughter of all new recruits from the planet Narkium because of their lackluster answers to his inquiries raised the question of gene stock contamination. Later, upon hearing laughter in the halls of the Rock, he placed the penance of silence upon the entire 7th Company. For a standard Terran year, the formation was unable to utter a sound save for hymnals and in-battle communications. Asmodai has made enemies in the Inquisition and even risked conflict with other Space Marine chapters. But no Dark Angel can contest his dedication to the chapter. To him, the ends justify the means. In combat, Asmodai's zeal reaches new levels, inciting the fighting spirits of his battle brothers to a fever pitch. He led the frontal assault against the traitorous Helstinian 89th, smashing through the heretics. As the Dark Angels held the walls of the Fortress of Eternal Devotion, Asmodai's oratory filled the ravine the mighty bastion was built into, steeling the Dark Angels to hold for weeks against relentless demon assaults. Asmodai single-handedly stormed the Barbican of Helicon's citadel when the meta-heretics of Elancantis Nocturnus unleashed the power of their moonsingers, opening the gates to allow the Ravenwing to pierce the heart of the enemy fortress. In addition to his Crozius Arcanum, Asmodai bears the Blades of Reason, normally kept in a sacred reliquary made from stone hewn from old Caliban's bedrock. The Blades of Reason are an ancient, arcane, and horrific device that resembles a knife with many honed and polished blades. It is etched with scriptures of repentance, and crisscrossing the weapon are cables and fine neural wires, mysterious technology that amplifies pain beyond endurance. None who feel its touch live to tell the tale. It is said that the fallen fear the Blades of Reason above even death itself, for none can suffer beneath it and resist the urge to beg for forgiveness or death. Whilst not primarily designed for combat, Numerous Master Interrogator chaplains have used the Blades of Reason throughout the ages, incapacitating the most dangerous foes. Azrael, Supreme Grand Master of the Dark Angels. Azrael is arguably the greatest to ever hold the title of Supreme Grand Master. His martial skill and strategic nose are well regarded throughout the Imperium. Deeply committed to his chapter's secret agenda, the hunt for the fallen is never far from his mind, and in recent years, his thoughts on their threat have only grown more grave. Though doubtless recorded in the Dark Angel's archives, Azrael's origins are largely a mystery to most of the chapter and outsiders. Rumors persist, however, that he was recruited from the savage headhunting tribes of the feral world of Chimeria, one of the multiple Dark Angels recruiting worlds. Azrael climbed through the ranks rapidly. He consistently demonstrated his warrior and leadership skills during his time in the Deathwing, as captain of the 3rd Company and Grand Master of the Deathwing, before he was chosen to succeed Supreme Grand Master Niberius. Though an individual of few words, as befits a warrior of the Dark Angels, when Azrael does speak, it is with an unbreakable conviction and absolute righteousness. He has the fullest confidence of his battle brothers, repeatedly earned on countless bloody battlefields, where he not only leads from the front, cutting down the Unforgiven's enemies, but demonstrates near peerless mastery of the arts of war. He is as capable of employing multi-system campaign strategies as he is the fine craft of squad-based tactics, orchestrating warriors from no fewer than 8 Unforgiven chapters. He brought about the ruin of the stellar empire of Azarul, a word-bearer's warlord who had subjected a dozen worlds to his twisted and blasphemous tyranny. In contrast, Azrael led the insertion of Elegus Hive on the hive world of Kelini in person, at the head of a handful of Deathwing squads. Together, they slaughtered the rebel leadership who had stubbornly held there for years against Astra Militarum sieges, ending their revolution in a matter of hours. Successor chapters. The Dark Angels swiftly agreed to Guilliman's decree to break up the Space Marine Legions. To do otherwise was to invite unwelcome scrutiny at a time of immense turmoil. The Dark Angels have a strong bond with the vast majority of their successor chapters, born out of their shared guilt and mission. Even after the dissolution of the Legion, the successors met regularly in clandestine fashion, sharing battlefield intelligence and maintaining ancient traditions. This has extended to all their successor chapters founded since. Most of the Dark Angels' successors follow their parent chapter's distinctive organization, including equivalents to the Deathwing and Ravenwing. The Angels of Vengeance call theirs the Dreadwing and Raptorwing, respectively. The Angels of Redemption's 1st and 2nd companies are known as the Redwings. The inner circle of the Guardians of the Covenant is called the Secret Order, and for the Angels of Absolution, it is the Hidden Brotherhood. Insignium Calibanus. The Dark Angels and their successors, like any chapter of the Adeptus Astartes, have great suites of different heraldry that they depict on their armor, weapons, banners, and the flanks of their armored vehicles and starships. The Dark Angels' organization largely follows that of the Codex Astartes, with its 3rd through 10th companies organized along Codex lines. The Deathwing, though unusual in its access to a considerable number of suits of Terminator armor, at least appears to follow a structure similar to that mandated for Chapter's first company. The Chapters of the Unforgiven have a range of heraldic insignia and symbols, which to any Imperial observer have proven impossible to interpret and catalog. Any who has thought themselves successful has been proven wrong at the Dark Angel's next observed engagement. The symbols used are rooted in deep Imperial history, to the time of the Great Crusade and even before. They are a blend of ancient Calibanite knightly symbology as well as the various orders of the First Legion from before its reunion with the Lion. Their meaning and use has slowly evolved and changed over time as old meanings had been lost or forgotten, or as battlefield expediency has dictated. There is also variety in their use across the Unforgiven Chapters, who, for reasons known only to them, may place particular significance on different symbols and sigils. For 10,000 years, the Space Wolves have loyally served the Emperor of mankind. They are a noble chapter of Space Marines, their coordinated savagery unequaled. Their warrior packs are hunters and slayers of heretics, mutants, xenos, and demons. There is no leashing them. The tendrils of the ice kraken cannot bind them. They are the wind that howls through the trembling forest. They are the ship that splits the storm. Theirs is the joy of warriors born. Theirs is the barking laughter in the face of monstrous evil, the spittle in its eye. Theirs is the grin that widens and the fangs that gleam. Theirs are the growls on the edge of hearing, the fur-draped shapes in the blizzard. It is their roars that dog frenzied flight, their runic blades that cleave, and their claws that rend. Do you sense the hairs on your neck standing and the chill of ice spearing your heart? Do you see pitiless yellow eyes calculating your every weakness? You are being hunted. Are you afraid? They are the Emperor's executioners. You should be. Sons of Russ. Savage warriors and instinctive hunters from the frozen death world of Fenris. The Space Wolves are an indomitable and fiercely independent chapter of the Emperor's Space Marines. Wearing tribal furs and talismans, these demigods of war hound their foes, howling their battle cries before fearlessly charging the most monstrous enemies with bestial aggression. Upon icy Fenris, around roaring fires on cloudless nights, fueled by salted meat and fiery ale, tales are told, keeping alive the oral traditions of their nomadic peoples. Storytellers speak to their rapt audience. Fur-clad hunters, leather-skinned sailors, battle-scarred survivors all of the Sky Warriors. Denizens of lofty Azaheim, the Sky Warriors are no mere mortal men. Each is as large as an ice troll, the Skalds swear. They tell how the Sky Warrior's skin is rune-scribed iron, and their voices are thunder. The furred mantles they wear are the skins of beasts larger than anything hunted by man. Hung with fang and charms, they walk beams of starlight, or are else borne into the black sea of night on spears of wormfire. There, among the stars, say native Fenrisians, the sky warriors fight and hunt and feast eternally. These legendary figures are the Adeptus Astartes of Fenris, the Space Wolves. For millennia, the wolves of Fenris have fought fiercely in defense of the Imperium. The chapter has hunted horrific Xenos from the depths of wilderness space, torn down tyrants enslaving whole systems, and still fight the endless war against the insidious threat of chaos. Though clad in recognizable power armor and wielding the prized bolt weapons of all Space Marines, they are also steadfastly independent and dismissive of outside authority. The only masters the Space Wolves recognize are their long-departed Primarch and the Allfather, by which name they revere the Emperor. The Space Wolves were founded by the Emperor as the 6th Legion of his Space Marines. Legends tell they were as feared and lauded then as they are now. Ruthless executioners who never let doubt stay their hand. In those myth-shrouded times, the Space Wolves fought under their savage Primarch, Leman Russ, the Wolf King. From Russ, the Space Wolves inherited his genetic legacy, the keen senses of true predators, canine teeth that lengthen into fangs as the warrior ages, and the instinctive aggression of great hunters. It is an aggression each aspirant strives to overcome during the tests of initiation. For at its heart is the inner beast. Through the Battle Brother's life, a simmering rage lurks beneath the surface, ready at any moment to break its bonds. For most, this manifests as a berserk fury. Yet there are dark tales of bestial transformations. Some even claim elements of Russ's genetic legacy are cursed. Before the Imperium was even born, or so the elder sagas go, the nascent Primarch Leman Russ was cast onto the murderously inhospitable planet of Fenris. This planet remains the homeworld of the Space Wolves. Their mountainous fortress monastery, the Fang, rises inviolably above the polar fastness of Azaheim. Fenris's untamed wilderness are as much a part of the chapter as Russ's genetic legacy. It is a world of ice and fire. Mammoth, frigid seas encircle the world, forbidding and storm-racked. Scattered islands and innumerable ice flows lead a fragile existence. During Fenris's orbit, the world endures a cold voyage through the void while its oceans freeze. When Fenris eventually returns to closer proximity with its star, the Wolf's Eye, the sub-oceanic crust heaves in the season of fire. Seas boil, and new lands are violently born. Older islands shattering or sinking beneath the waves. Only the continent of Asaheim endures. Fenris is a death world, its every aspect inimical to human life. Horrors beyond count lurk beneath the seas, and monstrous predators stalk the lands. Yet mankind survives here in hardy and warlike nomadic tribes. Leman Russ was raised among these tribes, and the traditions of these people remain strongly reflected in the Space Wolves' hidebound culture. The chapter recruits from the strongest and most valorous Fenrisians, and the Space Wolves fight in the manner of those fearless people, as a battle-hungry brotherhood of heroes. Each voyage through the stars into the dark unknown, and each war against immense odds, is a glorious adventure to be seized and conquered. Every Space Wolf seeks to make a name for himself, to have his deeds immortalized in a saga, an oral account rhythmically intoned at great feasts, and accorded to only the worthiest warriors. The Space Wolves' warrior bands gather around yet greater heroes, like the tribal kings of Fenris and their loyal bondsmen. As the Fenrisian chiefs are attended by mystics and medicine men, so the lords of the Space Wolves call upon the chapter's priesthoods. These exemplify the chapter's obdurate refusal to heed the dictates of the Codex Astartes. Each priesthood undertakes duties similar to some of the specialized officer castes of other chapters. The Iron Priests maintain and repair the chapter's vehicles, weapons, and war gear. The Psychic Rune Priests guard their battle brothers against sorcery, while Wolf Priests maintain the Space Wolves' culture and spirit, as well as its warriors' physical and genetic endurance. The Space Wolves chapter is divided into 12 great companies, and within each are a fluctuating number of squads called packs by the Sons of Russ. Rather than having sergeants, they are led by pack leaders or alphas. Commanding them in turn are the Wolf Lords, each a chief of their own company and answerable only to the master of the chapter, the Great Wolf. The packs progress through a series of stages, identified by the color of the markings they bear upon their armor. Many packs fight together for life and remain in their oath-sworn great company. The competitiveness of their warriors tempered over the years into iron-hard bonds of brotherhood. Newly inducted Space Wolves retain the exuberance and ferocity of the young fighters they were. Risk-takers and often ill-disciplined, they bear pack markings in yellow and red. Their wolf lord usually directs them to fight in aggressive packs as bikers, jump pack troops, and close quarters combatants. When their pack has been blooded with numerous battles, the experienced and mature space wolves rededicate their markings in red and black. Such packs form the majority of most great companies' strength. Their wolf lord often deploys these dependable fighters in adaptable units, fluid in both attack and defense, as roving predators taking and holding key assets. When a pack has emerged victorious from countless campaigns, they will solemnly alter their pack markings to white and black of Asaheim's enduring peaks. Veterans of centuries with the utmost trust of their lord, these disciplined, wise, and dangerous warriors are often granted the most powerful and precise weapons. During any such stage, a space wolf may be taken from his original pack, his skills put to better use in the specialized packs of the great company. In pack markings of gray and black, silent and cunning prey stalkers prowl the wilds, hunting the foe far from boisterous company, while those of the wolf lord's closest companions bear yellow and black. These are his hand-picked wolf guard, the best of the great company. Mentors and inspirational heroes all wish to emulate. Sagas of the Sky Warriors. There is no glory without danger. So do the space wolves approach the myriad terrors of the galaxy as opportunities for valor, as obstacles to overcome, and as tests for the daring. There is no foe they are unwilling to stare down. There is no fire-swept hell they are unwilling to dive into. If they fear anything, it is a warrior's life unlived and unknown. Pivotal to the culture of the space wolves is the saga. The oral traditions of Fenris's tribes are deeply entrenched. They are a warrior people, and each day may bring the rival's spear, the crushing wave, or the kraken's coils to end their life. The Fenrisians remind each other, and any spirits that may listen, of a lost warrior's deeds. Generation after generation, they speak of the foes a hero slew, of the risks taken, and of the voyages made. The saga is a hero's history, and thus their soul. In turn, such traditions have been embedded in the space wolves. Though they are as gods to the Fenrisians, the canvas of their lives immeasurably bigger, and the dangers they face incalculably greater, the importance of the saga remains. When a warrior of the space wolves falls in battle, if his deeds are mighty enough, his battle brothers gather. Alone or in groups come the members of his and other packs, some even from other great companies. They each give an account of the fallen to a skald, one of their number skilled in the highly respected art form of remembering and retelling such histories. When the Space Wolves feast, which is often and loudly, they do so in the firelit and trophy-hung halls of the chapter, whether upon Fenris or aboard their warships. At an unspoken sign, the wolves of Fenris cease their deafening songs and their bouts of strength, and tankards refill with throat-burning myriad. Then do the skalds recite the sagas, new and old. They tell of unalloyed heroism, of failure turned victory, of giants bested and tricksters outwitted, and of traitors punished and monsters humbled. To roars of corpse-waking laughter, cheers for saga-worthy deeds, and the crackle of flame, to shouts and the slamming of fists on Fenrisian iron oak, they tell of glory. It is not only warriors who forge sagas. The greatest weapons and armor of the chapter have storied histories of their own, woven as they've slayed fell beasts or defended the sons of Ross. The thunderhammer Vikskell, now thought lost, was crafted by the Iron Priest Boder Silverscalp before he gifted it to the Wolf Lord Svergil Trollhow. When Trollhow was felled by an Eldari white construct, Vikskell was taken up by one of his wolf guard, with whom the weapon fought its way towards Svergil's slayer. When at last the warrior stood before his lord's murderer, he and Vikskell claimed vengeance together. The repulsor, Jarvel, the hammer of Asaheim, earned a heroic reputation among the Blackmanes for its relentless pursuits of the tainted creatures left on Fenris in the long aftermath of Magnus's siege. Space Wolves go to war with the deeds of the chapter's past heroes in their minds, even as they fight alongside their living battle brothers. To make war in such mighty company stirs the blood and fires the soul. Death holds no fear for the Space Wolves. If a pack's Wolf Lord commands them to fall upon an enemy position and alone hold it with their lives against endless assaults, the task is accepted not with grim fatalism, but eagerness. If it is the pack's destiny to end the threat of their lives, ensuring others' victory, if that is to be their end, then they will make it such an end that tales of their glory and honor will echo through eternity. Space Wolves take on cognomens of their own choosing or become known for some aspect of their appearance or character. This is often as a result of some death-defying deed they have survived or saga-worthy feat of arms. Thus did Ragnar take the name Blackmane when he slew one of those terrifying giants of wolf kind. So did pack leader Hrolf's skill with his plasma exterminators earn him the name Star Spitter, keeping it long after he left his headstrong days behind. Space wolves see power in names, reveling in what may have started as an insult or wager, and adding or changing them to reflect personal glory or to honor others. Space wolves set great store by tradition and have rigid notions of honor and justice. It is common for them to swear great oaths when vengeance must be taken, when honor or duty must be satisfied, or a drunken wager fulfilled. Some oaths are sworn to one's battle brothers, to one's wolf lord, or to the Primarch, wherever he may be. The most binding of these are weapon oaths, unbreakable vows sworn on the lethal tools of a born warrior. Many oaths are simply declaimed loudly, that both friends and foes may hear. Still others are tattooed on the Space Marine's leathery skin, or inscribed in runic marks on their war gear. Though it may take many years to fulfill, or even the centuries-long lifetime of a Space Marine, no space wolf would ever abandon an oath, for to do so would bring great shame. Deeds of myth. The epic history of the space wolves stretches deep into the barely understood ages of the Imperium's past. Details may be indistinct and whole epochs unaccounted for. Yet none deny the chapter's position at the forefront of humanity's defense for 10,000 years. If tales of these times are incredible, it is because the space wolves are heroes like no other. In the era Indomitus, the space wolves stand as one of the greatest among more than 1,000 chapters of Space Marines. 10 millennia ago, they were the 6th of the 20 legions, forged by the Emperor himself for his great crusade. It is hinted that the 6th Legion were often wielded by the Emperor as hunter-killers, tireless pursuers, and bloody-mauled weapons of vengeance. Some obscure work suggests a veil of secrecy was laid over many of their early campaigns, that they were monsters set loose only when needed against enemies whose execution had to be swift and complete. The space wolves care about such whispers now as they may have all those years ago. Not at all. Then, as now, the Imperium needed such uncompromising warriors, combatants whose purity of purpose enabled them to do what had to be done. Crumbling electro-parchments tell how upon the tempest-flayed death world of Fenris, the Emperor discovered the fierce Leman Russ and united the Primarch with his Gene sons. Some of the elder sagas hinted how the Space Wolves' Legion fought through the Great Crusade. Fear spread before them as they prowled the galaxy, a hurricane of war that swept all before them. Under the Wolf King, so the tales go, the Legion was just as independent and headstrong as they are in the 41st millennium. Their aggression and forthright nature often saw them at odds with their fellow Legion Astartes. Such matters even led to confrontation, such as the first eruption of the eon-long feud with the Dark Angels that saw some sources place the planet on Dulon. Yet, such conflict would pale into insignificance before the horrors of what later chroniclers would call the Horus Heresy. The heresy and its aftermath consumed the galaxy. Billions were massacred and entire worlds destroyed. It is no wonder that, in the very few records surviving from this time, myth, lies, apocrypha, and contradiction make it impossible to know anything for certain. Within the Space Wolves' own traditions is a tale said to originate from the earliest days of the heresy. With near their full strength, the Space Wolves attacked and devastated the Thousand Sons Legion of Magnus the Red and razed their homeworld of Prospero. Declaimed by the All-Father himself as sorcerers and heretics, or so this sliver of Russ's saga goes, the Thousand Sons' protestations of innocence were revealed as lies when they viciously fought back with all their hellish, warp-spawned powers. The saga shard peters out with a titanic duel of gods. Ruddy, hell-haloed Magnus and the flint-eyed tempest that was Russ. Eventually, the storm shattered the sorcerer. The Thousand Sons and their master were broken on Prospero, and were said to have fled through a sorceress portal while their world burned. Behind them, so it goes, followed the Space Wolves' 13th Great Company, the Wolfenkind. It would not be the last that the Space Wolves or the Imperium would see of Magnus and his sons, nor of innumerable other horrors. Since the Great Rift has spread its jaws wide, the churning morass of warp storms, terror, insanity, and bloodshed have tested all the sons of Russ as never before. The Great Companies. Like the tumultuous Fenrisian Isles, the Great Companies of the Space Wolves are not permanently fixed. Where one Wolf Lord falls, another must rise to lead his battle brothers. Taking a figure from Fenrisian myth to be his sigil. Though varied, every Wolf Lord and Great Company strives to embody the virtues of strength, courage, and honor that defined their Primarch. Each Great Company is near autonomous. They do not conform to the structures laid out in the Codex Astartes. and charges have often been levied from a safe distance, that the Space Wolves maintain far more warriors than its dictates allow. Each is commanded by a Wolf Lord, equivalent to the captains of other chapters. He rules a brotherhood of eager warriors fueled by battle lust, and his resources give him the capacity to hunt down and kill any prey. In the Wolf Lord's lair within the Fang are stores of powerful war gear and master-crafted weapons. He commands a fleet of warships to sail the Sea of Stars, as well as powerful war engines such as battle tanks, anti-grav vehicles, and bulky war suits, some of which are centuries or even millennia old. Their machine spirits as aggressive and savage as ever. Upon the enormous stone tablets of the Grand Onulus within the hall of the Great Wolf on Fenris, each company is represented by the sigil of their Wolf Lord. The Space Wolves have used many dozens of sigils throughout their history. Some descended from ancient Fenrisian myths, but many developed solely in the Space Wolves' own mystic traditions. Some, like the Spirit Wolf, have not been selected in millennia. The symbolism of each is not only fixed in myth, but absorbs the deeds and characters of each great company, consuming their sagas. Thus do some sigils recur in cycles of prominence, while others, with connections to fallen heroes or to bad omens, remain thought of as cursed. Such is the case with the Hunger Skull, tied forever to the traitor Jorgen Vor. Bran Redmaw's personal icon is the Bloodied Hunter, and his company's savagery is legend. Some say the curse of the Wolfen runs deep within the ranks of the Bloodmaws. Bran has been seen to attack with a howling pack of Wolfen, and sometimes even succumbs to the Canis Helix himself in battle. Yet his warriors are also cunning. The Wolf Lord's numerous grey hunters often lie in wait to the foe's rear after the fury of Bran's frontal attack forces their enemies to retreat. Ingir Krakendoom's sigil is that of the Sea Wolf, often chosen from the kraken-hunting islanders of the south. Many of his men are dark of skin and temperament. They go to war embarked upon armored transports and airborne assault craft adorned with shields. Their swift claws and outriders harry the foe upon the flanks, ensuring the packs reach the enemy in an unstoppable tide. The Sons of Morkai, named after the wolf god long before taking on the sigil of the two-headed beast, Eric Morkai has always been grim and stern of aspect. His company has a great many wolf scout packs, fellow hard-eyed warriors who appreciate their master's taciturn demeanor. Eric's terrifyingly effective methods involve solving problems with swift and bloody acts of violence. It is rumored that the growing cult of the Hounds of Morkai look to Eric as a silent alpha. The Wolf of the Red Moon is a skeletal beast that prowls the seven hells in Fenrisian myth, devouring the unworthy and yet never growing fat. The Wolf Lord who bears this symbol, Gunnar Red Moon, is a roaring bear of a man and as boastful as a bard. He favors fang packs such as aggressors and centurion devastators. Like him, they are possessed of a strong appetite for heavy firepower and even heavier feasting. The champions of Fenris are the great company of Logan Grimnar and are fanatically loyal to its charismatic and cunning leader. Each warrior is extremely proud of his link to the Supreme Lord of the chapter and constantly vies with his peers for the Great Wolf's favor. Logan Grimnar firmly believes that a battle can be carried by a few heroes in the right place at the right time, and as such makes effective use of the many wolf guard in his great company. The Wolf Lord, Harold Deathwolf of the Deathwolves, takes the symbol of the ravening jaw, icon of the wolf time, when Mordecai will eat the sun and eternal night will shroud the stars. Harold himself rides to war upon Icetooth, a great gray thunderwolf. He is the chapter's foremost hunter, for his senses are so sharp he can smell fear. Harold's great company includes a host of lupine beasts, be they flesh and blood or cybernetic constructs. Bjorn Stormwolf of the Stormwolves is a ruddy mountain of muscle and bellowed impatience. He has taken Drekken the Thunderwolf as his symbol, for he too is a creature of ferocity over stealth. When the Stormwolves go to war, they utilize many heavy weapons, bikes, vindicators, and jump packs, for they rejoice in the din of battle more than any other company. Vorek Gnarlfist of the Iron Wolves has cemented his relatively recent position among the Wolf Lords. Having learned his craft under Lord Aegle, whose Iron Wolf sigil he kept as a mark of respect, his great company's armored assaults are greatly feared. Squadrons of repulsor executioners hunt monstrous enemies, while Vorek's packs of wolf scouts outflank the foe in impulsor transports, before closing on them like inescapable iron jaws. Crom Dragongaze of the Drake Slayers has a presence of will so strong that his fiercely loyal wolf guard say only the mythical Sun Wolf has a hope of staring him down. Crom loves taking part in all kinds of contests, from the trial of the Bladed Eye to the rivalries he fosters within his great company and without. Perhaps the most talented Wolf Lord of all, the Blackmane's Ragnar Blackmane, is a force of sheer ferocity and the stuff of legend. Though he is comparatively young, he is without a doubt a warrior born. Ragnar frequently has the honor of planning and leading the Space Wolves' planetary invasions. seeding a world with ravening packs of reavers before launching one of his famed lightning-fast drop assaults. Sven Bloodhowl, Lord of the Fire Howlers, has been missing since he assaulted the Will of Eternity, one of Abaddon's Blackstone fortresses. While some believe his saga to be ended, his Wolfguard rule in his name until his fate is determined. The Fire Howlers tattoo themselves with Bloodhowl's volcanic icon, the Fire Breather, alongside runes depicting their own sagas. In Fenrisian myth, the fire wolf burns without being consumed. Some whisper Jarl Grimblood bears a gift, that he can see visions in the fires of war. The Wolf Lord of the Grimbloods and his packs have not been seen on Fenris in a long time, as they burn a trail of destruction through endless war bands of equally savage orcs. The blank name stone, representing the 13th Company, set into the Grand Annulus, was once that of Jorn Bloodhowl's Great Company, known as the Wolfenkind. They who hounded the 1,000 Sons into the warp during the Horus Heresy. Though some Wolfen appear to have returned, this stone continues to represent all of the great companies across history that have fallen or were lost in battle. Curse of the Wolfen. The ferocity and savagery of the Space Wolves is well attested by other Imperial forces who have had the terrifying honor of fighting alongside them. Some Imperial commanders attribute what they see as the Space Wolves' feral barbarism to their origins among Fenris's warring tribes. In reality, the chapter's bestial nature goes far deeper, into the core of their being. All scions of Leman Russ bear genetic traits they inherit from their progenitor Primarch. Like that of all Adeptus Astartes, the gene seed of the Space Wolves works changes on the body and the mind, interacting with the specialized organs implanted into every warrior. Some of these alterations and synergies may once have been understood by the great mystic geneticists of Mars, Terra, and Luna, yet most were only ever fully grasped by the Emperor himself. Space Wolves have heightened instincts, preternatural senses, and a raw aggression that makes them consummate hunters and devastating shock troops. Yet, these traits are merely the outer pelt of a ferocious nature that is usually suppressed. Of an inner beast, a base and incoherent rage, terrible hunger, and bloodthirsty fury. The Space Wolves know this intangible shadow as the Wolfen, and it resides in each of them without exception. Aspirants of the Space Wolves chapter undergo many arduous and deadly trials before they are bloodily transformed with strange tools and arcane science into Space Marines. They are tested by the priesthoods for their suitability in mind, body, and spirit. Many aspirants fail in these tests. Of these failures, the lucky pass swiftly into the realm of Morkai, the two-headed wolf god of Fenrisian myth, who guards the gates of death. Some few continue to serve as serfs, forever shamed by defeat, or as unthinking, half-human servitors. Many of these tests differ depending on the aspirant and even the traditions of individual great companies. Yet the final one is always the same: the test of Morkai. The warrior is taken far into the barren wastes beyond the fortress of the Fang. He drinks from the cup of Wolfen, and his body absorbs the first and most deadly component of the Space Wolves' gene seed, the Canis Helix. No distinction is made between those who go on to be implanted with the organs of Primaris Space Marines and those matured more traditionally. No aspirants are exempted from the test of Morkai. The Canis Helix is necessary. Without this essential part of Leman Russ's heritage, the other gene helices cannot be implanted. The frightening potency of the Canis Helix has accounted for the lives of many aspirants. The numbers will never be known, since the Sons of Russ rarely record failure. All those not killed by the draught from the cup of Wolfen undergo a monstrous transformation. The Helix works hideous changes on the warrior's mind and body. Bones split and buckle before fusing. Thick hair sprouts across his body, and he is overcome with a desire to hunt, kill, and glut himself on fresh meat. His body mass swells, and his teeth grow into sharp fangs. Whilst in the throes of excruciatingly painful change, the aspirant is cast into the wilderness alone and left to make his way back to the Fang. The warrior must overcome the hunger within him, lest it possess him entirely. If he does not, he will become one of the feral creatures known, like the shadow in his soul, as the Wolfen. If the aspirant finds his way back to the Fang, despite the ravaging changes and the many perils that lie before him, he is implanted with the remainder of the Space Wolf's gene seed, stabilizing the Canis Helix and completing his apotheosis. With time, however, it becomes clear that some of these warriors have not completely conquered the Canis Helix's original effects. In moments of great fury, at the zenith of their battle frenzy, some alter into that bestial state. This is the curse of the Wolfen, an ever-present threat that haunts the soul of every son of Russ. To become one of the Wolfen during the test of Morkai is to roam the wilderness forevermore as a creature of the darkest night, or be captured by their former brothers and held as a caged beast until the time is right for them to be set loose into battle. Those who succumb to the inner beast during battle may be able to reassert control once all before them lay dead. Once the pounding rush of blood becomes less deafening, and the scent of their prey's fear has died with them. Some cannot. They become locked in a cycle of berserk fury, forever fallen from grace as feared reminders of what may await any son of Rus. In battle, their savage howls speak to the muzzled fury within each of the Wolf King's line, inflaming the passions of even the most self-possessed. Among the Space Wolves, there are other Wolfen, their origins uncertain even to those gifted with wisdom. Singly or in packs, they have been discovered across the galaxy, bearing remnants of ancient war gear. Many are marked with the heraldry of the lost 13th Great Company, though there are other sigils and runes that cannot be read among their panoply. Wary talks abounds of the wolfen kind and ancient prophecies, of tragic brothers and curses. Whether these are truly those same warriors who vanished so long ago, horribly changed, may never be known. Still recognizing their fellow warriors as battle brothers, the Space Wolves usher packs of wolfen aboard gunships and deploy them into the heart of the enemy. At other times, the wolfen lope across the field, their instinct leading them to the thickest fighting. They bear fragments of armor shaped to fit their altered anatomies, pack-marked with the white of fangs and the red of blood. With iron-hard talons, marrow-freezing claws, or weapons so huge that only they can wield them, wolfen tear apart any before them. Beneath the fang, in the frozen non-existence of stasis fields, the pilots of the chapter's dreadnoughts slumber between wars. Though little remains of their once heroic physiques, still these epic warriors bear the genetic legacy of Rus. In rare cases, the sleeping beast within their psyche awakes, and the curse of the wolfen ravages and distorts the warrior's mind. Wolfen dreadnoughts unleash rampant devastation. Their metallic snarls and howls blared through emitters as they charge toward any enemy, sweeping long claws or massive axes through anything that dare stands in their way. There is one among these behemoths whose violent storms of slaughter eclipses all others. Discovered by the Space Wolves on the hell world of Omnicide, the feral dreadnought known only as Murderfang is a single-minded berserker of metallic rage. Whatever noble son of Fenris once piloted this untamed force of destruction is long since lost, consumed entirely by the bestial thing at Murderfang's heart. Only by using Hellfrost technology to freeze its servos between battles can its wrath be stayed. The Blood Angels Space Marines are the noble and courageous scions of the Primarch Sanguinius, who was known as the Great Angel, the Brightest One, the Master of Hosts, and many other titles and honorifics. In armor of rich gold, bold crimson, and mournful black, do they descend from on high into glorious battle. There do they smite the foes of the Imperium, purging the unclean, scouring the heretic, and liberating the faithful. In Sanguinius's perfect image, the malnourished sons of a ruined system are sculpted as an artist molds the great heroes of myth. They emerge from their apotheosis as mighty warriors, beautiful in form, elegance, and bearing. The stunted grow tall, the feeble grow strong, the sickly grow hale. Thus is the great angel's vision for the Imperium embodied in his own sons. No matter the wretchedness of humanity's existence, it has potential to rise anew, more wonderful than mankind itself could ever imagine. For 10,000 years it has been so, but the price the Blood Angels have paid for their loyalty is hideous. Sanguinius was slain by the arch-traitor Horus, and the spiritual shock of his death would bedevil his gene sons forevermore. Few know the true cost of the great angel's demise, though it is one the Blood Angels pay to this day. The toll of what is known as the flaw growing greater with each passing year. Heritage of Sanguinius. The Blood Angels are the scions of the Primarch Sanguinius, one of the greatest of all the Primarchs. He sculpted and fashioned the Blood Angels as he saw fit. Inheritors of his genetic legacy, his sons have formidable combat skills and a deep philosophy, continuously striving to live up to his example. It was upon Baal Secundus, the second moon of the planet Baal, that Sanguinius was discovered during the Great Crusade. It is believed that Baal Secundus was once a verdant paradise, its peoples highly advanced, but by the time of Sanguinius's discovery, it was an irradiated hellscape, and has remained that way into the 41st millennium. The people of Baal were badly affected by their harsh environment, universally malnourished, sickly, feeble, and afflicted by lesions, blemishes, and carcinomas. They remain so to this day, scratching a living from the husks of their once great civilization, and only braving the elements in patched rad suits. Sanguinius, immune to the ravages of his adoptive world, was a vision of impeccable beauty, who united his people, bringing a hope they had never had before. Once rediscovered by the Imperium and united with his legion, his burning desire to improve the lot of those around him extended not only to the Space Marines he inherited, but also to humanity itself, and he imbued his sons with his vision for the betterment of mankind. To join the Blood Angels, aspirants must reach the place of challenge at Angel's Fall, where Sanguinius is said to have arrived on Bal Secundus 10,000 years ago. The journey across rad-soaked deserts is fraught with peril, with many dying due to harsh elements or dangerous predators, such as fire scorpions, ketch spiders, and thirst water. Those who survive this perilous journey must then pass through a number of winnowings in which the chapter determines who is worthy of progression. More perish in these deadly games and tournaments, but the successful aspirants are taken to the Arx Angelicum, the Blood Angels' fortress monastery upon Bal itself. There, without rest, they must observe a candlelit vigil for 3 days and 3 nights in the great chapel of the Blood Angel. Those who fail are never seen again. Soon after, the sanguinary priests provide the aspirants who remain with the sanguinary chalice, from which they sup a small amount of blood drawn from the priest's veins, which themselves carry the blood of the Primarch. This process, called ensanguination, leads them to fall into a deep slumber. Hooded blood servitors chant the Credo Vitae as they carry the aspirants to the hall of the sarcophagi, an immense gilded cathedral where they are enclosed for a year in huge golden caskets. In this time, they are intravenously fed with nutrients and more of Sanguinius's blood, and receive the implants they need to become Space Marines. More die in this process or wake up too soon. Throughout their sleep, the aspirants have dreams of moments from their Primarch's life, the details of which are permanently etched into their souls. Their year complete, they emerge as full Space Marines. Strong, tough, and tall, these warriors possess a natural grace, bravery, puissant skill, and nobility akin to that of Sanguinius. They become long-lived, and with such time do they set their minds to varied pursuits and disciplines, many training to become blade masters or sublimely skilled artisans. Blood angels are formed in a master sculptor's ideal of beauty, with smooth skin and elegant features. They adorn their weapons, armor, and vehicles, and banners with beautiful art and fine embellishments, emblazoning them with all manner of chapter icons, including droplets of blood, angels' wings, and chalices. No effort, time, or expense is spared in acquiring the finest resources for such craft. Bloodstone is carefully extracted by hand from the deep caves of the Kroror Mountains on Bal, while the white pigment used to paint angels' wings can only be obtained by crushing the shells of bloodthirsty sand clams. The Blood Angels have even fought wars to claim the precious metals they use for decoration, or to attain the spineworm larvae that produce the taffeta used to make standards and ceremonial tabards. These Space Marines are as diligent in the making of their war gear and maintaining of their heirlooms as they are in defending the Imperium, and few chapters have a battle record as impeccable as theirs. For all their wondrous beauty, the elegance of their artisanship, and their magnificence on the battlefield, all of which can be credited to Sanguinius, There is a haunting dark side to the legacy the Blood Angels have inherited. And it is for this reason that so many pursue their disciplines to such degree. For many, becoming the perfect swordsman or fashioning the perfect axe is but a means to focus their mind and control their inner fury. Exemplars of the host. Though the Blood Angels and their successors are haunted by the death of Sanguinius, they nonetheless embody the great virtues of their angelic Primarch, and they seek to emulate his example wherever and whenever they can. Some brothers achieve this to a greater standard than others. The Sanguinary Guard trace their heritage back to the Great Crusade, when they served as bodyguards to Sanguinius himself. Since that time, every Blood Angel's successor chapter has had a formation of these warriors as directed by Ascalon, the leader of their noble order at the time of the Legion's dissolution. As the Sanguinary Guard are ancient, so too is their war gear. They can trace the lineage of their golden armor and wrist-mounted Angelus bolt guns to the time of the Horus heresy. It is no different for the mighty incarmine glaives they wield, which cannot be scratched, warped, or broken, no matter how terrible the violence wrought by or against them. Made of angel steel, the secrets of the forging of these beautiful and deadly swords and axes are known only to the Blood Angels' artificers. A Sanguinary Guard's most iconic item of war gear is their death mask. The stern-faced visages of those golden war helms crackle with halos of light, giving the masks a terrifying aura that panics the foe and can even put them to flight. The machine spirit within each mask forms a bond of unbreakable loyalty with the wearer. And should the Sanguinary Guard fall in battle, his mask is placed in the sarcophagus of sorrows on Baal for 7 days and nights, in which time the mask takes on the stylized features of its former wearer. Together, the Sanguinary Guard's war gear is a reminder of the chapter and the Imperium's great history. The deeds of each Sanguinary Guard are recorded with great assiduousness and recited during sacred rites, chapter celebrations, and on feast days. They speak of Uzrael, who swept Ansel III's skies of winged Drukhari warriors in a night and a day, and Vesta, who purged the leaders of the cult of the Bloody Eyes from Vladzik Prime with flame and axe. Accounts are read of Matineo, who slew the bodyguard of the Necron overlord Anok the Gilded before beheading the megalomaniac Xenos leader, and countless more tales of glory that ensure that every brother who ascends to the ranks of the Sanguinary Guard knows he's joining a valorous brotherhood with a most glorious legacy. The secrets of Sanguinius's blood are central to the traditions of the chapter. It is the responsibility of the Sanguinary priests to guard them, in addition to being fully trained apothecaries. Sanguinary priests begin their training serving as sanguinary novitiates, mastering the use of the narthecium and reductor to heal their brothers' injuries. Only once they excel in these skills are they fully inducted into the sanguinary priesthood. To join this order, the novitiate must drink the blood of the assembled sanguinary priests from the Red Grail. The sanguinary priests have always played a crucial role in the Blood Angels' recruitment, and it is in this role that their knowledge of the Primarch's blood comes into play. It is thought that during the Great Crusade and Horus Heresy, the Legions aspirants imbibed samples of Sanguinius's blood in a process called ensanguination. After the Primarch's tragic fall, the sanguinary priests retained the last drops of Sanguinius's blood in the Red Grail. They then injected what remained of this most precious resource into their bodies to preserve it, making them its living hosts. To this day, this blood flows in the veins of the sanguinary priests, as each has supped from the Red Grail upon their ascension to this brotherhood. And it is this that is given to the chapter's new recruits. It is also the sanguinary priest's sacred duty to carry the blood chalices, the first of which was given to the priesthood by Sanguinius himself. Many of these artifacts have been destroyed over the millennia, their surviving shards incorporated into new chalices or into the priest's nartheciums. Some believe a part of Sanguinius's essence was somehow woven into the chalices' form, allowing nearby blood angels to hear their Primarch's voice. Whilst none can truly verify this, the effect these artifacts have on the Space Marines is nonetheless astounding, filling them with furious vigor. In battle, sanguinary priests encourage the Blood Angels to control their raging bloodlust, and to unleash it against the enemy in times of dire need. In the heat of battle, nearby Blood Angels are affected by the Red Grail, as they are with blood chalices, but to an even greater degree. As sanguinary high priest of the Blood Angels, Corbulo is the keeper of the Red Grail. His position has meant that Corbulo has spent centuries seeking a cure for the flaw. In his attempts to neutralize the weakness in his chapter's gene seed, he has traveled to the apothecarians of other chapters and walked upon abandoned worlds, attempting to find lost archaeotech that might aid his cause. Corbulo is considered by many to resemble Sanguinius in look and character more than any living blood angel, and the gift of foresight Corbulo possesses supports this view. Corbulo is a warrior of deep wisdom and invaluable insight, traits further enhanced by his intense study of the scrolls of Sanguinius. In these sacred texts, he seeks to combine the knowledge he has acquired from his own visions with those Sanguinius recorded millennia ago, and in doing so, forewarn his chapter of dangers to come. Without his efforts, the Blood Angels would have had far less warning of Hive Fleet Leviathan's attack. The flaw The Blood Angels are a dying chapter, afflicted by the dreadful curse known as the Flaw, the Blood Angels' greatest secret. It is a twin threat, with every Blood Angel vulnerable to the afflictions known as the Red Thirst and the Black Rage. The former clouds the minds of the afflicted with a feverish blood madness, but it is at least temporary. The Black Rage is permanent. The sufferer's sanity is destroyed and their soul lost forever to a crazed, uncontrollable fury. Over the millennia, more and more Blood Angels have been clutched in the grip of the Flaw. Deep within the psyche of every son of Sanguinius is a destructive yearning, a blood hunger that haunts their every waking moment and aches to be unleashed without restraint, but must be held at bay. This is the Red Thirst, and despite their every effort, the Blood Angels commonly yield to it in the heat of battle. To succumb to it is a mark of shame in any but the most dire of circumstances, where victory can only be achieved with ferocious savagery. On occasion, the Blood Angels choose to unleash it as a weapon under the careful guidance of the sanguinary priests, and only then as a last resort. It is not unknown for the inhabitants of worlds on which the Blood Angels are fighting to be discovered drained of blood. This may be the work of cultists seeking to disparage the chapter, or of superstitious populations making sacrifices to their angelic saviors. It is also possible, however, that the blood of these citizens was indeed consumed by Blood Angels in thrall to the Red Thirst. The Blood Angels have a uniquely strong bond and blood link with their Primarch. Sanguinius's experiences are encoded into their gene seed, and no memory is more powerful than that of his last titanic duel with the arch-traitor Horus. During this fight, the Blood Angel's gene sire was struck so dolorous a blow that it wounded his very soul, and has resounded through the spirits of his scions even unto the 41st millennium. To the ignorant, a warrior in the grip of the Black Rage is simply consumed by irrepressible anger, half mad with fury. In reality, he no longer has any awareness of who or where he is, either believing himself to be Sanguinius in his final hours, or to be fighting in one of the horrific battles of the Horus heresy. Brothers consumed in such a way are inducted into the Death Company, the ranks within which they will fight one final battle in their Primarch's name. The Blood Angels have learned much of how the Black Rage afflicts the suffering battle brothers by using the Lestrilio procedure, named for the tragic chaplain who pioneered the process and was later subject to it. Those who have succumbed to the Black Rage, yet have no enemy upon which to unleash their fury, are shackled in adamantine and encouraged to talk of what they see. What rantings and ravings the Space Marine can utter are carefully recorded, analyzed, and compared with others. This procedure inevitably kills the warrior in body-shattering spasms, but collated results have given the Blood Angels invaluable data on what the Black Rage is and how it affects the sufferer. Exactly why the flaw exists is intensely debated amongst the Blood Angels, their successor chapters, and those elements of the imperial hierarchy that have somehow learned of it. Some suggest the flaw is rooted in chaos corruption. They claim it was the dark gods who contrived to steal Sanguinius from the Emperor and leave him on Bal Secundus, and that the Primarch was deeply affected by their touch, his wings evidence of this. Most dismiss this claim, citing Sanguinius's unfailing loyalty to the Emperor, as well as that of his sons ever since. Others claim that the process of ensanguination has contributed to the flaw's manifestation. Supporters of this theory contest that not only would any inherent corruption in Sanguinius be passed on more directly to his sons, but that over 10,000 years the cells would no doubt have mutated. Whilst this may have happened slowly at first, accrued errors would significantly increase in number over time. It is well known to the sanguinary priests and those adepts of Mars who have studied the Blood Angel's gene seed that the scions of Sanguinius have an overactive homophagy, an organ that allows Space Marines to absorb the skills and memories of the dead by consuming their flesh. Though theories abound as to why this is the case, none know with any assuredness. It is entirely possible that this fault in their gene seed has led the Blood Angels and their successors to develop blood drinking and even flesh-eating rituals in the past, though many of these practices are far more prevalent in some chapters than others. The process of absorption has narcotic qualities, and it is possible that the sons of Sanguinius feel this effect more strongly than most. Other theories discuss the impact Bal Secundus's strange cocktails of chemical toxins and radiation might have had on the Blood Angels. The Baalite scriptures, stored deep within the chapter's librarium, record that this moon was once inhabited by all manner of mutant tribes, against which Sanguinius and his people waged war. If Bal Secundus's population could affect much of its human population in such a grotesque way, it is not beyond imagination that gene seed might also be altered. These ideas are dismissed by most Blood Angels, citing Sanguinius's immunity to the ravages of the radiation-scarred moon, as well as the transition each member of their brotherhood goes through in the golden sarcophagus, purging them of the frailties bestowed by their home world. It is possible that all of these factors play a role, their impact varying on an individual basis, thus explaining why there is no way of predicting when a son of Sanguinius might succumb to either of the flaw's terrible aspects. Some of the Blood Angels' successor chapters have been more gravely afflicted than others. A number are accused of failing to take the correct precautions and allowing themselves to surrender to the grip of the Red Thirst too easily. Others were founded in more recent centuries, by which time the Blood Angel's gene seed may have already degraded considerably. Factors such as the environment of their homeworlds and those they have campaigned on, or their proximity to warp storms, have all been suggested. For some chapters, the flaw has overwhelmed them completely, leading to them being declared excommunicate traitores, or being intentionally dispatched to unwinnable wars where every one of their number is wiped out, having fought as frothing lunatics against impossible odds. The flaw does offer some advantages. Being so aware of their own failings has made the Blood Angels better able to appreciate the weaknesses of others, rendering them far more sympathetic to humanity than many other chapters. The Blood Angels are well known for racing to the aid of Imperial citizenry, even when there is no obvious strategic gain in doing so, and work in close concert with non-Space Marine forces, such as the Adeptus Sororitas and Astra Militarum. The Blood Angels, nonetheless, make every effort to resist the call of the Red Thirst, and are desperate in their desire to be free of the Black Rage. They take up strict disciplines, whether this be in art, bladesmanship, poetry, calligraphy, or weapon forging, to focus their minds. They spend as much time as possible on those rare occasions when they are not at war sleeping in the sarcophagi used to create them, within which the sanguinary priests have developed filters to cleanse and purify the Space Marine's blood, in hopes that the degeneracy of the flaw may be slowed. It was hoped by some that the arrival of the Primaris Space Marines might prove to be their salvation from the flaw. This hope was a false one, as many of this new breed across the Blood Angels and their successor chapters have already been inducted into the Death Company. The Death Company. Any scion of Sanguinius can be struck down by the Black Rage. This spiritual curse dwells deep within the soul of every Blood Angel, and there is little telling as to when it might take hold of its victim. Those that are consumed by it are folded into the Death Company, a fearsome and morbid brotherhood of madmen. On the eve of battle, the Blood Angels bend the knee and turn their thoughts to Sanguinius' sacrifice. Chaplains pace amongst the warriors, blessing each while chanting the Mor Patris, the Mass of Doom. They take careful note of which warriors slur their speech, are glazed of eye, or appear overly excitable, for these are most likely to succumb to the Black Rage. Most do not, as much of their training has been dedicated to suppressing the strength of this affliction. For some, however, its call is too strong, and the memories of their Primarch too overwhelming. These warriors collapse into the chaplain's arms and are inducted into the Death Company. In their minds, the Death Company have lost all knowledge of who they are, where they are, and even the time in which they are living. Their consciousnesses are thrust millennia into the past, where they believe they are fighting in the cataclysmic battles of the Horus Heresy. Whether it be on the walls of the Imperial Palace, on one of the myriad forgotten battlefields in which the Blood Angels undoubtedly fought, or within the twisted and warped corridors of Horus's corrupted flagship, the Vengeful Spirit. Many believe they are Sanguinius himself, engaged in combat with the arch-traitor. though in reality they may be fighting lithe Tyranid horrors or hulking orc brutes. In their minds, they are striking down heretic Astartes. Regardless, they are lost to their brothers and chapter forever, swept up by an unbreakable madness. Though most of the time, few brothers fall into the appalling embrace of the Black Rage, and on occasion, none do at all. It has not been unheard of for entire strike forces to yield to it. These terrible moments are marks of shame in the Blood Angels' history, and names such as Nykoth, the Skadden Atrocity, the War of Broken Wings, the Stenar Massacre, and the Battle of Linniki Reach conjure a mournful silence in any gathering of Sanguinius's Genesons. The Blood Angels believe that giving these warriors of the Death Company the most glorious possible death is a responsibility of paramount importance. If they are going to spend the lives of their brothers, it must come at greatest cost to the enemy. In their view, the Death Company were once heroic defenders of humanity, and thus have earned a noble end. With great sadness, the Death Company's armor is painted in the black of mourning and is adorned with crimson psalteries to represent Sanguinius's sacrifice. Parchments are hung from their plate, detailing the warriors' battles and victories. Thus are their great deeds in life commemorated and their worth affirmed. The Death Company are sent into fights no sane warrior would engage in, and they win. They hack monstrous beasts to death, smash through impenetrable lines that have resisted Imperial assault for months, and lead savage boarding actions against enemy capital ships, flooding narrow corridors with the foe's blood. In great sieges that have lasted for years, they serve as the forlorn hope, crashing over battlements to sweep them clear of enemies, to snatch victory after victory from the jaws of defeat. On Truitas, Antax, Holonon, Armageddon, and countless other worlds over the centuries. In their fury, the Death Company demonstrate frightening strength and incredible resilience. Some believe that in their madness, these battle brothers possess a portion of Sanguinius's power, though in the view of many more these traits are simply the products of their unrelenting insanity. Regardless, Death Company warriors fight on through the most brutal of circumstances, from losing limbs to having their chests blown out or even being set alight. All the while their eyes remain filled with frantic killing light, and terrifying roars pour forth from their vox grills. The onerous duty of guiding the enraged Death Company into the hell of war falls to the chaplains. Their bellicose oaths and zealous commitment exhorting their deranged brothers to even greater acts of violence. Nonetheless, particularly strong-willed scions of Sanguinius, such as members of the Sanguinary Guard, have been known to lead the Death Company, despite not belonging to the Reclusium. Lucian Galani of the Blood Drinkers Sanguinary Guard insisted on painting one of his shoulder guards black in their honor, after seeing their sacrifice and accomplishments firsthand during the war for Malachian's Hope. It is an unfortunate reality for the sons of Sanguinius that, on occasion, not every member of the Death Company will fall in battle. Most will die in the aftermath, finally slain by their horrendous wounds, or by a merciful axe blow from the Redeemer of the Lost, whose solemn duty is to end their suffering. For those who cannot be released from their curse in these ways, the Red Thirst almost always awaits them. Their berserk fury somehow made worse by an insatiable thirst for blood and hunger for flesh. These unfortunate souls are locked away deep within the tower of Amarillo on Baal, for their own safety as well as that of their brothers. Howls echo throughout the tower, and those who hear these screams are filled with pity, hoping that when their own time comes, they will meet death in battle rather than suffer such an ignoble fate. Ashtaroth the Grim. There is no rank within the Blood Angels more honored or loathed than Redeemer of the Lost. It is held in highest esteem for the terrible burden its bearer must carry, and the harsh duties they must enact. It is reviled because the Redeemer has the blood of countless brothers on his hands, a stain that can never be removed. Ashtaroth the Grim seeks out those souls so gripped by the black rage that not even death in battle is possible for them. To those individuals, he brings swift mercy, beheading them with a single stroke of the weapon of his office, the executioner's axe. Any scion of Sanguinius feels deeply unsettled around Ashtaroth. The weight of his terrible burden and the ceaseless grief he endures have given him a humorless, dour manner, and every battle brother knows that one day it might be them who is brought to an end by the lethal weapon he carries. Long ago, the Gene sons of Sanguinius agreed that the burdens of the Redeemer of the Lost were so terrible they should fall on the shoulders of a single brother. Since his ascension to the post, Ashtaroth alone has been equal to this task, though in recent years it has grown ever more arduous. He has spent longer and longer away from Baal, crossing the stars in pursuit of the sole call of the Black Rage wherever he hears it, journeying amongst the Blood Angel's successors aboard his ship, the Eminence Sanguis, which has been used by his predecessors for millennia. To many, it appears that Ashtaroth actually encourages the Black Rage to emerge amongst those with whom he walks. This is false. Only he can hear the doom-laden chords of the Black Rage's call, the forlorn symphony of which cannot be silenced or even dulled, even with great distance. Only he can detect the emergent flaw in a soul before any other, and will stop at nothing to reach such afflicted battle brothers, hacking apart all who stand in his way. And so Ashtaroth is as true an angel of death as any, both to his rivals and battle brothers. Wherever he fights, warriors of the Death Company are by his side, their combined power a terrible onslaught that devastates any enemy they reach. Ashtaroth channels his deep sorrow into a ferocious battle fury, and hews apart foe after foe in his savage determination to give his doomed brothers the glorious end in battle each deserves after their years in service. Lamartes. Few knew the graceful nuances and sublime edicts of the cult sanguineus, the doctrines and beliefs of the blood angels and their successors better than Chaplain Lamartes. He was deeply learned in the rites of initiation, vindication, and redemption, the blood pact, the host throng, the 9 incarmine axioms, and the orders of the Circulus Innate Angelus. For all his unfathomable wisdom and the admiration of his brothers, he was no less vulnerable to the Black Rage. Chaplain Lamartes fell to the Black Rage during the liberation of Hadriath XI. Unlike the other warriors of the Death Company who spearheaded the planet strike, Lamartes survived and carved a bloody path through the Orc defenders, finally collapsing from his wounds only when the battle was won. Then he was brought to the field apothecarium inside the now captured fortress to await the arrival of Astarath, Redeemer of the Lost. Yet, when Astarath arrived to deliver the chaplain into death's embrace, Lamartes demanded to live. Such a thing was unheard of. Though his eyes were bloodshot and his muscles taut with fury, Lamartes' words were clear and cognate. Whilst members of the Death Company were often so deranged that Astarath had to best them in combat before he could take their lives, never before had one challenged him in so lucid a fashion. Quashing all dissent, Astarath ordered that the chaplain be placed in stasis and returned to Baal until the chapter's librarians and sanguinary priests could make a full examination of him. This investigation took several months, during which time Lamartes was largely kept in stasis to ensure the safety of those around him. But the results seemed to reinforce Astarath's hopes. The chaplain was unquestionably in the grip of the Black Rage, for all the physical signs were there. Yet his mind was not riven with insanity. Through an act of incredible willpower, Lamartes appeared able to hold his madness in check. Several sanguinary priests argued that this was but a temporary respite, but Astarath was not so sure. Refusing to slay Lamartes, as many wished, he awoke the chaplain from his enforced slumber and offered him a way in which he could continue to serve. So did Lamartes become the guardian of the lost and the wielder of the ancient blood Crozius. He has repaid Astarath's faith 1,000 times over, for the Death Company have never been so potent a force as they are under his guidance. At battle's end, he is placed in stasis once more, to slumber through the weeks and months until his bloody talents are required again. For Lamartes, there is no longer any calm before the storm. His life is one constant battle, for he is awoken when needed and preserved when he is not. Lamartes is surely living on borrowed time, for even his formidable willpower cannot keep the Black Rage at bay indefinitely. Yet for the moment at least, the chaplain's iron will holds firm. He is a symbol of hope to a chapter slipping into darkness. For if Lamartes can continue to reason and serve his chapter within the dark insanity of the Black Rage, perhaps others can do so too. Ordering the host. Legend tells that it was Ascalon of the Sanguinary Guard who made the historic decision to break up the Blood Angels to form chapters in accordance with the Codex Astartes, making his legion amongst the first to do so. Even then, the flaw was making its mark upon Sanguinius's sons, and the Blood Angels could ill afford organizational disputes at such a trying time as this. Largely a Codex-adherent chapter, the Blood Angels organization has small differences that accommodate the flaw and allow for traditional idiosyncrasies. To them, the Codex is not only a source of military wisdom, but also great discipline that can further aid them in restraining their dark urges. The Blood Angels are led by their chapter master and the chapter council, made up of company captains, chaplains, sanguinary priests, the Logiticium, fleet captains, and others. This body oversees the entire chapter and the ball system, as well as managing the Blood Angels' much expanded duties in being one of the principal imperial authorities in the Imperium Nihilus. Many of the Blood Angels' officers hold additional titles, offices, and functions. Some of these are drawn from the Codex, such as the Master of the Marches or Master of the Watch. Others have evolved according to the Blood Angels' needs and deep traditions over time, such as the Shield of Baal, Lord of Skyfall, and Caller of the Fires. Sanguinius himself developed the sanguinary priesthood and placed his legion's apothecarian on an organizational par with the chaplaincy. It is believed that he foresaw the troubles his son would face in the future, and thus made these changes. Both apothecarian and reclusium were to have equal part in the legions, and later the chapter's spiritual guidance. A council of sanguinary priests and chaplains, known as the Council of Bone and Blood, appoints a new chapter master should one be required. During the rigorous vetting process, whereby potential candidates are assessed for their will and worthiness, the sanguinary high priest and high chaplain take joint temporary rule. The potent force of spiritual might flows through the Blood Angels' veins, one of many gifts these battle brothers possess thanks to the power of their Primarch. They are also numbered amongst the most psychically gifted chapters, and their large quantity of librarians reflects this. Demands on the Blood Angels' logistical skills have never been higher. Thousands of Space Marines from their successor chapters are fighting in the Red Scar, all in need of armaments. In the aftermath of the Tyrannid siege, the emergence of the Great Rift, and Dante's naming as Regent and Warden of the Imperium Nihilus, the Blood Angels' homeworld has become a hub of activity for all manner of Imperial personnel, and a growing administration has been developed to support it. Commander Dante. Commander Dante rules the Blood Angels. He is the bringer of Sanguinius's light, hero of the Red Scar, uniter of the Sanguinary Brotherhood, and the living embodiment of the 5 angelic graces. He is among the oldest living Space Marines and is the longest-serving chapter master. To describe him as a legend is an understatement bordering on insult. None can deny the scope of Dante's campaign experience. He has fought battles uncounted, orchestrated innumerable campaigns, and seized bloody victories on worlds as far-flung as orc-riven Vordrast and the rebellious Formund. It is said that no man has visited as many of the Imperium's million worlds as Dante. To his fellow chapter masters, Dante is an exemplar of the fearlessness, dedication, and strategic genius at the heart of the Space Marines' never-ending mission. To the hard-pressed generals and marshals of the Imperial Guard, he is a thrice-welcomed ally at the forefront of mankind's defense. To the common soldiers and citizens of the Imperium, Dante is nothing less than a savior, a golden god who descends from the heavens on wings of fire. So long now has Dante lived that his exploits have passed gradually into myth. Did Dante truly banish the Keeper of Secrets, J. Fahulian, the Pulchritudinous, before the hanging pleasure gardens of fabled Luxuruza? Did he really face an entire Black Legion warband alone? Rescuing the pilgrims aboard the toils of the faithful from a truly hideous end? How many did he save in relieving the siege of Maculos? How many heretics did Dante cleave in two during the emancipation of Parvolos? Only Dante himself can say with certainty, yet he speaks not on such events. The Imperium needs heroes, needs hope in these dark times, and the commander of the Blood Angels does his part to prevent mankind from losing heart. He has become his mask for the sake of the Imperium, rarely removing it in the knowledge that, should those who adore him see his tired features and long white hair, he may no longer be regarded as the glorious champion they believe in and so desperately require. Yet, for all his success, or perhaps because of it, Dante has grown weary of his labors. The burden of centuries grows ever weightier. Only one thing prevents him succumbing to ennui. Recorded in the scrolls of Sanguinius are the Primarch's visions of a great battle to overshadow all others, where one golden warrior will stand between his emperor and the darkness. For many generations of the Blood Angels, these prophecies were read as Sanguinius's foreknowledge of his own fate. Yet through some instinct, possibly a lingering trace of his Primarch's fabled far-seeing eye, Dante believes otherwise. He has always known that the defense of the Emperor will one day rest in his hands, and that he will have to be ready for that greatest of duties. The Lord of the Blood Angel suspects that time may now have finally come. Dante has been made regent and warden of the Imperium Nihilus by none other than Rabute Guilliman himself. The scale of such responsibility is impossible to fathom. This half of the Imperium drowns in darkness. Communications are nigh impossible, and travel is extremely hazardous. Each passing day the exhausted astropaths of the Red Scar are battered with hundreds of harrowing pleas for aid from worlds in the grip of terrifying Drakari raids, invaded by rampaging warbands of heretic Astartes, or on the edge of consumption by the warp itself. All the while, much of the Red Scar is plagued by surviving tendrils of Hive Fleet Leviathan, which ravaged the region prior to the Great Rift's emergence. Being named Lord of half the galaxy by a figure as imminent as Gilliman should be a great gift, but in reality, it is a terrible burden. Each day, billions die, and worlds are lost, Dante and his blood angels unable to help. Nonetheless, Dante strives to live up to his responsibilities. Already, he has launched his counterattacks throughout the Red Scar, seizing strategically vital worlds and rescuing beleaguered populations. He has dispatched fleets further afield to serve as his heralds, to bring hope to the despairing masses. His message is to stand firm, that the Warden and Regent fights with them in spirit and battles daily to reach them. Though beset on all sides by myriad threats from the traitor, alien, and heretic, with countless wars raging throughout the Red Scar and beyond, Baal is in the process of an enormous transformation. The Blood Angels' homeworld is becoming a beacon for refugees and a mustering point for scattered Imperial forces. Dante has ordered the massive expansion of Skyfall, the Blood Angels' enormous space dock, to enable it to serve as a fleet support base for a vast armada of warships. Formed of those vessels, Dante has been able to summon to Baal, and those that have fled here. Dante believes that this fleet nihilus can be the beginning of a reclamation force that restores imperial rule to the domain placed in his charge. Mephiston. Dark, brooding, and enormously powerful, Mephiston is the Blood Angels' chief librarian. A figure of awe in the chapter, many sons of Sanguinius perceive him as a savior, not only because of his power, but because of what he has overcome. Mephiston is the only known Blood Angel to have wholly cast out the Black Rage. Mephiston was once Calistarius, a promising librarian. It was during the Second War for Armageddon that he fell to the Black Rage. One more example of the terrible waste of life begotten by the flaw. During the fighting, tons of masonry fell upon Calistarius and trapped him for days. He was tormented by visions, teetering on the brink between life and death, sanity and madness, but he did not succumb. Through incredible strength of will, he confronted the Black Rage that stained his soul and rejected it. Upon this miraculous achievement, he burst free from the ruins that trapped him, reborn as Mephiston, Lord of Death. Through means that remain a mystery to the sanguinary priests and the librarians, Mephiston's gene seed had somehow been awoken by his traumatic experience, imbuing him with abilities beyond those of the greatest of his battle brothers. The Lord of Death could move its speeds almost too fast for the eye to follow. And such was his strength that he could pulverize ceramite with his bare hands. Mephiston rose rapidly through the librarian's ranks to become chief librarian. He is now an icon of hope to his brothers, for if he can defeat the Black Rage, perhaps others can too. Some Blood Angels are less convinced, wondering what terrible price the Lord of Death may have had to pay for his so-called victory. After the Great Rift tore the galaxy in two, Mephiston only grew more powerful. To those suspicious of him, this only made him more dangerous. His detractors' concerns appeared to be validated when fighting aboard the battleship Dominance against Slaaneshi demons. Mephiston's powers overwhelmed him. For this, he was locked within the Chemic Spheres, a prison deep within the Arx Angelicum. It was during this incarceration that librarian Gaius Recalus suggested Mephiston cross the Rubicon Primaris to help him contain his powers. It was a risk. Many feared it might make Mephiston even more dangerous. But he underwent the days-long and agonizing operation and survived, emerging not only more powerful, but also more stable. No Blood Angels, however, know what Mephiston truly went through, or what terrible truths he learned in the horrifying visions he experienced, all of which he has vowed to never reveal. Captain Tycho. Brother Captain Erasmus Tycho was once the greatest strike leader the Blood Angels have ever known. Rumored to be Dante's protege and chosen successor. Now his memory stands as a grim reminder that even the chapter's brightest and best are not safe from the clutches of the Black Rage. Even before Tycho ascended the Blood Angels' ranks, to many he was a paragon of the 5 angelic graces: honor, humility, mercy, restraint, and forgiveness. Tycho took command of the Blood Angels' 3rd Company when his predecessor was slain during the Second War for Armageddon. The former sergeant swiftly proved his mettle, orchestrating the rout of Boss Graccha's speed freaks and recapturing key defensive positions along the River Chernin. Heartened by their successes, the 3rd Company pushed on, striking at Orc supply lines from Armageddon Prime. It was on such a mission that Tycho and his company were ambushed. Though the Blood Angels triumphed, their captain fell victim to an Orc Weirdboy's psychic assault early in the battle, and was left for dead. Through luck, or sheer belligerence, Tycho survived, but the terrible psychic onslaught had paralyzed half of his face, freezing it forever in a rictus grin. Tycho's obsession with fine aesthetic taste and beauty was as great as that of any other Blood Angel, and to him, such a fate was worse than death itself. So it was that bitterness and rage began to creep into Tycho's once pure heart, opening the door to the pent-up anger that lay at the core of Tycho's very being. Unable to bear the pitiful looks of his battle brothers, Tycho ordered the chapter's most revered artificer to forge him a mask to cover his disfigurement. This simple act seemed to grant Tycho a measure of peace, and for a time he regained his old composure. For the remainder of the Armageddon campaign, the Blood Angels' Third Company stood in the thick of the fighting. Tycho directed their efforts as he had in the early stages, though none could deny that an increased fervor stole over the captain whenever he tasted the tang of orc blood upon the air. More and more, he embraced the 5 warriors' virtues: strength, savagery, abandon, rage, and detachment. In the wake of that great campaign, it swiftly became apparent that not all was right with Tycho. No longer could he be relaxed in the hollowed halls of the chapter fortress, for its beauty served only to remind him of his own mutation. Dante reluctantly assigned Tycho to permanent battle duty, where he became ever more violent of temperament and attitude, his tactics audacious to the point of foolhardiness. Finally, when Gaskell returned to Armageddon and Tycho revisited the war that had seen him mutilated so many years before, his mind snapped. Lost in the depths of rage, the captain took his place in the Death Company, at the head of a mass of raving, delusional battle brothers. Tycho led the assault upon the breach at Hive Tempestora. Though his charge carried the day, and the ferocity of assault has since become legend, the captain fell at last, on the planet where perhaps he should have perished long before. Flesh Terrors. Few chapters have a reputation for savagery like the Flesh Terrors. Violence made manifest, to fight them in battle is to face a storm of whirling chain blades wielded by howling warriors bent on inflicting total slaughter. Blighted by tragedy, the Flesh Terror's bloodthirst has defined them, and few of the scions of Sanguinius are as afflicted by the flaw as they. The Flesh Terrors were formed upon the dissolution of the Blood Angels' Legion as a part of the second founding. Initially existing as a crusading force, they swept the stars clean of those traitors that remained, slaughtering the foes of mankind without mercy. Rumors of their savagery abounded, and collateral damage inflicted by their wars was shocking even by the harsh standards of the Imperium. But the galaxy is an immense place, and in the aftermath of the Horus Heresy, Imperial command lacked the time, resources, and inclination to investigate further. To those who received reports of such atrocities, if traitors were being purged, it was only for the better. It is believed that it was only after many years that the Flesh Terrors settled on Cretacia, the planet that was to become their home world. The fourth in a system of 7 worlds, Cretacia is shrouded in dense cloud and racked by volatile electric storms. As horrific a death world as any of its class in the Imperium. It is home to dense jungles, steamy swamps, magma geysers, volcanic eruptions, and sharp tectonic shifts. Vast, dangerous predators prowl, scuttle, slither, and stomp over its surface. Some are insectoids with sharpened proboscises that can pierce power armor, while others are reptilian hunters as big as scout titans that can crush battle tanks. Most crucially for the flesh terrors is the planet's extremely hardy human population, which has somehow adapted to survive in this most hostile of environments. The native Cretaceans rarely reject gene seed implants, and their deadly homeworld has made them rugged and daring, perfect for space marine recruitment. The flesh terrors have not used the process of insanguination for millennia, and few know whether this has caused the flaw's wide presence in the chapter or has prevented a terrible situation from being even worse. Regardless, the chapter's gene seed has an abnormal mutation that renders flesh terrors much more vulnerable to the flaw than other sons of Sanguinius. Despite the suitability of their recruits, chapter's significant battle casualties and genetic defects meant that until the Ultima founding, the flesh terrors were woefully under strength. A dedicated assault force, the chapter are defined by their incredible savagery. They charge headlong into the fray, determined to rip apart their enemies wherever they find them. This recklessness has resulted in a high casualty rate, and much gene seed has been irretrievably lost, as warriors have stormed into formidable defenses where their bodies cannot be safely recovered, or enemy fire so intense they have been reduced to atoms. The flesh terrors rarely work with allies. Their unrelenting brutality has left them shunned and distrusted by much of the rest of the Imperium, and many inquisitors have sought to have the chapter investigated for its actions. This is not without cause. Forces that have found themselves between the flesh terrors and their enemies have later been discovered dead, reduced to chunks of hewn meat bearing the telltale marks of chainsword teeth. Though Chapter Master Gabriel Seth has done much to undo this reputation, it has not been one easily shed. A nominally Codex chapter, the Flesh Terror's organizational doctrine has differed to account for their low numbers and relatively small quantity of armored fighting vehicles and battle tanks. By the time of the devastation of Baal, their numbers were barely a third of Codex strength, and by battle's end they had suffered hideous casualties, reducing them no more than a standard company at best. Unlike most other Blood Angel successor chapters, the Flesh Terror's Death Company is a standing force, and none know how many make up its numbers. On more than one occasion, Gabriel Seth has even prevented Astarath the Grim from conducting his bloody work when the Redeemer of the Lost has come to them. Between battles, many of the chapter's Death Company dwell in the Tower of the Lost on Cretacia, or on Death's Cow, a strike cruiser commanded by Chaplain Zufaz that has been heavily converted to deploy the Death Company. Gabriel Seth. Wrathful, dour, and savage, Gabriel Seth is distrusted even by many of the Sanguinary Brotherhood's other chapter masters. Nonetheless, he has risen above both the Red Thirst and the Black Rage to demonstrate a sense of honor, loyalty, and duty that is truly in the image of Sanguinius. On the day of his ascension, Gabriel Seth listened, grim-faced, as the chapter's sanguinary priests presented evidence of the terrible truth. the rate at which their warriors succumbed to madness or death far exceeded the Flesh Terror's capacity to replace their losses. When Seth learned of this, he swore that if their fate was to be extinction, they would pass into history in proud remembrance, not in whispered rumors of brutality and madness. Under Seth's leadership, the Flesh Terror's chapter planet of Cretacia became little more than an automated armory and recruitment center. At any given time, before the devastation of Baal, the bulk of the Flesh Terrors were off-planet, performing great patrol arcs through the segmentums Ultima and Tempestus, while their librarians sifted through the aether in search of astropathic calls for assistance. So it was that the Flesh Terrors were often among the first wave of reinforcements to an embattled world. Seth himself led boarding actions against enemy blockade vessels, or counter-assaults on invaders' drop zones before the foe could claim so much as a foothold. Seth knows that he cannot realistically curtail his battle brother's bloodlust. He himself is as prone to rage-soaked savagery as any of his brethren. Yet by striking first, and in isolation from other forces, the worst excesses that were once the hallmark of the chapter's assaults can be concealed. Now, worlds that might once have reviled the Flesh Terrors praised them as saviors. Though Seth's plans have not worked in every war. Sometimes, despite the chapter master's best efforts, his battle brothers have overstepped the mark in brutal fashion. Such events culminated at Gaius Point during the Third War for Armageddon, where the Flesh Terrors slaughtered the defense militia and the Adeptus Auroritas of the Order of the Argent Shroud barely escaped with their lives. They reported the events to the Ordo Hereticus, and Seth was brought to trial on Baal, where he stood in the Forum Judicium of the Arx Angelicum before a council of sanguinary Brotherhood chapter masters. The gathering listed the Flesh Terror's crimes, recounting events on Stormark, Honor's End, and Lucid Prime, and the capture and breaking of Inquisitor Corvin Harold. Seth insisted that if any Flesh Terror was to be held accountable, it would be only him, and that his chapter would continue to serve the Imperium. It was only by the intervention of Astorath the Grim that the Flesh Terrors were not dissolved and Seth incarcerated on Baal indefinitely. The High Chaplain argued that the Flesh Terror's terrible rage was needed to fight the horrific enemies of mankind. Not all of Seth's brothers have agreed with his methods. During the ferocious fighting on Baal Primus, alongside the Knights of Blood, Seth nearly came to blows with one of his chaplains. Chaplain Apollos believed that Seth cared more for the lives of other Blood Angels than his Flesh Terrors, sacrificing too many of his own brothers for Dante's chapter. Seth understands that, though his warriors often desire little more than to reach the enemy and rip them limb from limb, achieving victory requires more than butchery. Even as the forces of Hive Fleet Leviathan threaten to drown the Baal system in a never-ending deluge of chitinous creatures, Seth developed strategies to bleed the Xenos as much as possible. He had the strength of will and the authority to order warriors, desperate to hack apart Tyranids in bloody melee, to man-fixed defenses. He ordered for battle tanks to be chained into position to prevent their aggressive machine spirits from driving the vehicles headlong into the fray, alongside the chapter's battle brothers. Despite protestations, he was adamant that they kill only at the right time. It was this tactical awareness that allowed Seth to salvage a degree of his chapter's reputation in the eyes of the Imperium and the Sanguinary Brotherhood. And he continues to fight in this manner. In battle, he allows his warriors to indulge their bloodthirsty whims to the point that it is beneficial to his strategies, reining them in only when it is necessary, even if he himself is desperate to spill blood. He stresses decisive aggression in all things, except when restraint will yield the greater victory. With his chapter's Primaris reinforcements, Seth makes great use of assault intercessors and impulsor transports, supported by interceptors plummeting into battle from above to slaughter foes at close quarters. Blade Guard veterans anchor his line, the resolute warriors bedecked with relics that remind their brothers they are heirs to beauty as well as red fury. For all his efforts to challenge the commonly held perceptions of his chapter as berserk butchers, Gabriel Seth is every bit the bloody whirlwind in battle. He wields an enormous two-handed chainsword named Blood Reaver, and is more than capable of hacking even the most monstrous enemy's limb from limb. As he fights, Seth lashes out at his opponents with vicious kicks, punches, and headbutts, using every part of his anatomy as a weapon. The chapter master prefers to plunge headlong into massed foes before unleashing his full ferocity upon the bodies pressed in around him. And it has been remarked by Commander Dante that such luckless victims would have had more chance of surviving a battle cannon shell landing in their midst. Indeed, the blood-drenched results are not dissimilar. Humanity is beset by countless evils. Against many, armies can be raised. Hatreds can be stoked. Vigilance for that which is not human can be maintained. Not so the demon, the lie made flesh. For to even know of such a creature is to risk one's essence. The soul of the Grey Knights is sacrosanct, and their purity is incorruptible. The silvered armor of this chapter's warriors is bound with incantations, engraved with sigils of warding. Their blades shine with the inner light of their sanctity, for each of these space marines is a psychic warrior, in empiric communion with his battle brothers. Empowered by minds constantly on guard, they can cut steel with bare hands. Their eyes blaze with fire, and even the power of their words flay the otherworldly skin of demons. In shadow do these knights of Titan fight. From the underbelly of teeming worlds full of mortal pawns, to mutating planets slick with the taint of the Empyrean, where lesser warrior sanity would not survive. They are the Imperium's surest defense against that which the Emperor foresaw would be its greatest threat. The Grey Knights are, humanity's blade against the demon. And only they offer mankind hope of anything more than hollow victories. The 666th chapter. None now alive can claim to know the origins of the Grey Knights with certainty. The chapter themselves have a single written account of their founding. Housed in their fortress monastery, the Citadel of Titan. From this, and other legendary sources known to very few, a story of dire peril, a priceless gift, and the concealment of soul-shattering knowledge can be pieced together. It was during the final days of the Horus heresy, so it is said, that the founders of the Grey Knights were first convened. Even as the Emperor, his generals and advisors prepared Terra for the onslaught of his wayward son, the arch-traitor Horus, the master of mankind contemplated threats even greater. Certain myths of that distant age hint that the Emperor alone foresaw the danger posed by chaos, and the Immaterium's denizens, its demons and gods. These coalescences of emotion, given terrible existence in the warp, would not be satisfied by mankind's destruction, only by its corruption, subjugation, and eternal torment. Ambiguous references suggest the Emperor's most trusted servant, Malcador the Sigillite, scoured the war-torn Imperium while the heresy raged. Directed by the Emperor to seek individuals whose shoulders would bear the burden of saving humanity's future. Among those Malcador eventually presented to the Emperor, it is thought that there were 8 Space Marines. Peerless in their dedication to the Imperium, aware of the warp's threat, and potent in their esoteric abilities. Each of the 8 were approved, and the Emperor tasked Malcador with the next stage. Malcador took the group of Space Marines to Titan, a frigid moon of Saturn. Through means now unknown, the Sigillite had hidden the Emperor's works on Titan from traitors and loyalists alike. According to one electro tapestry, Malcador revealed a fortress monastery, established in desperate secrecy. Inside it were the means to found a chapter, one not descended from the legions that still fought, but forged anew with gene seed wrought by the Emperor in isolation. How long it had taken such a plan to unfold, how long it had taken to find suitable recruits, forge specialist weapons and war gear, and more besides, perhaps not even Malcador knew. It is suspected that it was he who appointed one of the 8, known to legend as Janus, to lead the nascent chapter as its first supreme Grand Master. What happened next has slipped even from the true understanding of the Grey Knights. With Terra herself braced to face the heretical legions of Horus, a sorcerous enchantment of unprecedented power loosened Titan from reality's grip. The moon vanished from its orbit, sliding into the warp. Time and bloodshed overtook the Sol system. Titan endured, anchored somehow in the Empyrean. Those upon it, unaware of the heresy's tragic conclusion, toiled to bring the Emperor's gift to humanity to fruition, while titanic energies strove to protect the world from the warp's roiling embrace. Years passed in real space, and who knows how many within the timeless warp, before Titan reappeared. When it did so, it was during the confusion and anarchy of the Second Founding. The growing Inquisition, it is whispered, had a hand in much of that endeavor's work. It is in records of the Second Founding that the Grey Knights first appear, enshrined as the 666th chapter of the Adeptus Astartes. The warriors those inquisitors found, 1,000 in number, they were told, and neophytes no longer, were ready to enact the Emperor's intent immediately. With their allies in the Inquisition helping to keep secret their existence, the Grey Knights began their hidden war. As a fighting force, only they could face the demon without fear of taint. The existence of such beings, and the sorcery used to banish them, must forever remain unknown, all witnesses expunged. Titan. Titan's frozen landscape of cryovolcanoes and oceans of liquid methane is broken by jagged spurs of black rock. It is a grim and forbidding place that barely supports basic life. Such barrenness is but one of the veils that shrouds its warriors. Should a ship be allowed anywhere near the surface of Titan, it will already have passed barriers and guards of many kinds. The ship's sensors may have noticed some, such as unusual vessels circling in the dark, suggested by ghost returns. Those aboard with strange technologies or esoteric powers may feel proud in their detection of yet others. Lattices of power that fish for interdimensional prey, or unsleeping stations housing psychic choirs that sing the fort's existences out of people's minds. There are far more layers of diversion, obfuscation, and extermination that rival, and in certain ways exceed, those around Terra itself, down to Titan's seemingly lifeless surface. Jutting from the ice sheets in the shadow of Mount Anarch, the citadel of Titan has endured since its raising in a time of legend. It is the fortress monastery of the Grey Knights, and among its black basalt spires are emplaced batteries of macro cannons and defense lasers. Inside the citadel of Titan's unwelcoming exterior. Dusty passages and cavernous halls echo merely to the sweep of robes and the scratch of pneumoquills. Though designed to house an entire chapter and all the arms and vehicles, serfs and servitors they require, many are the arming chambers, meditation cells, and feast halls that lie empty for years. Distance is no obstacle to the demonic threat, and in opposing that threat, most Grey Knights are scattered, fighting among the stars, while the citadel of Titan awaits their victorious return. Great walls and columns are engraved with the Grey Knight's battle honors, and grand banners and trophies are hung in the Hall of Champions. In the fortress's depths lie the Chambers of Purity, set to guard, among other horrors, the most sacred or dangerous relics that the Grey Knights recover. Yet the Sons of Titan could not win so many victories were it not for their foresight. Atop the fortress monastery's highest black spire is a single silver pinnacle, the Augurium. Within the mirrored walls of its vaulted chambers, the prognosticars of the Grey Knights sift through their reflected thoughts and douse the shifting strands of timeless probabilities from the warp. Prognosticars are powerful psychers who, among guttering candles and drifts of incense, read psychic tremors and fluctuations to divine the location and time of demonic incursions. Nothing connected with the warp is entirely accurate or safe, but via the prognosticar's careful unpicking of lies, the spoor of the demon can be traced. With the visions and wisdom of the prognosticars, the Grey Knights can even be in place before an incursion occurs, rather than wait for the planet's panicked astropathic plea, by which time it is often too late. The Grey Knights anticipate and prepare like no other force of the Imperium, knowing in advance the nature of the threat they face, and perhaps something of the consequences of failure. The Sanctum Sanctorum is secure as only the spiritual heart of the Grey Knights could be. This vast shielded chamber and its countless connected vaults, halls, and alcoves contain the accumulated lore of the chapter. The Sanctum Sanctorum's towering shelves of tomes, crumbling scrolls, data crystals, and info wafers hold the chapter's forbidden knowledge. The names of proscribed cults and doomed Xenos races can be found here alongside the forge secrets of Nemesis force weapons. Details of the chapter's psychic ceremonies and communions set down on stone tablets, hollow discs, or stranger media shelter in stasis vaults and in frozen, true silvered crypts rest the chapter's genetic legacies. A star-shaped chamber at the heart of the citadel of Titan resounds to the ceaseless chants and prayers of hundreds of chapter serfs. This is the Warp Nexus. It is written that the hexagrammical sigils and graven designs therein protected Titan and its fortress monastery during their years within the warp, and were even the means of its transition between realms. It is maintained as a tangible artifact, supposedly left by Malcador the Sigillite, but also in the hope that it may once again grant an extreme refuge if needed. The Canticle of Absolution of the Grey Knights, known as the 666 Secret Words. Et Templars Mysteria, Ox Ordo Malleus. Praise the Emperor for his sacrifice. As he endures, so shall we. We who are hunters of demons shall strive in his name eternally. We, his order of soul wards, shall delve into the dark shadows. We shall seek out the tainted. We shall pursue the vilest evil. It is we who stand guard. Our eternal watch shall not fail. For we are the brethren incorruptus. We Grey Knights are the hammers. We slay the darkness without fear. Founded in great mystery we were. Chapter 666. Though on Titan we be hidden, yet our eyes encompass the galaxy. No hellspawn shall elude our gaze. No demon shall avoid its fate. We shall be the keepers immortal. All secrets shall be our knowledge. We are the guardians of mankind. Caution and secrecy are our code. Watchfulness and patience are our way. Hidden from the eye of chaos, we strike without warning or dread. Though we find ourselves in shadows, no blackness will enter our hearts. No treachery will touch our souls. No pride will sully our thoughts. We shall be pure amongst impurity. We shall be innocence amongst guilt. We are the Imperium's hidden saviors. We are spread across the heavens. Our watch is untiring and ceaseless. The Emperor shall guard our souls, as we guard those of others. Our will shall be our weapons. Our faith shall be our armor. Our minds will be secure fortresses. No temptation will weaken our resolve. Though unnumbered lurking perils await us, our blades will ever be ready, for we are the Emperor's vengeance. Masters of all weapons are we. No defense exists against our wrath. With the nemesis shall we fight, with an aegis to shield us. In bloodshed shall we save mankind. Death shall be our everlasting creed. War unending shall be our fate. In battle shall we be steeped. We shall be unstinting in hatred. We shall hunger for holy war, for we are swords of justice. When all flee in hideous disarray, strong and sound shall we stand. Cowardice is wholly unknown to us. Our courage comes from the Emperor. Unbowed and unshaken against all foes, we shall claim victory with blood. Steady and surely we hunt them, those that dare oppose our wrath. Death stalks us in many forms, the grotesque and the utterly inhuman. We are the bringers of hope. Bloody battles unending constantly await us. Redemption the reward for our vigilance. When possession rears its unspeakable head, ours is the blade that descends. When Empyrean horrors invade our realm, our exorcisms shall hurl them back. There is no chaos-spawned horror which can resist our indomitable anger. With undaunted courage we shall prevail. No arcane magics shall overcome us. We are the bearers of victory. No corruption shall blemish our galaxy. No immaterial fiend shall be spared. No malevolent spirit will oppose us. No creation of sin shall survive. No unholy deed shall go unpunished. All blasphemous acts shall be atoned. No spawn of misrule avoids us. All are banished to the void. Nothing shall evade our cleansing fire. Not demon or spawn or renegade, for we are mankind's divine blade. Emperor's blessings are laid upon us. The warp is ours to tame. Though sorcery shall be against us, no witchcraft will bring our doom. Though spell or incantation blocks us, the Emperor shall see us victorious. No hex can overcome our determination. Our resolve is as strong as steel. Sigils and wards watch over us. Prayer shall serve as our guide, for we are the Emperor's chosen. There is much darkness awaiting us, yet the Emperor lights our path. Falsehood surrounds us at every turn, yet no traitor shall confound us. No despicable trickery will thwart us. No damnations shall bring us low. There is no peace for us. For an eternity we will strive. though mere mortals in his service. Everlasting shall be our true duty. Et imperador invocado diabolis, demonica exorcism. Chapter organization. Though recorded as a second founding chapter, the Grey Knights do not follow the Codex Astartes, the great work whose edicts underpinned the creation of those brotherhoods. Instead, the secretive Grey Knights follow the tenets of structure they believed were handed down by Malcador the Sigillite, tenets born of the unique demands of their war against the dark gods. The Grey Knights maintain a strength of approximately 1,000 battle brothers. This does not include officers or specialists, and like all Space Marine chapters, the small army of mostly mortal serfs and cybernetic, unthinking servitors that attend the chapter. Unknown to most, the Grey Knights also maintain large bodies of mortal psychers, scribes, scholars of the occult, and many more whose hushed whispers, burdened steps, or distant chants are heard among the candlelit corridors. Hardened against any partial truths they witness, and often mind-scrubbed for safety, these servants help to maintain the citadel of Titan sanctity against demonic incursion, amongst many other duties. The bulk of the Grey Knights' battle brothers are organized into 8 grand brotherhoods. Each brotherhood comprises a notional 100 Grey Knights under the overall authority of its Grand Master and the active leadership of its brother captain. His command is usually supported by the Brotherhood's champion, its ancient, and occasionally other officers. The warriors of each brotherhood are marshaled into squads of 10, each led by an experienced veteran granted the title of Justicar. Each squad is tactically flexible, capable of deploying in missions as half-strength combat squads. Squads remain effective and battle-worthy even when so divided, allowing the Brotherhood's commanders to tackle multiple threats as efficiently as possible. Every Grey Knight is trained in the use of the chapter's varied and esoteric weapons and war gear, and in each mission, squads deploy with different tactical loadouts and entrusted with varying strategic objectives. The breakdown of squad type in any given situation is determined by the Brotherhood's Grand Master and brother captain. It has long been proven, however, that a balance of Terminator and strike squads, supported by interceptors and purgation squads, is by far the most effective combination. The Grey Knights are governed and directed by the Chapter Council, made up of the Chapter Lord, also known as the Supreme Grand Master, and the 8 Grand Masters of the Brotherhoods. The Council meet in person rarely, for its members often fight far from Titan. Each member has an equal voice, though the Chapter Lord has the responsibility to pass final judgment. Each Grand Master also holds sway over one of the chapter's constituent bodies, such as its armory or librarius. Each institution is nominally held to form part of his brotherhood, though he dispatches elements of these organizations to undertake extended duties with others. This authority, only partly ceremonial, is tied to the command of a particular brotherhood, and over time the association has informed their fighting style and tactics. The Grey Knights maintain 2 further fighting bodies and other honored positions. Answerable directly to the chapter council, they accompany forces at the request of the Grand Masters. The Order of Purifiers rarely numbers more than 50, and is a cloistered brotherhood with its own traditions, whose spiritually pure warriors are led by Knights of the Flame. The Paladins are the chapter's martial elite, a company of some 100 or so of the most skilled warriors, from whose ranks is selected the Grey Knight's most honored ancient. Chaplains lead the chapter in prayer during gatherings in the Hall of Champions, and it is there also that the wisdom and knowledge of venerable dreadnoughts is often sought. The Brotherhoods. The Brotherhoods of the Grey Knights are at the forefront of the endless war to destroy the demon wherever it rears its unholy visage. The chapter does not maintain reserve or specialized companies. The grim and exacerbating duty before them means that every brotherhood requires the integral means to scour the taint of warp spawn from any battlefield. At the head of every brotherhood is the Grand Master, each a spiritual successor to the 8 founders of the chapter. The Grand Master is responsible for mapping out the never-ending war against the immortal denizens of the warp by whatever means he sees fit. He also maintains his brotherhood's many alliances, whether among the chapter's other bodies, with imperial organizations thought to treat with the Grey Knights, or others with whom the chapter has especially covert dealings. By consulting with the chapter's prognosticars and heeding their wisdom, the Grand Master determines where his warriors are needed most. His are decisions that save or condemn billions. Though hundreds, if not thousands of foes may fall before a single one of his 100 or so Grey Knights, the Grand Master's brotherhood cannot be everywhere, and not all worlds can be saved. Rather than waste time and his warriors' lives, sometimes the Grand Master must ruthlessly excise falling worlds via the cyclonic warheads of an exterminatus decree. The Grand Master is not solely a strategist, but also a paragon of martial might. His presence on the battlefield is an indicator of the severity of the foe being faced. He leads the fight in the most perilous battles, while in the deployment and command of his brotherhood, he is supported by his experienced brother captain. The brother captain has operational authority of the brotherhood. It is he who determines how the Grand Master's wider strategy is enacted. The brother captain's place on the battlefield is at the very heart of the fighting, where he stands shoulder to shoulder with his brotherhood. As blazing psychic fire bursts from his armored fingertips, the brother captain has honed his empiric powers so that he can maintain psychic contact with each of his warriors even in the thickest fighting, adapting his tactics and battle lines with precision and subtlety. This allows him to respond to emergent threats far more swiftly than many Imperial commanders. Senior warriors of the brother captain's command often fight alongside him. The Brotherhood's champion is an exemplar of the divine martial prowess to which all Grey Knights aspire. In suits of artificer-wrought armor and wielding the signature sword that echoes the chapter's icon, the Brotherhood champion defends his captain with peerless skill and stands ready to die in his commander's stead. To the Brotherhood Ancient, meanwhile, is entrusted one of the Brotherhood's sacred standards, taken down from the Hall of Champions on Titan and reverently carried into battle. In its shadow, his brothers are roused to even greater feats of heroism, and the Ancient invokes the names and deeds recorded on the banner in the darkest moments of conflict. The Grey Knights often fight the most hellish of battles over maddening landscapes. As warp fire blazes and the screams and whispers of demons fill the air, the Grey Knights strengthen their psychic communion. By the invocation of mystic rites and the intoning of ritualized chants in the heat of battle, the warriors steel their souls and sharpen their blades. The Justicars who lead each squad hone their warriors' empiric talents and provide a focus for their powers. Every battle brother learns not only to fight with all kinds of specialized weapon, armor, and war gear, but also the rites associated with each pattern of tactical operation his squad could be expected to fight in. In other chapters, Terminator armor is a rare and precious resource, restricted to their elite. It is a measure of the Grey Knight's vital duty that they maintain enough suits to equip their entire chapter should they wish. Secure in suits of bonded ceramite and hardened exoskeleton, Terminator squads have been known to fight for weeks on end against demonic hordes. They scythe down swaths of lighter enemies with tempests of explosive ammunition, before cleaving apart far larger creatures with Nemesis Force weapons attuned to the wielder's unique powers. So armored, Grey Knights storm fleshy citadels, battle inside raging firestorms, and hunt their foe in the labyrinths of space hulks. More lightly armored, strike squads wear suits of artificer-wrought power armor engraved with sigils of sanctity. They are often tasked before battle with the reconnaissance of sites that may have been hidden even from the prognosticars or sorceress lairs too cramped to admit to the bulk of their Terminator brothers. The 6th Brotherhood frequently rely on strike squad surgical attacks to divert and disrupt enemy assaults before using their psychic augmentation to attack as part of their killing strike. The more heavily armed purgation squads wield multiple heavy weapons, virtually unknown to the wider Imperium. These squads employ their powers to pierce the warp, perceiving threats through layers of deception. Some purgators gaze into their foe's future, seeing so clearly where they will be that they make virtually impossible shots. Grey Knights are often heavily outnumbered, but supported by purgators, this isn't the case for long. Many Grey Knight attacks are characterized by the flare of teleportation strikes. Their warriors specially fortified against the Immaterium's touch. Interceptor squads brave repeated warp transitions to rapidly redeploy and intone carefully measured rites that flow between the squad's minds. These allow them to achieve incredible harmonies of empiric coordination. Their luckless and shocked enemies will never know. The Ward Makers. The 3rd Brotherhood of the Grey Knights have won triumphant victories in some of the most dire episodes ever withheld from Imperial records. The breadth of forbidden knowledge they maintain has aided the banishment of the deadliest demons, and the Brotherhood's ancient association with the Chapters librarians sees the Wardmakers boast more erudition than any other. The Wardmakers undertake scholarly research during the brief moments between fighting and martial training. The Brotherhood delve into tomes of lore amassed fraction by fraction over the millennia. They learn to craft psychic abjurations with their minds that reject the enslaving psychic yokes of demons. Many master the rites by which they project their own purifying auras. Some have even become experts in isolating heretics from demon overlords that seek to corrupt them further with tainted whispers, severing the foul connections between them. Successive Grandmasters have taught that demons can be defeated with broad and diverse knowledge, for those creatures ever rely on deceit, misdirection, and falsehoods. A battle brother of the Ward Makers does not neglect his martial skill in any way, however, honing them under the stern gaze of the Brotherhood's learned champion. Only when he can intone the 666 verses of the Caballos Luminar without pause or error, as the champion and a dozen Luna-class combat servitors attack the battle brother en masse, is he satisfied. As As every Grand Master has an equal voice within the chapter council, so every brotherhood is equal. Though their associations and methods may differ, none is held above another. It is without a doubt, however, that the Ward Makers have been pivotal in defeating the forces of chaos in countless terrible events. Had but one of these hidden battles been lost, mankind's future may have been far darker. When a mysterious infection descended on the Decimalis system, it was the wise counsel of the Third Grandmaster at the time, Valadar Oricon, that revealed a Zinchian demon's machinations at its heart. With careful assessment of prognosticar readings, Emperor's Tarot, and ancient prophecies, he uncovered the disease's implications and its threads of fate. All of this showed it for the titanic threat it truly was. A plague of madness that would have spread without end. On Calva 5, the Wardmakers faced demons of all 4 Chaos Gods in an incursion that spilled towards the Segmentium forces of Cryptomundi. The Brotherhood faced legions of demon engines too, and possessed hulks that were all that was left of the former populace. The Third Brotherhood drew deep from their vast knowledge, crafting sorceries that were tailored to every foul iteration of demon crawling before them. For not one sanctified blast could have cut through all the differing forms. It was under the nascent command of Grandmaster Valdus that the Third Brotherhood stood side by side with the Ultramarines on Macragge. Their empiric powers threw back chaos sorcery during the siege of Hera and ensured the successful resurrection of the Primarch Rabute Guilliman. Grandmaster Valdus wields more psychic might than any Grey Knight seen in centuries. Where he strides into battle, the air grows heavy with empiric charges, and he unleashes his powers in waves of purifying flame that scour the foe before him. His relic demon hammer, the Malleus Argium, was crafted over the course of a century by the blind smith Hulliver, thrumming as Voldus feeds psychic power into its arcane core. The Grand Master wields it as if it weighs nothing at all, and his attacks strike with the force of a thunderbolt. His elevation to the vaunted position of Grand Master of the Third Brotherhood came during the onset of the Great Rift's apocalyptic emergence. Though his ennoblement came from the lips of Lord Caldor Drago himself in the wake of their combined banishment of the Zinchian demonic lord, it is one that sits heavily with Valdus. He sees himself as a humble warrior who sought no greater advancement than a position from which to slay the hated demon. Yet he swore Lord Drago an oath to live upon the honor, and on Macragge, on Gathalamor Prime, on Luna and Holy Terra itself, among many others. Aldrich Valdus has proven, at least to others, his supreme ability, strength, and will. as well as commanding a brotherhood of the most elite space marines. Voldus is warden of the Librarius. In this capacity, he has authority over the chapter's librarians and the dangerous archives of knowledge that they guard. Amongst the Grey Knight's ranks, Brother Captain Stern stands as one of the longest-serving and most decorated. On Atraxes, Stern led the counterattack that culled the cult of the Red Talon. He alone cornered Macachan, the Lord of Change that enslaved them, and banished the screaming demon back to the warp in a psychic feat thought beyond the capacity of a lone brother captain. So began a vendetta of centuries in which Macachan has seemed to interfere in the redoubtable brother captain's fate. For each of Stern's heroic feats, some dire misfortune befalls his allies. Since Atraxes, the demon has haunted his steps. Each time they have fought, Macachan has seemed to flee, killing many of Stern's battle brothers before he does so. Yet, with each confrontation, Stern learns more of his demonic nemesis, as, no doubt, the demon believes it learns more of him in turn. Stern has refused any advancement until the threat of Macachan can be ended forever. When the demon overreaches itself, so Stern has sworn, it will be his blade that avenges his fallen brothers. Every Grey Knight is a psyker, a bearer of a mutation that sets him as much apart from other Space Marines as his genetically enhanced body sets him apart from humanity. But few of the chapter's battle brothers exercise this power with free rein. Even for a Grey Knight, this would offer a way into the material realm for insatiable demons. It is the librarians who train their brothers to focus their psychic gifts in concert with others of their squad. The chapter's librarians are experts in the use of their powers. They are capable of invoking all manner of diverse incantations. These they build up over centuries of arcane study and mental duels with creatures from the warp. Librarians are assigned to fight alongside one of their brotherhoods, supporting their brother Grey Knights on the battlefield and offering counsel on matters of obscure lore. As part of controlling their own powers, librarians are skilled in resisting the insidious influence of the warp. They wear complex cowls, amalgams of crystal and neural wiring that empower them in tearing apart the sorceries of others. Librarians maintain ancient titles or ranks, the origins of which are uncertain. As he rises through this hierarchy, from Lexicanium to Codicer, and thence Epistolary, the librarian is judged stronger in mind. He becomes more capable of wielding dangerous power, and is granted access to some of the darkest mysteries held by the chapter. Located deep in the Sanctum Sanctorum lies the Librarium Demonica. It is one of the most heavily shielded and guarded locations in the Imperium, For here lies the Grey Knight's corpus of knowledge on demonkind. Some of the lore predates the Imperium, or has been obtained from long-dead Xenos races, and some is reputed to have even been dictated by Malcador or even the Emperor himself. The threat of such knowledge falling into the wrong hands is not underestimated. The Librarium Demonica lies behind 3 adamantine barriers, each many yards thick, protected by enchantments, anointed with consecrated oils, and etched with silver seals of warding. Elder librarians guard each of the 3 massive portals, the gateways sealed with layers of arcane ciphers, spatial displacers, and magical vortices. Any seeking entrance who does not utter the secret words of passage at the ritualized moment will be destroyed by the guardian librarians without pause. Among the dread knowledge contained within are the true names of many of the foulest demons, and the known instances of their manifestations. One, the demon known as McCatchin, is unpleasantly familiar to the Third's brother captain, for its fate and his are inextricably linked. Chambers of Purity. The Chambers of Purity are thought to be the oldest part of the Citadel of Titan. They lie deep, buried like a secret in the dark, and the cold far beneath the moon's surface. Though the Chambers of Purity and their sanctified guardians are hidden away, it is to ensure the security of something deeper and darker, a secret they are placed there to guard. The chapter's legends tell that a great evil lies entombed amongst the roots of Mount Anarch, the great peak at whose base the Grey Knight's Fortress Monastery sits. To those Grey Knights with just cause to approach the outer entrances of the Chambers of Purity, strange echoes and air patterns suggest some vast space beyond. Not even the Grand Masters know the full truth. Many rumors, terrifying if only for the grim credence such learned and stoic warriors would give them, have wound around the mystery down the millennia. Some have it that it is an evil intrinsic to Titan, that it is the reason the moon was chosen as the Grey Knight's homeworld. Some of those conjecture that it was there already, while others that the Emperor placed it there, something he would not or could not destroy. Still others have talked of some failure in the warp nexus, that during Titan's timeless period within the warp, something defeated Malcador's wards and crept into the heart of Titan itself. Only the Iron Grimoire is believed to disclose the truth. Within its bindings of screaming warp metal, the tome is said to liken the bedrock of Titan to a graven tomb, and the Chambers of Purity to that tomb's capstone. Thus, the chambers are less of a prison and more like that prison's lock and key. Only the Supreme Grand Master is permitted to read the Iron Grimoire, Of all other Grey Knights, only the Chamber's Guardians, the Order of Purifiers, truly know what it is they guard. Yet, when the rock of Titan shakes, and the Purifiers seal the approaches to their chambers, the chapter holds its collective breath until the tremors end. Since the emergence of the Great Rift, the shivering of Titan's innards have grown more frequent and more intense. Chapter numerologers have reported disturbing synergies in the quake's frequencies, and other visionaries have spoken with fear of a great awakening, the opening of an eye. This evil, though perhaps the greatest on Titan, is far from the only one kept safe by the Chambers of Purity. Within fortified obulettes, stasis johns, and refraction prisons, all part of the Chamber's lattice of secure sanctums, lie the demonic relics kept by the chapter. These are the profane objects deemed too hazardous to be studied or displayed as trophies in the Hall of Champions. Yet they are also too dangerous to be destroyed, for that would allow the baleful demons bound within to return to the warp, where they would coalesce once more at their malignant leisure. Theses, catalogues, instructions, ravings, histories, and every kind of tome, scroll, and creaking liber can be found here, their pages, bindings, and inks formed of 1,000 substances. Few of them are given willingly. Bones there are, too, of fallen saints, and enslaving profit hawkers of possessed Xenos tyrants, such as those of the Whisperer, whose unearthing by greed-driven inquisitors brought about the plague of madness. Tainted energies in grav suspension, Xenos technologies, and mechanical idols from darker ages languish in bonds, their sentiences raging, or else repeating unheeded pleas of innocence. Blades, hooks, maces, strangely proportioned firearms, and countless other forms of life-taker are sequestered in gilded caskets. These demon weapons have tasted blood and souls, and are some of the chapter's most dangerous occupants, their will kept dormant by the working of ancient technology and the powerful radiance of the chamber's keepers. The Purifiers are an organization apart from other Grey Knights, distanced from their battle brothers by their nature and tradition. They guard the Chambers of Purity against mortal and immortal incursion, ensuring that nothing and no one breaches their realm to reach the mountain's roots beyond. Only the Grand Masters of the Brotherhoods and the Chapter Lord are permitted within their domain unbidden, and none at all any further. They have the authority and determination to destroy any who are not permitted. In the rare instances of intruders, none have returned, their fate remaining unknown and unquestioned. The purifiers epitomize the chapter's sanctity of purpose. There is neither training regime nor set process by which a Grey Knight joins their dour and taciturn ranks. Membership of the Order of Purifiers is not granted through skill, valor, or tally of grim deeds, and a Grey Knight may serve with unblemished distinction throughout his functionally immortal lifetime without being granted this singular honor. Rather, purifiers recruit only from those Grey Knights whose souls are held to be utterly incorruptible, even beyond the usual exacting standards of the chapter. So painstaking is the selection, and so rarely bestowed, that there are seldom more than a few score of purifiers. Whether it be by some quirk of mystical fate, however, their numbers seldom drop so low as to render their duties unfulfilled. Thus, never has thought been given to relaxing the restrictions of induction, lest the sanctity of the order be compromised. On rare occasions, the head of the Purifier Order will accede to a request from one of the Grand Masters for aid of a portion of their warriors. Only one of the Council can make such a demand. Understanding the gravity of the Purifier's duty, even while not knowing its true nature, the Grand Master does so only in the direst of circumstances. When purifiers deploy, they often form the chapter's spearhead in war zones that boil and churn with legions of demons. The purifier's untarnished spirit is not only their defining characteristic, it is also their greatest weapon. Like the light of battle said to halo the Imperium's greatest saints, a nimbus of radiance illuminates these pure warriors. Combined with a Grey Knight's formidable psychic might, this inviolability of heart and mind is transformed into a cleansing azure fire that burns unworthy adversaries in body and soul. Little resists the power of this glorious conflagration. A demon's cold malignancy is turned violently against it. A corrupted soldier's fear erupts into a corona of fire, and the malevolence of predatory Xenos consumes such aliens. None but the purifiers walk unharmed through this blaze, armor gleaming as they dispatch of their charred foes. Hall of Champions. Among rows of iron-bound basalt columns rising to vaulted arches far above the central Hall of Champions hang the standards and trophies of the Grey Knights. Dark statues stare down, their stern countenances underlit by consecrated candles. Along with subsidiary chancels and council chambers, the hall forms the chapter's martial and spiritual heart. The huge central chamber of the Citadel of Titan is known as the Hall of Champions, though in truth this term stretches to encompass a warren of chambers, passages, and sanctuaries that lead from the central hall's tiered levels. Here are held rare feasts when more than a handful of Grey Knights are upon Titan together. These are often in the wake of a hard-fought victory. The battle brothers within the fortress monastery are covering and rearming before the next vision of doom calls them to war once more. Ranks of statues regard ceremonial proceedings, and oaths are sometimes sworn directly to them. They depict the Grey Knight's ancestors, chapter heroes granted a form of immortality in which to inspire those who take up the fight after them. The hall is also a place in which to honor living heroes. Investitures and ordinations take place within circles of abjuration, inlaid into the solid floor in silver. Trophies taken from the defeated are displayed on sigil-carved iron hooks and chains. These may be shattered weapons, fragments of psi-scorched armor, or stranger items, like the 13 twisted iron masks of the demon Magi purged from Sebrum II. Perhaps most unusual of all is the skull of Erminath, the demon Raja of Nalu. Before the defeated creature's spirit could flee to the warp, the Grey Knights bound it into its flayed skull. Now, its fading sentience rages silently and impotently, forced to witness the celebration of the Grey Knight's every triumph over chaos. Though the Grey Knight's prime concern is the demonic menace, they fight countless battles against the alien, mutant, and heretic, and many trophies in the hall stand as a testament to these victories. The Hall of Champions is the seat of the Paladins, the Grey Knight's greatest warrior squads, and many of the statues there represent former companions of the Paladins' fraternity. As the Order of Purifiers stand as the Grey Knight's sanctified elite, the Paladins are the chapter's martial exemplars. If a Grey Knight wishes to prove himself worthy of a place amongst such lauded elite, bravery and skill at arms are not enough. He must complete 8 quests to establish his character and cause, each more arduous and deadly than the last. They culminate in the hunting down and banishment of one of the 666 most powerful demons known to have manifested. Battle brothers have died on these quests, refusing to abandon them and incur grave dishonor. It is a measure of the Paladin's status that a Grey Knight seeking admission is willing to risk depriving his chapter of his skills that he may serve it to a higher standard. The Paladins seldom fight as one body. The Supreme Grand Master, or one of the Council in his stead, call upon the Paladins when they require the very best of the chapter to take the field, and they usually dispatch in small numbers to support individual brotherhoods. Truly selfless, yet with the skill to destroy the foulest beasts, Paladins throw themselves without hesitation into combat with towering demon lords and murderous hordes of warp spawn. The sacred standards and banners that hang in the Hall of Champions represent every brotherhood and order of the Grey Knights. They honor the cleansing of worlds and the purging of the unhallowed evil. There are few in the Imperium that know of such heroics, and fewer still who record them. Each brotherhood maintains many standards in the hall, and here also are displayed the personal banners and relics of fallen heroes. The Paladin Ancient has been chosen from amongst that exemplar brotherhood for his reverence and stoicism. In his unshakable grasp is carried one of the chapter's greatest standards, one that depicts the Grey Knights' most glorious victories over demonkind. His is a duty more personal than that of many ancients, for he has fought in many of these great victories, and is as much a figure of inspiration as the banner he lifts. It is against the stirring backdrop of these standards that the chapter's chaplains lead their brotherhoods in prayer during the greatest gatherings in the Hall of Champions, as they also do before battle. Chaplains are the spiritual leaders of the Grey Knights, and they maintain many of the chapter's tradition and inculcate neophytes in the strictures they must know before acceptance, as well as mercilessly administering punishments to those they perceive as wavering in their focus. Their fiery sermons, shouted over the din of battle, or intoned with grim solemnity in the hall, remind those among whom they fight of the price of failure, psychically reinforcing the heavy duty laid upon them all by the Emperor. A hidden tapestry. Upon the Grey Knight's sacred standards in the Hall of Champions, and within the locked pages of certain tomes that the chapter holds, are described some of the most pivotal moments in the Imperium's history. These will never be lauded by thankful populaces, and there are no statues to Grey Knights upon worlds they have saved, for there must be no witnesses. The danger of unrestricted knowledge of the demonic as proven in the blood of entire worlds in which it was allowed to fester. Thus, not even the Grey Knight's greatest victories upon worlds that have been thoroughly sanctified can be known to Imperial citizens. Men and women who survive a demonic incursion, even those who have impressed the Grey Knights with their stoic resolve in the face of mind-wrenching madness, are ruthlessly purged during the extensive post-battle processing by the Ordo Malleus. The existence of such survivors is obviated by the Inquisition so completely that no records remain of certain regiments or ship's crew even being assigned to the system in question. It is likely that some forces recorded as being lost in the warp en route to their deployment actually reached their destination and fought with courage, only for the survivors to be rounded up, interrogated, and executed. The Grey Knights are sometimes party to these purges as well, but the Ordo Malleus has resources and experience to conduct many by itself. Particularly valued individuals, such as warriors of other Space Marine chapters, and occasionally high-ranking commanders of the Astra Militarum or Navis Imperialis, are instead often psychically relieved of all memory of the battle. There have been occasions of resistance to such necessary mental excisions. At least one chapter was forced to undertake an extended Pentient crusade to the galactic rim, rather than risk being branded excommunicate traitores over their objections. Within the ancient warp storm known as Geldrith's Eye, the Grey Knights uncovered a hidden ritual. Unfocused visions from the Augurium led a fleet of the First and Second Brotherhoods to discover an armada of Word-Bearers Traitor Legion vessels inside the warp, positioned in an octagonal formation. A coven of sorcerers and dark apostles were enacting a murderous ritual from within their ships. Already, warp routes skirting Geldrith's Eye were being perverted. The Geller fields of Imperial ships making these passages were weakened enough for lurking swarms of warp predators to tear them open and feast on their crews. Though their own Geller fields were similarly weakened, the combined aegis of the Grey Knights kept the circling demons at bay. With their warp sight, the Grey Knights sensed the geometries of the ritual, otherwise invisible through the churning warp that enveloped them. They saw the psychic construction was almost complete, but could also see the nodes that could be unpicked to force the structure to unravel. The strike cruiser, Saristor, led its sister ships in precision attacks that smashed through the gun decks of the Word-Bearer's peripheral cruisers. Grey Knights made coordinated teleport strikes against bridge controls and engineeriums. The ancient teleportariums were boosted by the psychic powers of the warriors so that none were scattered, even through the fluxing of the warp's local currents. The Chaos ships struggled to maintain their crucial positioning for the ritual. Their own gunnery inflicted minimal damage as it was buffeted by the energies of the halted ceremony. Grey Knights disengaged as the ritual came apart, and the warp's tides rushed in, tearing apart most of the Word-Bearer's vessels. Antraxes was a mining world famed throughout the Sudar subsector for its rare bloodstone. When the prognosticars foretold a great evil would arise there, a demi-brotherhood, led by Brother Captain Stern, discovered the planet already in the grip of a rebellion. The Lord of Change, McCatchin, had spread an uprising from the Red Talon Citadel, and the demon had also tainted the Bloodstone mines, binding warp nightmares into the rock. With its export, McCatchin's influence spread through the Sudar subsector, sowing discord and mayhem as citizens wearing Bloodstone tokens succumbed to possession. Stern ordered half of his strike force to attack and destroy Antraxes' orbital shipyards, while he led the rest in a targeted strike at the Red Talon Citadel. Teleporting into the midst of thousands of cultists enthralled to McCatchin, Stern and his warriors fought towards the demon. He invoked the liturgies of banishment, dueling the greater demon in a battle of wills as his brothers kept the surging cultists at bay with sweeps of their nemesis blades and volleys of bolt fire. Under Stern's psychic onslaught, McCatchen's spells could not save it, and its mortal form burst apart in blue fire. The Grey Knights teleported clear as the flaming debris of the destroyed shipyard struck. The returned Primarch, Rabute Guilliman, had not been upon Terra long before the cataclysmic eruption of the Cicatrix Maledictum. Upon the throne world, the descending blackness drove millions to insanity, and rebellious cults arose in many of Terra's hive cities. Warp storms surrounding the planet split open, and legions of coronate demons assaulted the Lion's Gate. This bastion at the heart of the Imperial Palace was flanked by battleship-sized gun batteries, but alone they had no hope of prevailing. A demi-brotherhood of Grey Knights, dispatched in haste to Terra, fought shoulder to shoulder with thousands of the Adeptus Custodes and countless more defenders. The Grey Knight's specialist knowledge, coordinated strikes, and empiric powers helped stem the tide of 88 cohorts of blood-drenched demons. With the deployment of Sisters of Silence, the Grey Knights fought on with their superlative martial might, even without their powers, stoically enduring the excruciating touch of the Knoll Maiden's psychic void. When the Lion's Gate was at last reinforced from other portions of the palace, the demons were finally cast down and banished. The Black Templars surge into battle like the Emperor's wrath made manifest, streaking down from the void or thundering to war in mechanized spearheads. They strike with a fury that leaves mankind's enemies reeling. Guns blazing, blades singing, their armored bodies arrayed in the raiment and relics of the imperial faith. They butcher all who stand in their path. It is fanatical faith that drives the Black Templars ever onward in their eternal crusade across the stars. In their gene seed, they are successors to the Imperial Fists, scions of Dorn, inheritors of his iron will and stubborn, unwavering strength. In the Black Templars, this august heritage manifests as an unquenchable fire. It fills them with self-righteous hatred and tireless intolerance. It is the endless wellspring of zealous rage that has driven them to uphold their oaths and to fight to prove their loyalty for 10,000 years without pause. The alien, the mutant, the heretic, and the witch, all are the enemies of the Black Templars. So vehement is their determination to purge the Emperor's realm of these threats, that they forge ever onward in crusading fleets, and wherever they find the foe, they suffer none to live. In that time, when the God Emperor walked amongst his sons clad in golden raiment, then was the name of Sigismund given unto greatness. For Sigismund was close within the councils of Dorn the Gene-Sire, who was foremost in might amongst all the God Emperor's sons, guardian of the blessed bastions of Holy Terra, against the perfidy of the arch-traitor. And Sigismund was named the Emperor's champion, and did stand in guardianship over his legion's most holy site, and did command those Templars who had proven themselves most faithful and devout amongst all the Primarch's blessed sons. About themselves they bound the chains of willing and pious devotion. Through a time of darkest heresy they fought, and ever did the light of the true faith blaze from within them, that they might turn back the darkness. And then it was that the Emperor chose his time of ascension to the Golden Throne, for he knew that his realm would ever be safe in their keeping. Now came a second time of testing, for the Emperor's loyal sons stood in opposition and in doubt. In that time did Dorn the Genesire become the anvil of tempering upon which each of his brothers was tested. And, in the fullness of time, even Guilliman the Divisive was proven sound of faith, such that mighty Dorn was moved to suffer his brother's will. And in this age did Dorn the Genesire see fit also to test his most favored sons, and did Sigismund step boldly forth, and about him came forth also the most pious and the most mighty of the imperial fists, that they might carry the Emperor's light unto even the most benighted corners of the darkling void as his Black Templars. And now was Sigismund named High Marshal, and did he offer his sacred vow to bear the Emperor's holy truth upon his eternal crusade. And by the certainty of its scripture, he would punish the sinful, the heretical, and the tainted in his righteousness and in his wrath. The Holy Chapter. The Black Templars are warriors of the Adeptus Astartes. Yet for all their similarities to their brother chapters, they also diverge greatly from the tenets of the Codex Astartes. Ironically, in this respect at least, the Black Templars are amongst the most deviant of the Emperor's angels of death. Though only the most ancient and apocryphal records remain to tell of it, when the second founding occurred, the imperial fists sired 2 successor chapters. Of these, the Black Templars were by far the more divergent in their doctrines and beliefs. Here was a chapter that echoed the Emperor's original Great Crusade, for they took no home world, but instead plied the stars in tireless fleets of void ships, and eliminated each new threat to humanity as they encountered it. Just as the Emperor's decree forbade the Space Marine legions to deploy psyker mutants as librarians within their ranks, so did the Black Templars eschew their usage. Indeed, so extreme was their adoption of this creed that the chapter remains grudging and cruel in its employment of even such fundamentally important psychers as navigators and astropaths unto the present day. The Black Templars paid mere lip service to Rabute Guilliman's vaunted Codex Astartes, choosing instead to obey their own organizational systems and heraldic codes. The chapter also jealously guarded their autonomy, even more so than did most Space Marine chapters. From the time when Sigismund took his mantle as the High Marshal, imperial institutions could petition these crusading war knights for aid, if they could find or contact them. Yet, asking the Black Templars for help was no guarantee of its provision, especially if they judged such petitioners corrupt or unworthy. The exception were those worlds ruled over by the ecclesiarchy. The Black Templars would gladly fight and die in defense of such sacred nexuses of divinity. And therein lies the clue to the chapter's most fundamental divergence from the norm. Unlike the secular spiritualism and ancestor worship of most Space Marine chapters, the Black Templars' faith is absolute. They see the Emperor of mankind as a god, a literal deity to be worshipped and adored, and to whom sacrifice upon the field of battle is owed. It is this wholly uncompromising religious fervor that characterizes all the Black Templars are and do. From the lowliest of neophytes to the High Marshal himself, the chapter believed themselves unimpeachably righteous, no matter how abhorrent their deeds seem, no matter the extremes of violence the Black Templars unleash, or the massacres they perpetrate, the blood they spill, or the worlds they burn. So long as they do these things in the Emperor's name and in defense of his realm, they are always justified. Yet, by the same token, the Black Templars will never stop attempting to prove their loyalty to the Emperor. Such was the first vow that Sigismund swore when the chapter's forebears set off from Holy Terra. Such is the task that still sees the chapter divided into crusade fleets that unify and subdivide endlessly as duty requires, plying the darkest fringes of imperial space, or plunging into the hellish maelstrom of the Imperium Nihilis in search of foes. The Black Templars have exterminated countless alien races, shattered stellar empires, and persecuted even those imperial citizens whose faith they found wanting, all in the name of their never-ending crusade. Crusades of the Emperor. Just as the Black Templars stand apart from more Codex-adherent chapters in their beliefs and methods, so too do they diverge in many aspects of recruitment, organization, and military doctrine. The road trodden by these fanatical warriors is bloody and fraught with hardships, even by the standards of the Adeptus Astartes. From tactical and intercessor squads through to aggressors, eliminators, centurions, and more, the Black Templars employ Codex-approved groupings in battle. However, the chapter also possesses its own unique formation known as the Crusader Squad. These consist of neophytes, unproven new recruits, fighting alongside the more experienced initiates, and may even be led to battle by one of the elite sword brethren. Crusader squads often form the mainstay of Black Templars' armies. They boast varied weaponry such as shotguns, heavy bolt pistols, crackling power fists and flame-spewing pyre blasters, an array well suited to the Black Templars' preference for storming enemy lines. It is amongst the Crusader squads that the majority of the chapter's warriors hone their skills, while also tempering their faith to diamond hardness amidst the crucible of war. When their crusade fleets conquer a world, the Black Templars often raise a chapter keep upon it to maintain vigil. Though smaller than the fortress monasteries that serve most chapters as home, each keep is nonetheless a forbidding structure, bristling with ceramite-sheathed battlements, armored shrine redoubts, and gun turrets. A chapter keep can house as many as 200 to 300 Space Marines at need, as well as the serfs and servitors to support them, and are also ideal centers for recruitment. Rarely are chapter keeps this well garrisoned. After all, what self-respecting Black Templar would settle for guard duty when the foes of the Emperor await beyond the horizon? That said, these fortifications have served their chapter for millennia as temporary strongholds, mustering points for crusades, and as a reminder to all who behold them that the Emperor is ever vigilant. As chapter keeps are typically built on worlds ravaged by war, or else naturally deadly in flora and fauna, their human populations tend to be violent, cunning, and self-sufficient. The Black Templars make no effort to improve such people's lot. Existence amidst nightmarish conditions breeds hardy and fanatically faithful aspirants. Some of these present themselves before the chapter keep, bringing the head of a slain mutant or witch as tribute. Others the Black Templars take by force, snatching them from amidst the blazing rubble of gang-conquered city ruins, the wilds of alien jungles, or the monster-haunted passes of towering mountains. They take only those young enough to undergo the surgical and psycho-spiritual processes required to become a Space Marine, and who also display sufficient ferocity and hate to be receptive to the chapter's creed. Some prospective neophytes might believe that being accepted by the Black Templars represents an end to their hardships. They are soon disabused of this notion. Every Space Marine chapter puts its new recruits through a battery of tests. This winnows out all but the most exceptional candidates in often fatal contests of skill, stamina, determination, and intellect. On top of these qualities, the Black Templars wish also to test the extent of their aspirants' faith. Whether their trials take place aboard the ships of a crusading fleet or behind the walls of a chapter keep, they are punishing indeed. Aspirants must fight one another in darkened chambers, all the while compelled to answer questions of scripture barked at them from the hidden vox emitters. They run barefoot endurance races over hot coals, plunge their arms into blazing braziers while reciting prayers to the Emperor, battle captive psychers, make terrifying leaps of faith into concealed grav traps, and engage in countless other trials. Through the battery of nightmares, the aspirants must also deal with racking agonies as their bodies adapt to their implanted organs, and with endless barrages of psycho-indoctrination. By the time they are judged ready to advance to the rank of neophyte, few remain. Those that do have been forever changed, transformed into adamantine hard killers and religious fanatics loyal only to their chapter and their god emperor. The Black Templars take an individualistic approach to their inducted warriors' training. Each neophyte is assigned to the tutelage of an initiate, an experienced warrior who has already proven their worth and advanced to a rank roughly comparable with the battle brothers of most chapters' 9th through 2nd companies. The initiate, for their part, vows to teach their neophyte the ways of the chapter, to hone the new recruit's skills and stoke the coals of their faith until they are ready to become an initiate themselves. In return, the neophyte serves as the initiate's serf and squire both. To them fall duties such as caring for their initiate's arms and armor, waiting upon their initiate during chapter feasts, acting as second during honor duels, and standing long vigil while their initiate kneels in hours of prayer. When they enter battle together, it is as part of a crusader squad, amongst whose ranks each neophyte is expected to fight as though the emperor himself were presiding over their deeds. Towards the end of a neophyte's training, they may be dispatched by their initiate to fight as a part of a more conventional scout squad or similar neophyte formation. Only once they have passed many such trials will the neophyte's initiate, in concert with one of the chapter's chaplains, pronounce them worthy to ascend. Initiates enjoy far greater freedom than their neophyte charges, but bear heavier burdens of responsibility also. Many continue to fight amongst the crusader squads, taking on a neophyte to train as they were once trained themselves. Others, those of particularly singular temperament, or who are currently awaiting assignment of a new neophyte, instead don the armor of specialist squads, such as aggressors, incursors, outriders, assault marines, and so on. The culture of the Black Templars is such that they largely gravitate towards the most aggressive and close-quarters battlefield roles. Indeed, the chapter holds such zealous warriors in high esteem, and permits them to display red edging to their shoulder guards as a mark of honor. The Black Templars operate a flexible organizational structure. Some crusades number as few as a handful of warriors, others vast assemblages of many hundreds of Space Marines. Typically, though, they count between 50 and 300 Space Marines amongst their ranks. It is easy to see how, when spread thin across a war-torn and chaotic galaxy, the actual number of Black Templars fighting in service to the Emperor is almost unguessable. It is said that only the High Marshal ever knows this figure for sure, though how he could possess such information is a mystery. There seems little doubt, though, that the Black Templars number substantially more than the 1,000 Space Marines under arms stipulated by the Codex Astartes. Many of the more compliant chapters look askance at the Black Templars, resenting them for such flagrant disregard for the rules established by Guilliman. The Ordo Astartes has gone further. Inquisitor Yetzmov leading a century-long, and thus far wholly fruitless, mission to determine their true numbers and bring the chapter to heel. The Black Templars themselves are sanguine about such matters. They know with certainty that all they do with the express blessing of the God Emperor. Such a mandate surely overrules any mortal strictures. Where they need to bring organization to larger crusading forces, the Black Templars employ formations known as fighting companies. These will usually be a roughly equal division of the available Black Templars present, meaning that each fighting company can range from a few dozen to a full 100 or so Space Marines, along with all the material, support assets, and specialists required to keep them operational in the field. Individuals usually choose their fighting company based more upon fraternal warrior bonds than mandatory allocation. This can lead to fighting companies possessing unusual mixtures of squads and vehicles. It also means that on protracted crusades, the warriors in a fighting company may campaign together for years, even decades, building incredibly strong bonds of brotherhood and martial honor. Each fighting company is commanded by a castellan, who in turn owes their fealty to the Crusade's marshal. Meanwhile, specialists such as tech marines, chaplains, and apothecaries have autonomy to go where they believe they are needed most, sometimes remaining with one fighting company for the duration of its crusade, sometimes moving from one to the next as the spirit of the God Emperor compels them. Black Templars who survive to become initiates then spend decades, sometimes centuries, without advancing to any other higher rank. There is no dishonor in this. Where the battle brothers of more conventional chapters progress steadily through the companies of their chapter and learn different ways of war as they do so, each Black Templar instead walks his own path. It is between him and the Emperor how he chooses to purge the unclean, and what weapons and marks of armor he learns to wield in the service of that goal. As the years pass, most initiates naturally develop new skills and specialisms. The variety of foes that must be fought, and the extreme conditions in which they must be persecuted necessitates this. Those initiates sent to launch a spearhead drop against dug-in heretic forces must, by necessity, master the use of jump packs and gravis armor in order to do their duty to the Emperor. Equally, those tasked with patrolling vast wastelands in search of Xenos raiders must fight from the backs of light vehicles such as Space Marine bikes, Invader ATVs, and land speeders, lest their foes leave them in the dust. Hunting demon-infested war engines, meanwhile, necessitates a mastery of the Melta rifle and the Thunderhammer, or else the skilled piloting of a tank or Invictor tactical warsuit. Though they do not easily relinquish the purity of a headlong charge into the foe as part of their Crusader squad, neither do initiates shrink from any challenge that the God Emperor sets for them. After especially notable victories or harrowing trials, initiates may claim memento mori of their slain foes. Some are awarded so-called humble relics by the Crusade's chaplains, the finger bones of imperial saints, fragments of marble from some tomb or shrine of note, weapons or segments of armor blessed by the touch of heroes now martyred in the imperial cause. Those initiates committed to a long-running oath of vengeance or sworn to a penitent task may don chains of faithful service like the ancient Templars of Scripture. Some choose to bear memorial flames, be they flickering candles, caged lumen, or braziers burning upon their backpacks, the better to commemorate pious comrades fallen along the way. In this way, as initiates fight on in the God Emperor's name, their breadth of martial skill grows ever greater, and their war gear ever more ornate. Many initiates fall in battle against the myriad foes of mankind. Their ardor for battle and the uncompromising zeal with which they hurl themselves upon their enemies ensures that the rate of attrition is high. The hardiest survive long enough to be interred within the armored shell of a dreadnought. This is viewed as a great honor amongst the Black Templars. Not only does it allow the martyred hero to fight on in the God Emperor's service for many hundreds of years to come, but it also fuses the fallen warrior with a precious relic of the chapter. Those who do not die, who earn glory upon countless battlefields and slaughter legions of traitors, mutants, and witches, eventually earn the rank of veteran. This advancement can be awarded by any Black Templar of sufficient rank, be they a chaplain or castellan, or even one already possessed of veteran status. It is a recognition of long service, of martial prowess, and of unswerving zealotry all, and it is rare indeed for an initiate to earn the rank before at least a century's service to the chapter. Veterans are excused the duty of training further neophytes. They are afforded access to their crusade's rarest and most potent articles of war gear. They may now, if they wish, adopt the red trim and cross that reflects their elite status. Not all veterans choose to do so. They scorn even this simple expression of personal aggrandizement, and instead pass what honor they are due to the God Emperor. In either case, veterans band together, taking to the field as Blade Guard, Stern Guard, Terminators, veteran intercessors, and the like, with their mighty war gear, blazing faith, and ferocious warrior skill. Such veteran squads often form the cutting edges of their fighting companies. Plunging into the blazing heart of battle, these warriors are offered ample opportunities to earn the only honor greater than that which they already bear, that of joining the Sword Brethren. The Sword Brethren are an organization unique to the Black Templars. Each is handpicked for greatness by the marshal of their crusade in recognition of some truly exceptional deed. These are warriors who have held alone against tides of foes, or else led the slaughter of faithless millions, who have risked all to protect some holy relic, slain the most reviled of traitors or witches, raised icons and toppled idols, or proven their own faith in the face of impossible temptations. Not all Sword Brethren are chosen from amongst a crusade's veterans. It is not unheard of for initiates to be afforded this honor, should they achieve a deed of suitable note. The marshals are, however, extremely careful with their appointment of Sword Brethren. Once a warrior has been extended this honor, they become, in archaic parlance, one of the marshal's household, and this sets them upon one of two paths. For most, it means serving as a glorious exemplar of the chapter's values for the rest of their days, fighting either amongst bands of fellow Sword Brethren or as the battle-scarred leaders of Crusader squads. Yet, for a rare few battle brothers, it is but the first step up to a higher pulpit still. Many of the Black Templars' ancients, and no few of its chaplains, are recruited from the Sword Brethren. Equally, those who rise to the ranks of Castellan or even Marshal typically do so from within the Sword Brethren. It is a weighty honor indeed, a position of utmost respect and veneration, and only the strongest of faith can bear its burden. Over the history of the chapter, various marshals have found different uses for their Sword Brethren, beyond being exemplars of the crusade. Many field their Sword Brothers as an honor guard, be it for themselves or as protection for some dignitary of the imperial faith who requires safeguarding. Others send the Sword Brethren forth as bands of warrior knights, charged with hunting down and slaying the greatest beasts among the foe. Marshal Gershov of the Proxima Crusade employed his Sword Brethren as witch hunters, asserting that their indomitable faith would shield them from the deviant Xenopsychers they faced upon the killing fields of the Shega cluster. Marshal Vigo bade his Sword Brothers deploy solely via gunship during the Spire Wars of Thestra, dubbing them his Black Blades and using them to deliver the killing blow in a string of decisive engagements. Marshal Hocknor charged his Sword Brethren to guard with their lives the ancient Aurelian Shroud, with his crusade bore through the darkness of the Stygor Rift. The 23 Sword Brothers of the Ledovar Crusade appointed themselves the holy task of eradicating all trace of their enemies' fervent faith, carving a path through one Godoric's war brood after another. They demolished every life shrine, shattered every crystal statue, and immolated every last one of the aliens' sacred Myceline codices. By the time the crusade was done, They had erased from the galactic record every trace of the Godorix's once rich religious heritage, and left the last dregs of the Xeno species to squirm in the mud of barbarous ignorance. The High Marshal is functionally the Black Templars' chapter master. To him falls the final say upon the chapter's disposition, its deployment, and strategic goals. As with all chapter masters, the High Marshal bears burdens unique to his chapter, namely the duty of upholding Sigismund's ever-binding oath and maintaining the knowledge of how many Black Templars ply the stars. For all other responsibilities, the High Marshals can call upon the support of the marshals who lead the Crusades. How many marshals roam the galaxy is unclear, but it seems their duties and rank are similar to those of captains within the Codex adherent chapters. As each crusade must have a marshal, and the number of crusade varies, at some periods over their history, the Black Templars have actually had fewer than 10 marshals within their rank. However, more commonly, the number is surely higher. Crusading so far afield, it is common for some Black Templars marshals to die having never met some of their contemporaries, or more unusually, the High Marshal himself. However, whenever a momentous decision must be made on behalf of the chapter, all marshals who are able muster upon the Eternal Crusader to vote. Most commonly, this happens when a High Marshal has fallen, and their successor must be appointed. However, these councils have also convened on occasion to deliberate other weighty matters. Determining the response to Goge Vandire's reign of terror, whether to wait for inquisitorial sanction before launching the punitive Tauricus Crusade against the wayward Star Gorgons chapter, and most recently, how best to respond to the opening of the Great Rift. Castellans rank below marshals. To them falls the command of each Black Templar's fighting company, acting as conduits for their marshal's will and religious fervor. Castellans are charged with the rule of each active chapter keep. They are responsible for the defense of the fortification, as well as the spiritual and physical security of its world, the recruiting of aspirants, and command of any Black Templar's assets garrisoning it. This is a burden that tempers those who carry it, teaching wisdom and patience, even when it feels like the chafing bonds of penance. Many Castellans who excel as keep commanders go on to become the wisest of marshals. The Black Templars spread chaplains and tech marines throughout their crusading fleets. They permit these specialists to move amongst the crusade fleets at need. The chaplains, whose number is always considerable, guard the Black Templars' relics, lead prayers upon the eve of battle, affix Crusader seals to their brothers' armor, and serve as beacons of zealotry and wrath upon the battlefield. The Tech Marines watch over the forge shrines, artificeries, and embarkation decks of their crusade fleets like priests guarding their temples. They are never short of servitors to aid in their duties. The Black Templars are pitiless in judgment of human failings, and countless imperial citizens, acolytes, officials, and officers, as well as, infamously, a handful of planetary governors, have ended their days as mind-wiped cyborgs working off their debt to the Emperor. The Emperor's champion, meanwhile, stands outside of any formal accounting of the Black Templars' hierarchy. He is a living miracle who manifests, so the Black Templars believe, by the will of the God Emperor. This blessing can come upon any amongst the chapter, from humble neophyte to lordly marshal. Once it does, their old life is done. Upon the eve of battle, the incumbent receives a vision from the God Emperor of the deeds they will achieve as his champion. Hastening to confess their visions to the chaplains, the newly anointed Emperor's champion is led away to be girded for their new role. Every crusade fleet carries a black sword and an artificer-wrought suit of the armor of faith. These are the sacred tools of the Emperor's champion. Armed and armored, haloed with a nimbus of holy light, the Emperor's champion honors Sigismund by seeking out the foe's champions and lords, then striking them down with righteous fury. With a single blow, the Emperor's champion can lop the head from the serpent and plunge entire enemy hosts into disarray. Of course, there is great risk in this. The Emperor's champion manifests but rarely amongst the crusading fleets, and his presence is seen as a potent omen. Should he be slain, it is a grim indictment of failure, one the Black Templars must atone for by recovering the fallen champion's arm and armor, no matter the cost. On those rare and terrible occasions when this is proven impossible, entire penitent crusades have been launched in order to recover these irreplaceable relics. Era Indomitus. It is a bloody and horrific time of trial, such as the Imperium of mankind has not witnessed in many thousands of years. In this dark hour, the Black Templars see heresy and faithlessness all around them, and have redoubled their efforts to purge the unclean from the God Emperor's realm. When the Great Rift tore the Imperium in two, the Black Templars were already scattered from one end of the galaxy to the other. Marshal Verbeck's Immotaria crusade had pushed as far out into the darkness as the Molech Belt, while the Oparian and Gadios crusades were last reported variously amidst the Ghoul stars and upon the eastern fringe. Other crusades carved paths of fire across the Ultima Segmentum and the Segmentums Tempestus and Obscurus, and even the Segmentum Solar. Then came catastrophe, and, in its wake, the malevolent shadow of the Noctis Aeterna. By the time the veil began to lift and the light of the Astronomicon shone out anew, several crusades had vanished altogether. Only High Marshal Helbrecht had absolute faith that the lost crusades fought on through the benighted wilderness of the Imperium Nihilus. Whether this conviction stemmed purely from belief or had its foundations in some secret knowledge, he did not say. Even those crusades still at large within the Imperium Sanctus were scattered. Many had been in warp transit when the Great Rift opened. They had been hurled light years off course by the raging empiric tumult that followed, and in some cases badly mauled. In the face of such disaster, many Space Marine chapters would have sought to consolidate their strength. Yet, as the poisonous tide of the Noctis Aeterna rolled back, it left the Imperium Sanctus strewn with a flotsam of heresy, mutation, and rebellion no Black Templar could abide. This was no time for what they saw as the cowardice of compromise, no hour for retreat. Everywhere, the light of the imperial faith guttered. The Black Templars believed that it fell to them to fan the flames anew. Surviving crusades redoubled their efforts, fighting with unstinting zeal to purge corrupted imperial worlds and to punish those whose faith had failed them during the time of darkness. Long-abandoned chapter keeps were brought back into service, and new ones raised, often built upon the sundered rubble of toppled trader strongholds. Where the curse of witchery proliferated, there the Black Templars were especially wrathful. In war zones such as Taladus, Hockheim II, and the Cyan Stars, the chapter were as much a terror to loyalist forces as to heretics when psychic mutations were discovered amongst the imperial ranks. Due to their unrelenting aggression and scattered disposition, it was no easy task for the torchbearers of the Indomitus Crusade to find the Black Templars and deliver the Primaris miracle to them. Furthermore, of all the Space Marine chapters at large in the galaxy, the openly fanatical Black Templars were deemed amongst the most temperamentally unpredictable in how they would react to this revelation. For these and other reasons, Primarch Rabute Guilliman sought out High Marshal Helbrecht and led a deputation aboard the Eternal Crusader to speak to him directly. Guilliman rightly believed that the High Marshal acted as both the mind and heart of the Black Templars. Successfully introduce Call's miracle here, and it would have been far better chance of being circulated like combat stems around a body than if his messengers chased the scattered crusades across the war-torn galaxy individually. Helbrecht was set upon his pursuit of Gazkol Thraka when Guilliman came to him. The High Marshal received the Primarch with respect bordering upon veneration, for here was a gene son of the holy god emperor himself. Yet, at the same time, Helbrecht chafed at the delay, believing that Thraka slipped further away from his grasp with every day. Furthermore, chapter scripture made no bones of Guilliman and Dorn's troubled relationship. Part of the High Marshal could not help but suspect that here was his gene sire's divisive brother, come again after millennia to shackle Dorn's most fervent sons as he had been unable to do before. Helbrecht was no fool. He knew how divergent his chapter's practices and beliefs were. If Guilliman wished to censor the Black Templars, he would not struggle to find apparent grounds. In the end, the meeting went differently than either party was expecting. Rebute Guilliman was surprised at the willingness with which Helbrecht recognized the value of the Primaris tech, even if he attributed a spark of divinity to it that made the Ultramarines Primarch uncomfortable. By comparison, Guilliman did not turn out to be the despot that Helbrecht expected. The Primarch did not command the Black Templars to do other than that which their nature demanded, though he and Helbrecht did clash over the matter of Gazskal. In the end, a compromise was wrought between them. Guilliman reminded Helbrecht of the oaths he had sworn, and of how his duty as High Marshal was to all the Emperor's realm, rather than just being to his own vendettas. Shamed, Helbrecht promoted a number of his most seasoned sword brethren to the rank of Marshal, and bade them muster new crusades into whose ranks the Black Templars' Primaris Grey Shields were mingled. These crusades were oath sworn to aid all those worlds of the ecclesiarchy that lay in peril along the border of the Great Rift. This duty done, Helbrecht himself renewed his vow to pursue Gazskal Thraka to the ends of the Emperor's realm, and continued his quest. The widespread galactic disruption of the era Indominus, coupled with the rapacious recruiting amongst the Crusades, has left the Black Templars' numbers even more in question than before. The High Marshal's seal, set to the Primaris miracle, has done much to encourage its adoption amongst the Crusade fleets. Yet some particularly conservative marshals maintain a mistrust of what they see as borderline heretical tinkering with the Emperor's works. Others have simply outpaced their potential reinforcements thus far, fighting on across far-flung reaches of the Imperium, entirely ignorant of the powerful assets they could have added to their ranks. There has been some talk that the Black Templars have proven especially resilient during the crossing of the Rubicon Primaris, and that it may be a reward for their unwavering faith in the God Emperor. Equally, of course, this could be confirmation bias or baseless rumor at work. The one certainty in this bloody new age is that the Black Templars fight on as they always have, seeking the heretic, the mutant, the witch, and the traitor wherever they may be found, and, whether alongside the forces of the Indominus Crusades or fighting alone, purging them without mercy. It is believed that over 1,000 Space Marine chapters, independent, autonomous armies, fight the Emperor's wars. 9 are named for the legions that remained loyal to the Emperor during the Horus Heresy. Others are successor chapters, brotherhoods who can claim genetic descent from the 9 loyal Primarchs. These are the 9 original loyalist chapters. Ultramarines. The Ultramarines epitomize what it means to be Adeptus Astartes. They are beacons of nobility, honor, and discipline in a galaxy riven by darkness and disorder. No chapter holds the Codex Astartes in such hallowed regard as they, and they have utilized its tenets and strategies to achieve glorious victories over 10,000 years. Few, if any, chapters can match the efficiency, speed, and skill with which the Ultramarines apply their deep learning of the Codex tactics and strategies. On countless battlefields, the Ultramarines have outwitted, outfought, and outmaneuvered their enemies, striking repeatedly with gene-wrought might until the foe is utterly vanquished. Ultramarines live and breathe the Codex Astartes. For 10 millennia have they learned and practiced its teachings, paying close attention to the most minute of details. Many Ultramarines can recite swaths of the text by heart, as well as produce lengthy treatises demonstrating a full understanding of its teachings. They have quashed heretic uprisings, swept aside piratical raids of murderous Drakari, purged verminous Hrud infestations, and shattered voracious Tyranid invasions. They have won victories for ages in scorching deserts, stifling jungles, labyrinthian ruined cities, and even in the depths of the oceans. These they have achieved in horrific sieges, grueling guerrilla warfare, and armored conflicts of such a scale that the wreckage fields can be seen from orbit. The Ultramarines' homeworld is of Macragge, a bastion of civilization, learning, and culture. It has been their base of operations since their Primarch, Rabute Gilliman, was united there with the Emperor during the Great Crusade. Heavily fortified, it is the jewel in the crown that is the Ultramarine stellar empire known as Ultramar. This grouping of worlds and systems pays no tithe to Terra, their resources dedicated to supporting the Ultramarines. Nonetheless, such is the skill with which this region is organized, Ultramar is able to provide troops and material for the aid of the beleaguered Imperium. The Ultramarines shattered High Fleet Behemoth in the First Tyrannic War, many of the chapter's greatest heroes losing their lives to halt the Xenos fury. They clashed with the Black Legion heretic Astartes within the walls of the fortress of Hera, their own fortress monastery, fighting with peerless zeal. All the vile might of Nurgle's plague legions and Mortarian's disease-ridden ranks of Death Guard have not been enough to break the Ultramarines, no matter the fell diseases and maladies thrown at them. As large and as powerful as Ultramar is, this makes it a prized hungered after by some of the Imperium's deadliest enemies. And the Ultramarines have been forced to fiercely defend it many times. The Ultramarines are commanded by some of the greatest Space Marines in the Imperium. Marnius Calgar, the chapter master, is a superlative warrior and talented strategist. Long is his list of victories. He crushed the Orcs in the siege of Zalathras, defeated an Eldari avatar at the Battle of Orar's Sepulchre, and led the masterful defense of Vigilus, engaging Abaddon the Despoiler himself in single combat. Tigurius is the Ultramarines' chief librarian, a battle psyker and warrior scholar of formidable intellect and insight, whose word is of greater value than armies of spies, strategists, and tacticians. Ortan Cassius, the Master of Sanctity, is the Ultramarines' oldest living space marine. It was he who established the Ultramarines' tyrannic war veterans, and has made it his personal mission to see the Tyranids erased from existence. It has not gone unnoticed amongst the Imperium's highest echelons that despite being the author of the Codex Astartes and the loudest voice for the breaking up of the huge Space Marine legions in the very distant past, Rabute Guilliman is now the only individual in the Imperium capable of commanding the loyalty of so vast a force of arms. A great many of the Ultramarines' successor chapters regard him as their spiritual liege. Even those that have strayed from the teaching of the Codex to some degree, or have embraced their homeworld's culture more, hold him in the highest regard. Those who are particularly learned believe that the combined strength of the Ultramarines' successors may well exceed that of the Ultramarines' Legion at the height of the Great Crusade. Of course, no such comments are made to the Lord Commander of the Imperium in person, and little in his absence, in the event his agent's here. What Guilliman thinks of this is unknown to all but the risen Primarch himself. But an individual of such awe-inspiring intellect is unlikely to have missed such a detail. Despite these concerns, the overwhelming view held in the Imperium is a simple one. The Ultramarines and their successors have served the Imperium, the Emperor, and all of mankind with honor and loyalty for millennia, and continue to do so. With humanity under threat from all sides, such forces are vital to the human race's very survival. Imperial Fists. The Imperial Fists have stood as steadfast defenders of the Imperium since the Great Crusade. Strong of mind and spirit, they are the Emperor's shield, indomitable and unbreakable. Their stubbornness in the face of any enemy and their determination to hold no matter the cost is matched only by their zealous efforts to see their gene-sire's dreams for the Imperium made real. The Primarch of the Imperial Fists was Rogel Dorn, whose name is revered throughout the Imperium, and from him stem the chapter's proud history and traditions. After being torn from Terra and cast into the galaxy, the Emperor discovered Dorn years later on the ice world of Inuit. Like many of his brothers, he had risen to lord of his people, and had established a stellar empire of his own. Recognizing the Emperor as his father and liege, he presented the Master of Mankind with Phalanx, an immensely powerful and mobile space station that dated back to the age of technology. The Emperor handed to Dorn the Imperial Fist's Legion, created using Dorn's own genetic material. The Emperor also insisted the Primarch keep Phalanx, and ever since, it has been the Imperial Fist's flagship and primary fortress. Dorn discovered his sons to be peerless crusaders and resolute warriors, firm in their commitment to order, unwilling to give ground, and unhesitating in making the ultimate sacrifice for victory. Their talent for siegecraft was undeniable, though they had achieved glorious victories in all manner of warfare. The Emperor later declared Dorn and his legion to be his praetorians, and tasked them with fortifying the Sol system, Terra, and the Imperial Palace itself. Ever since, the Imperial Fists have been known as the Defenders of Terra, a title they bear with immense pride. Their official homeworld, 10,000 years later, remains Terra itself, though the demands of war ensure the Imperial Fists now almost never return. Dorn saw the Imperium being built by the Emperor's legions as a fortress, with each world a part of a galactic system of ramparts, bulwarks, and counterguards. He laced the worlds the Imperial Fists conquered with mighty bastions and constructed vast orbital citadels around them, naming this system the Bastion Imperialis. When the Horus heresy struck and world after world fell in with the traitors or was conquered by them, he saw each fall as a deep crack in his design. The tireless efforts of Rogel Dorn and the Imperial Fists to fortify the Sol system paid dividends during the Siege of Terra, turning the Imperial Palace into one of the most formidable fortresses the Imperium had ever seen. The Imperial Fists fought unwaveringly in the fighting, holding the walls and throwing back traitor assaults. Dorn teleported with the Emperor to engage Horus aboard the traitor's flagship, but was separated from his father before the duel that decided the fate of the Imperium took place. Bitterness and a deep sense of failure came to define his character for some time, and it took much to convince him to break his legion down into chapters following Rabute Guilliman's publication of the Codex Astartes. For 10,000 years, the Imperial Fists have been a symbol of imperial defiance in the face of all the myriad threats posed to humanity. They have played a vital role in the preservation of the Imperium, thousands of their number sacrificing themselves on battlefields the galaxy over. Rarely will a warrior of the Imperial Fists boast of such deeds, however. For them, the performance of such acts ranks far higher in importance than the declaring of them. Though not secretive and mysterious like the Dark Angels, they also do not possess the brash, loud, and forthright nature of the Space Wolves. The Imperial Fists often appear humorless and severe to those who encounter them, but they are nonetheless passionate warriors, determined, firm, and believing still in the great cause of Rogel Dorn's Bastion Imperialis. For them, it is said, the Great Crusade is yet to be completed. Whilst this goal is rarely spoken of aloud by the Imperial Fists, doubtless it is one that scarcely leaves their minds as they wage war. Sacrifice and commitment are huge elements of the Imperial Fist's ideals. They refuse to give ground to the foe, on occasion to their detriment. Phalanx's Librarius has records of many destroyed Imperial Fist forces that could have been saved were it not for stubbornness. Though it is without any doubt that many more victories have been won thanks to this trait, which runs so deeply through them. The Imperial Fists have a deep well of recruit reserves with which to replace their fallen brothers, drawn from a multitude of worlds to allow for the high casualties they frequently suffer. While their chaplains teach of the need to manage excessive pride to avoid catastrophic losses, the determination to never give up holds a vice-like grip over every Imperial Fist's hearts. In terms of their combat doctrine, many Imperial Fists spend a disproportionately long period of time in fire support roles, serving in Hellblaster squads, Devastator squads, and Aggressor squads. This is due to their preference for heavy firepower, the emphasis they place on marksmanship, and the hellish siege battles they so often fight. In the time of the era Indomitus, the Imperial Fists have fought battle after battle to break the forces of the arch-enemy, relieve populations besieged by hordes of ravening Xenos, and recapture fallen worlds. Blood Angels. Resplendent in their chapters gleaming red, the Blood Angels have fought for the Emperor since the first founding. They are amongst the most noble Space Marine chapters, seeking to always protect the weak and vulnerable. Yet, this deep sense of integrity and honor is besmirched by a hideous curse they conceal from all outsiders and ever strive to resist. Little is known of the Blood Angels' earliest history. Sanguinius was discovered during the Great Crusade on Ball Secundus, the second moon of the planet Ball. Though Ball and its moons were once glorious places of wealth and breathtaking architecture, during the Dark Age of technology, all was destroyed. They were left as irradiated husks, inhabited by a small human population and savage mutants. After his pod crashed there, Sanguinius was a god to the near-feral inhabitants, a figure of incomparable nobility and beauty in a place of suffering, death, and ugliness. This despite his angelic wings, which nearly led the tribes to slaughter him upon his discovery. When the Emperor finally reached the Ball system, Sanguinius accepted him as his liege without question, and took command of the 9th Legion. Little detail survives of the Legion's involvement in the Great Crusade itself. Besides a handful of honorifics and generic articles praising the Blood Angel's successes, almost all from the time after Sanguinius was placed at the head of his sons. What is clear is that Sanguinius was regarded as one of the greatest of the Emperor's sons. Beautiful in mind and body, he was a warrior almost without peer, and a leader who could inspire incredible feats of personal courage, not just within his own legion, but throughout the vast multitudes of the Emperor's varied servants. It is believed that the Blood Angels' Legion fought by their Primarch's side throughout the Horus heresy, though the only battle in the historical record they can be accurately placed at is the Siege of Terra, the conflict that defined the next 10,000 years of humanity's history. It is said that it was only after a long and arduous journey, battles of which are now lost to history, that the Blood Angels reached Terra to defend the throne world from the forces of the arch-traitor Horus. They fought with honor and courage and slew countless foes on the battlements of the Imperial Palace. But the cost of their efforts was great. In the final, desperate attack against Horus's flagship, the Vengeful Spirit, Sanguinius engaged the War Master in personal combat. In that titanic duel, he was slain. The Ninth Legion shared a deep bond with their Primarch, perhaps one deeper than most of the Legions Astartes had with their Genesire. For all Blood Angels at that time were injected with droplets of Sanguinius's blood. Some Blood Angels believe it is this, combined with the Primarch's death, that caused the flaw that has cursed every Blood Angel ever since. Partial fragments discovered in hidden corners of the Legion's Librarius that suggest some Blood Angels legionnaires suffered from a version of the flaw even before Sanguinius's death have been dismissed as false and locked away. The flaw takes two forms: the Red Thirst and the Black Rage. Every Blood Angel has deep within them an insatiable battle lust and hunger for blood. This is the Red Thirst, and it afflicts every gene-son of Sanguinius in every waking moment. Though they take great pains to resist its lure, not all are successful, and no few Blood Angels succumb to it in the midst of battle. Doing so renders them truly deadly, to the extent that some attempt to control it and use it. Though a curse, the Red Thirst humbles the Blood Angels. It makes them aware of their own weaknesses, and thus more understanding of those in others. For all the horror of the Red Thirst, the Black Rage is far worse. When this takes over the Blood Angel's mind, it is irreversible. The Blood Angels believe that all will succumb to it should they not die first. Death is the only cure. Ingrained in the Blood Angel's gene seed is the encoded experience of their Primarch, the strongest of which is his duel with Horus. On the eve of battle, an event or circumstance will trigger this memory in a Blood Angel. the Battle Brother's mind is taken over by this experience, and to those around him he appears crazed with berserk fury, no longer aware of where or who he is. These brothers are assigned to the Death Company to meet an honorable end in battle. The worst thing of all about these twin curses is that with each passing year, more brothers succumb to them. The Blood Angels and their successors, all of whom are afflicted in the same way, are dying out, some at a faster rate than others. Few would be surprised if a chapter afflicted in such a way would fall to disrepair. Yet the Blood Angels do not. They fight on. They charge headlong into the guns of the enemy, eager to slay them in hand-to-hand combat. They honor their Primarch's belief that the galaxy can be changed for the better. This is epitomized in the transformation of recruits into Space Marines. The rad-scarred aspirants drawn from the Ball system undergo an apotheosis. They spend a year in slumber in ancient sarcophagi, in which time they receive their implants to become Space Marines. They emerge as demigods, tall, strong of muscle, keen of sense, and beautiful in body, the image of Sanguinius himself. Their desire to perfect and improve things manifests in every aspect of the Blood Angels' existence, from the elaborate embellishments many sport on their armor, the exquisite craftsmanship of their weapons, and their incredible skill with bolter and blade. In these dark times, the Blood Angels represent all that humanity can be. Despite, or because of, their terrible flaws, they are paragons of virtue and duty, serving as inspiration for all in the Imperium. White Scars. The roaring of furious engines, deep rumbles of thundering armored transports, screaming of heavy jump packs at full burn, and ferocious Korchan war cries herald the devastating assault of the White Scars. Formidable hunters drawn from fierce tribesmen, the White Scars smash through their foes like the tip of a spear through the flank of prey. The White Scars are masters of lightning warfare and hit-and-run attacks. They stalk their prey patiently and relentlessly, before striking at the weakest point with incredible precision, ferocity, and speed. They have inherited this martial legacy from the harsh culture of their homeworld, as well as from their Primarch, Jagatai Khan, known as the Warhawk, the Kagan, and the Khan of Khans. The White Scars hail from Chogoris, a world of wind-swept plains and jagged mountains. Its nomadic population are expert hunters and horsemen, and are persistently at war. This harsh lifestyle produces hard people, and therefore aspirants of high quality for the White Scars. It is among these people that Jagatai grew up, learning and embodying their ways. After his discovery during the Great Crusade, he imbued the 5th Legion with the traditions of Chogoris, and in doing so, bound his sons to him. To this day, the White Scars hang furs, Chagorian trinkets, and shamanistic fetishes from their armor, ritually scar their faces with tribal heraldry, and go to battle bearing the severed heads of their enemies. Thanks to these trappings, many mistakenly believe the White Scars to be backwards or even barbarous. The White Scars' manner of war is tightly controlled, however. As hunters, they carefully observe the lay of the land, striking only when they are ready. Off the battlefield, though they train as hard as any other Space Marines in the art of war, they are highly cultured. Many White Scars seek mastery in one or more of the noble pursuits set down by the Kagan. For some, this is hunting. For others, Korchan calligraphy, or the telling of ancient tales. A rare few embrace the challenge of Cyvers. These skills are vital in making the White Scars better warriors. The patience required to paint a perfect character of Korchan script is the same patience that makes for an adept hunter. Even killing is an act of beauty to them, a demonstration of unity between warrior and weapon. The White Scars are also possessed of a strong sense of honor and justice, another legacy from their Primarch and the tribes of Cho'Garis. Deep mysticism and superstition form an integral part of Chagorian tribal culture, and so too are they embraced by the White Scars. The chapter's warriors place a great deal of trust in their librarians, who they call Storm Seers, calling upon these battle psychers for the enlightened wisdom they have accumulated over years of study. In battle, Storm Seers command the elemental fury of the Tempest. Gales flow at their instruction, and lightning bolts strike the foe at their behest. This appears to have been so for almost all of their history, according to those few with knowledge on the matter. They suggest that the White Scars argued in favor of retaining the Space Marine Legions Librarius in the fabled Council of Nicaea during the Great Crusade. Some believe that it was here that the Emperor prohibited the Space Marines' use of psychic powers before the Horus Heresy. Though the horror of that terrible conflict necessitated reinstating the Librarius. The White Scars' battle tactics are highly fluid, the warriors of Cho'Garis repeatedly utilizing feints, staged retreats, and flanking attacks to destroy the foe. Speed is a key component of their strategies, and every White Scar strike force brings with it a host of bikes, armored transports, and jump packs. Few things give a son of the Warhawk greater joy than roaring across the battlefield, blade in hand, to bring death to the Emperor's enemies, often laughing as they strike their foes down. At the head of every White Scars company is a Khan, a mighty warrior, calculating strategist, and superb duelist who has proven himself on the battlefield countless times. Where multiple Khans take to the field, they compete for overall command of the White Scars force. In doing so, They both seek to earn honor for their company, known to the White Scars as a brotherhood, as well as for the sheer pleasure of rivalry amongst brothers. Thanks to Akon's cunning tactics, a White Scar's force breaks apart and scatters their enemies, putting them to flight. In this moment, their hunting skills come to the fore as they pursue the foe and slaughter them all. The White Scars battle in the era Indominus with all the strength available to them, taking the fight to the forces of Chaos and the Xenos Menace. The Yasan sector, in which their homeworld resides, has come under ferocious attack by the forces of Chaos pouring from the Maelstrom. Cho'Garis itself was besieged by the renegade space marines of the Red Corsairs, led by their warlord, Huron Blackheart. But the White Scars held firm and drove the traitors from their world, and the Chapters Brotherhoods have since fought in the Vigilus, Asmar, Shinna, and Anragua systems. Though these times are fraught with perils beyond imagining, the White Scars refuse to be cowed, just as they never have in all their glorious history. Dark Angels. The Dark Angels were the first Legion. No other Space Marine Brotherhood has served the Emperor for as long as they have. Staunch defenders of mankind, they are merciless in the attack and stubborn in the defense. They are also shrouded in mystery, however, and have secrets so shameful they are kept even from many of their own number. The Dark Angel's name is held equally in awe and fear by those they fight for and against. They are not regarded in the same light as their brothers in the Ultramarines or Blood Angels. They are famed less for their honor and nobility than their unsettling demeanor, taciturn manner, inscrutability, and solemnity. Those who have fought beside the Dark Angels observe the deliberate detachment the chapter exhibits, and the rapid disappearance of its warriors as soon as their mission is achieved, sometimes even before the war is concluded. The Dark Angels are a fleet-based chapter, crossing the void in their armada of warships, and at its head, the mysterious fortress monastery known as the Rock. Few know how this colossal, void-born citadel came to be, or why the Dark Angel's former homeworld of Caliban no longer exists, and they would fight and die to keep the truth from the remainder of the Imperium. To fully understand the Dark Angels, it is necessary to learn of their Primarch, Lion L. Johnson, and his greatest friend, Luther. When the Emperor came to Caliban after the Lion's discovery, Luther was too old to join the First Legion as a Space Marine. The Lion left him the vital charge of defending Caliban and raising new generations of Space Marines. But Luther's heart grew bitter. When the Horus heresy ended and the Lion returned to Caliban, Luther and the Dark Angels he commanded opened fire. Luther's strength was swelled by that of the Dark Gods of Chaos, and was thus the Lion's every equal in combat. Only once Luther had mortally wounded the lion did he realize his calamitous mistake. As Luther cried out in anguish, a warp rift consumed Caliban, tearing the planet apart and sweeping thousands of the traitorous Dark Angels into the Empyrean. They would later be regarded as the Fallen. The surviving Dark Angels vowed to pursue the traitors and keep these events secret, believing the Imperium would damn them all should the truth become known. Embracing the Codex Astartes with little complaint so as to avoid suspicion, they and their successors referred to themselves as the Unforgiven, retaining close ties with each other, and fighting the Imperium's wars with distinction, even as they went about their own clandestine mission. Over time, the Inner Circle formed, made up of only the Dark Angels aware of the chapter's terrible secrets. Only a battle brother who has earned their trust and fought bravely on the battlefield may join their number, and even then they are told but a fraction of the whole damning truth. Whilst the hunt for the Fallen is of incredible importance to the Dark Angels, the great majority of their wars have little to do with their traitorous brethren. Following the Codex in its entirety, besides two specialist companies, the veteran Deathwing and the rapid-striking Ravenwing, the Dark Angels fight in the manner of most Space Marine chapters. Lightning assaults, combined armed forces, and tactical flexibility are at the core of the Dark Angels' way of war. Every battlefield is searched for sedition, however. Though only the Inner Circle understand these signs of the Fallen, the uninitiated can still recognize heresy where they see it. In these tumultuous times, the Dark Angels have been at the forefront of some of the galaxy's most significant wars. The Sons of Caliban have bled their foes in the Stygia Sector, the Vigilus System, the Prosperan Rift, and numerous other war zones, upholding their name as some of the Emperor's fiercest defenders. Raven Guard. Masters of clandestine warfare and the art of the shadowed blade. When the Raven Guard engage in open warfare, it is already too late for their enemies. The bloody conclusion to a campaign of sabotage, guerrilla tactics, and targeted strikes is a peerless coordination of assets by which the Raven Guard apply exactly the right amount of power to utterly destroy their foe. A series of shocking and explosive deaths, followed by the hissing roar of jump packs, is often the first time a heretic or Xenos force is even aware of the Raven Guard's presence. The chapter's sable-colored armor reflects little light, and its battle brothers are highly skilled in using their surroundings to their advantage. Remaining unseen, they slip through twisted ruins and alien undergrowth, silently merging into pools of inky shadow. To fight the Raven Guard is to swing blades at whorls of smoke and to fire at half-seen specters with increasing panic. When every piece of their strategy has fallen into place, then will the Raven Guard swoop, their blades slicing deep and their heavy guns piercing the enemy lines in a dozen places at once. The Raven Guard are one of the original brotherhoods of Space Marines who fought with the Emperor more than 10 millennia ago. Under their Primarch, Corvus Corax, the Raven Guard crafted their trifold path of shadow, mastering the doctrines of ambush, stealth, and vigilance. These principles represent the pinnacle of the Raven Guard's way of war, those which every battle brother seeks to perfect. Lord Corax was withdrawn and taciturn, traits his son inherited alongside his pallid skin and unsettling dark eyes. The Primarch spent his early years among indentured slaves on a prison moon orbiting the industrial world of Kaivar. Corax led the prisoners in revolt and broke the power of Kaivar's slave guilds. The moon was renamed Deliverance and has been the site of the Raven Guard's fortress monastery, the Raven Spire, since the Legion were united with their Primarch. It is a grim and somber citadel. Due to near constant campaigns and a careful rate of recruitment, many enormous halls gather dust in the gloom, and certain lofty towers, haunted by ancient rumor, are stasis-sealed against intrusion. Yet the austere display belies the power within, and its inviolable redoubts maintain a menacing watchfulness. The Raven Guard spared no thought for displays of prestige. Function is all, and as a training ground, bulwark, and memory of their Genesire's legacy, the Raven Spire fulfills every function the chapter requires of it. Corax's experiences on Deliverance instilled in him a deep hatred of oppressors. To this day, the Raven Guard strive to liberate humanity from heretical tyrants and Xenos overlords. They break the chains that bind mankind's sundered and enslaved worlds, though they do so from the darkness with no expectation of glory. For the Raven Guard shun the kinds of acclaim and honors that are laid before other chapters. The Raven Guard's isolationist tendencies and inscrutable nature do not endear them to their allies. Their dour and laconic battle brothers are viewed as suspicious and uncertain figures, distancing themselves even from other Space Marine chapters. With their brooding mien and dark gaze, the Raven Guard are held by those human survivors who owe them their lives as much in fear as in awe. Yet there is no doubting the chapter's stalwart resistance and unwavering loyalty. For 10,000 years, the Raven Guard have shielded the Imperium, fighting wars across the galaxy, from the dark heart of the Emperor's realm to the bleak fringes. Many of the chapter's operations are undertaken by strike forces of Vanguard and Scout squads, supported by squads of jump pack troops and other aerial assets, such as gunships and speeders. Such forces are expert at maneuvering behind enemy lines. There, they sow confusion and destruction, or prepare to sink their talons into the foe's rear lines at the very instant a more conventional Raven Guard attack strikes from another angle. Hunting from the shadows, teams of Raven Guard snipers mercilessly cut down fiery demagogues and savage Xenos warlords, Highly valued among Corax's doctrines was the belief that a leaderless enemy is an enemy already defeated. Decapitation missions and assassinations were coordinated with feigned retreats and skyborne strikes. These stunning strategies leave the enemy reeling and vulnerable to the final coup de grace, without unnecessarily exposing the Raven Guard. The chapter's doctrine espouses stealth and swift reactions over brazen and costly onslaughts. The Raven Guard understand firsthand the consequences of terrible losses. Some of their oldest legends speak in bleak and bitter terms of the darkest days of the Horus heresy. Along with the Iron Hands and Salamanders, Corax and the Raven Guard were brutally betrayed on the black sands of Istvan V by former allies. Hardly anything is known for certain of those chaotic times, but the Raven Guard were massacred and almost wiped out. After that terrible day, scattered bands of Raven Guard fought a shadow war against the forces of the traitors, making them pay in blood for every step they took towards Terra. Not all the Raven Guard's missions are undertaken subtly. After a careful reconnaissance by infiltrating squads, a shadow captain may deem a decisive strike of sudden and precise force is necessary. Shock troops are revealed in terror-filled storms of noise and death. Flights of jump troops descend from the skies, heralded by gunfire and crackling lightning claws. Such a strike shatters the foe's strength before they are aware the fight has even begun. As counterstrikes mobilize against them, these fast-moving squads have already withdrawn to strike elsewhere. Space Wolves. With the fury of a winter's storm and the savagery of apex predators, the Space Wolves tear apart humanity's foes with instinctive aggression. The chapter is a brotherhood of heroes, hungry for glory and dedicated to defending the Imperium. Seeking to forge their sagas of honor, Space Wolves eagerly face down the most powerful enemies with ferocious snarls. Clad in storm gray power armor that reflects the wide, tempestuous skies of their home world, bearing weapons hung with feral fetishes of atavistic power, and howling their savage war cries into the wind, the Space Wolves are among the most renowned and fierce chapters of Space Marines. With cunning strategies and hunter's instincts, they stalk the stars and seal the fate of all enemies of mankind. The Space Wolves are expert hunters and trackers, loping patiently after their quarry over battlefields across the galaxy. The hyper-keen senses of their battle brothers are more refined than those of other chapters. These are genetic traits inherited from their primarch, Leman Russ, also known as the Wolf King. Russ fully embraced the tribal nature of his upbringing, and this culture forms an important part of the chapter to this day. The Space Wolves are divided amongst 12 great companies, each an autonomous brotherhood whose commanding wolf lord is answerable only to the master of the chapter, the Great Wolf. diverging far from the tenets of the Codex Astartes. The great companies are as individual as their lords, reflecting their commanders' preferred methods of warfare. Each great company maintains its own ships, war engines, and specialist advisors that in other chapters are often drawn from centralized institutions. Every great company includes warriors who fight in what adepts of the Codex would recognize as every strata of strategic designation. In this way, each wolf lord is capable of taking the fight to any enemy. The warriors who answer his call, deploying in massed drop assaults, in roaring columns of bikes and battle tanks, in bands of heavy weapon specialists, or in swift groups of close combat killers. Space wolves fight in tightly knit squads called packs. Maintaining their ancient traditions, most battle brothers fight with the same pack for their entire lives, building iron-hard bonds of camaraderie and honor that see them operate fluidly and instinctively as a whole. Individual warriors may be singled out for their glorious deeds and raised to the great company's elite packs of Wolf Guard, or they may possess specialized skills and traits that are best employed elsewhere, such as in stealthy and taciturn packs of wolf scouts, or among aggressive and headstrong skyclaws. Guided by the chapter's priests in their totemic lupine cultures, space wolves appear as barbarous and feral to their allies as they are terrifying to their enemies. Their giant warriors wear wolf pelts, runic talismans, and necklaces of oversized fangs, while upon their armor and leathery, weather-beaten skins are jagged icons, tribal tattoos, and warding sigils redolent of their harsh homeworld. The space wolves hail from the death world of Fenris, an icy planet of savage beauty, storm-tossed seas, and lethal predators. Its tribes of nomadic hunters endure age-long ferocious winters and brief seasons of fire, in which the world's scattered islands disappear beneath the waves, and new lands erupt after volcanic cataclysms. Only the permanently ice-bound continent of Asaheim endures, and upon its mountainous peaks rise the Space Wolf Fortress Monastery, the Fang. Native tradition forbids the tribes of Fenrisians from attempting to reach Asaheim, viewing it as a distant land of fierce gods. They are ignorant of the wider Imperium, and know of the space wolves only as mythical sky warriors. These armored giants, swathed in furs, may appear suddenly after a tribal battle and take with them those youths who fought with the greatest bravery and ferocity, never to be seen again. These vanished heroes are never mourned, though they may have been grievously wounded when taken, as good as dead. Their kin know they now wage eternal war among the stars at the side of the demigods. This warlike pragmatism and indomitable spirit was instilled by Leman Russ in the Space Wolves, and remains perhaps the greatest strength of his sons. The chapter's battle brothers are immune to the insidious tendrils of despair, apathy, and discontent, for they live the warrior's dream. an existence of daily battle waged alongside their brothers, punctuated by feasting and drinking, and at its end, a truly valorous death. Salamanders. Forged in the crucible of war, the salamanders are flame-bearers and warrior craftsmen who hail from the volcanic death world of Nocturne. This brotherhood of onyx-skinned guardians has fought stoically to defend the Imperium for 10 millennia, wielding master-wrought weapons to hammer the foe into oblivion. The salamanders are the scions of the Primarch Vulcan, whose great strength, endurance, and skill in the forging and wielding of magnificent weapons is legendary. These traits, and many others passed into his sons, have persisted for 10 millennia. The chapter's warriors have skin as black as flawless obsidian, thought to be an unusual reaction between their gene seed and the as yet unexplained radiation on their home world. Coupled with the black orbs of their eyes, broken only by the ruddy glows at their center like lit coals, Salamander Space Marines present a more terrifying appearance than other warriors of other chapters. Though they carry their unsettling appearance with a humble nobility, more than one insurrection has been quashed in its infancy by the sight of an unhelmed salamander advancing upon the ringleaders with red eyes blazing. Salamanders excel in short-range firefights, striding through storms of enemy shots in suits of master-forged armor. Each step forward is echoed by synchronized bursts of blistering firepower. They expertly employ large numbers of incendiary weapons such as flamers and melta-guns, with which they burn their enemies out of the shadowed places of the galaxy and carve open their places of refuge. The salamanders prize patience and wisdom above all. Against overwhelming odds, they maintain steady advances until they are ready to meet the foe eye to eye. Then are the fires of their rage unleashed, and the famed strength of their gene sire visited upon mankind's enemies in blows from artisan-crafted blades and immense drake-headed thunder hammers. The salamander's homeworld of Nocturne is a fiery orb, strung with volcanoes, black plains, and sulphurous seas. Its higher crags are stalked by immense fire-breathing predators from which the salamanders take their name. It was on Nocturne where Vulcan learned the art of metalworking, unlocking the secrets of fire and steel, the virtues of patience and honest labor. His sons continue to perfect these traits, and each battle brother learns to craft and maintain their own war gear with great skill. This allows the chapter's tech marines to focus on the repair of the salamander's large war machines and create technological artifacts of great beauty and perfect function. While the Salamander's Fortress Monastery sits on Nocturne's barren moon of Prometheus, the chapter's battle brothers maintain close ties with the human inhabitants of Nocturne. This perhaps explains why the Salamanders hold in high esteem many of the human values that other Space Marines have distanced themselves from or simply forgotten. The chapter's culture draws on Vulcan's formative upbringing on the planet and places great emphasis on self-reliance, loyalty, and sacrifice. The Salamanders maintain a great many technologies from ancient times, including unusually large numbers of hulking suits of Terminator armor. The Fire Drakes of the chapter's Veterans First Company often take to battle arrayed in such powerful war gear, and their personification of the Salamander's ideals recalls their heroic namesakes from millennia ago. The original Fire Drakes were Vulcan's elite warriors, and together with a large part of the Legion, they were betrayed during the opening stages of the Horus heresy by those they had thought were allies. With a fraction of their Legion remaining, the Salamanders nevertheless proved a patient and enduring foe. Official records tell of no known successors to the Salamanders chapter prior to the Ultima founding. It is said that at the second founding, when Rabute Gilliman bade every Space Marine Legion to divide its strength into separate chapters, Vulcan secured an agreement to keep the depleted Salamanders whole. There have been many foundings since that time, and there are several chapters that share similarities in doctrine, organization, and physique with the Sons of Vulcan. Whether these chapters are successors of the Salamanders remains a matter of debate. During the Ultima founding, Archmagos Belisarius Call used the true genetic stock of Vulcan to create Primaris battle brothers for the Salamanders. All Primaris chapters were also founded from this source, their warriors plunging themselves into the fires of war with the tenacity expected of all Vulcan's sons. The Salamanders made swift contact with them, dispatching chaplains to each to instruct them in the Promethean cult. Iron Hands. Adherents to cold logic, intolerant of weakness, and utterly without mercy, the Iron Hands are implacable warriors whose resolve is as unflinching as solid adamantine. They are relentless defenders of the Imperium, who seek to replace the weakness of the flesh with the unyielding strength of the machine to attain perfection. To the Iron Hands, the flesh is weak. Though many Space Marine chapters utilize bionics to replace body parts of their wounded that have been damaged beyond repair, the Iron Hands replace entirely functional limbs, organs, and digits with mechanical augmentations. The ultimate goal for a great many Iron Hands is to be interred within a dreadnought, which they see as the perfect alloy of the organic and the mechanical. To them, no destiny is more perfect than spinning an eternity of war as a living machine. The Iron Hands inherited their disdain for weaknesses in part from the tribal culture of their homeworld, Medusa. Shrouded in a perpetual gloom, it is a death world characterized by jagged volcano ranges, rupturing geysers, and toxic pollution pumped into its atmosphere by the population's enormous land crawlers. Medusa's inhabitants are in a constant state of war with each other, fighting furiously over the planet's scarce resources. Such a way of life breeds a hardy and remorseless people. However, the greatest cause of the Iron Hand's intolerance can be traced to their primarch, Ferrus Manus. Indeed, it was his death that set them fully down the path of affinity with the machine. Ferrus Manus was the first primarch to die in the Horus heresy. When he learned of Horus's treachery, he made for the Istvan system with all haste. On the ash plains of Istvan V, he surged into the fray without hesitation, consumed with wrath. In the bloody ambush by several brother legions that killed tens of thousands of loyalist legionnaires, he struck down traitor after traitor, and ignored the pleas to retreat issued by Vulcan of the Salamanders and Corax of the Raven Guard. For all of Manus's fury, he could not prevail against the odds stacked against him, and he was slain by the traitor Primarch Fulgrim of the Emperor's Children, who had once been amongst Ferrus's closest brothers. The death of their indomitable gene-sire caused the surviving Iron Hands much anguish. They blamed the Salamanders and Raven Guard for failing to support Ferrus in his hour of greatest need. They blamed themselves for their own weakness, for not being able to reach their Primarch and fight by his side. They even blamed Ferrus Manus himself for allowing his anger to consume him at the expense of sense and logic. The Iron Hands decided that they would purge this emotional weakness, embedded as it is in organic flesh, from themselves, so that they might never fall to its frailties as their Primarch did. As a part of this purge, the Iron Council was formed. Its nominated members each granted the title of Iron Father. It has led the Iron Hands ever since. The Iron Hands have no permanent chapter master, instead electing a warrior to lead the chapter if one is deemed required. The Iron Council adopted Rabute Guilliman's Codex Astartes, seeing it as the only logical course. Despite this, each of the Iron Hands' 10 companies retained the clan company names of the Legion, which are in turn taken from the greatest clans of Medusa's population. The Iron Hands held on to the tradition despite its apparent superfluity. In its pursuit of perfection by purging the weakness of flesh from their bodies, the Iron Hands in time grew more reclusive and insular. It was only with the Adeptus Mechanicus that their ties grew, bonded by their reverence for machines and scorn for the weakness of the organic. This relationship has proven beneficial to the Iron Hands. Their armored vehicles and dreadnoughts are amongst the most mechanically resilient and best crafted in the Imperium, and their tech marines are taught secrets of the Omnissiah that those of most chapters will never learn. It is a great irony that this bond with the machine cults of Mars has been forged through shared passions rather than sheer logical necessity. If the Iron Hands have observed this, they have never remarked on it. To those that encounter them, the Iron Hands almost resemble automata, apparently despising such concepts as valor that drive so many of their brother chapters. Nonetheless, at their core, they are still of mankind, and emotion rules a part of their hearts regardless of their efforts to suppress it. In fact, such efforts merely draw it out. Their wrath is legendary. Their hatred for weakness is still hate, Their reverence of the machine is still reverence. When the Iron Hands go to war, they select the war zones they will fight in through ruthless utilitarianism. The Iron Hands perform the calculum rationale, a painstakingly detailed and ruthless calculation that determines the exact resources needed for victory. If these are not available for a campaign, they will not fight. On the battlefield itself, the Iron Hands often prioritize the destruction of the foe to the saving of the world they are fighting on. While this makes them lethal, uncompromising adversaries, for many it can make them poor, if not dangerous, allies. As the Great Rift tore across the galaxy and the population of world after world succumbed to waves of mutation and psychic maladies, the Iron Hand's tolerance for the flesh only grew weaker. They responded to threats in the manner they always had, however, with careful calculation. This had seen much of the chapter's strength deployed to the vital world of Vigilus, where they and the warriors from their Brazen Claws and Sons of Medusa successors have fought with distinction. They have deployed with such unfeeling discernment that those they have refused aid to have deemed them aloof and unreliable. The Iron Hands care not, indifferent to what they see as nothing more than the craven muling of the weak.